Hello and welcome to round 5 of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. My name is Fiona Steil-Antoni and I'm delighted to be joined by once again Grandmaster Robert Hess. Robert, you're looking super fresh this morning. How are you?
Well, I'm proud of you for getting your name correct today. You did have a day off yesterday just to make sure that all the pronunciation was going to happen right. But Fiona, it's great to be back. I know everybody missed the action from Tata Steel yesterday, but today will be another great day.
It was no rest for the wicked. You were still here entertaining the masses. But we here in Wijk and myself, the players, did have a rest day. Let's have a look at what happened before the rest day. So 2 days ago, we had overall a quiet day, but then there was one game that kept us here until the late hours. That was Praggnanandhaa getting his first win in this Masters event against Niels Grandelius. And the other, Robert, was quite a roller coaster of a game with Mamedyarov beating Duda.
Two very different games, despite both being decisive. As you said, Mamedyarov, Duda, that looked like you go either player's way. Duda's king out in the open. And then Praggnanandhaa, he had everything under control. It was a very professional game from the youngster. So he beats Niels Grandelius. And unfortunately for Niels, he's at the bottom of the standings while Praggnanandhaa sits in the middle.
Yeah, so we'll see. Well, we're looking at the standings right now. We still have Vidit Gujrati alone at the top. Fantastic start to the event for him. He's on 3 out of 4, but he's being chased by a pack of 5 players who are on 2.5, so just half a point behind. And that chasing pack is led by none other than world champion Magnus Carlsen. Shahriar Mamedyarov also got into that group with his win. And we also have Warport Yesipenko and Jorden van Foreest.
Not a bad bunch, led by Magnus Carlsen. But when you have the defending champion here in Wijk, Jorden van Foreest, at 2.5 out of 4, he did already play Magnus. That was such an entertaining battle. So all of these players have chances, even as far down as the players in 1.5. I think for Niels, unfortunately, at 0.5 out of 4, that's too big of a mountain to climb. But for everybody else, they're still right in this tournament.
Of course, we still have 9 rounds to go. It's such a long event. And here we see the matchups for today. I love this camera view. As always, plenty to look forward to. But Robert, this one maybe Anish Giri against Vidit, one of our top matchups of the day.
We know that they're good friends. They've created tons of great chess content together, but today they are mortal enemies. They face off over the chessboard for all the glory and for important tournament standings.
Indeed, and well, we just saw another matchup pop up there, which I think you had already highlighted as one of your favorites for today. That is Jorden van Foreest, who has had a great start to the tournament once again. And he's playing Shahriar Mamedyarov, and the two of them, they are known for not holding anything back. Very interesting ideas. So what do you expect from that matchup?
The only thing I hope they hold back is the draw offer. That's the only thing that can prevent this game from being super exciting. Both players are incredibly innovative. We know that Jorden van Foreest brings his best to Tata Steel. He is the champion from 2021. And Shahriar Mamedyarov, he is an absolute legend. If you have not seen his best chess games, where have you been? He is always exciting. He's ready to sacrifice at any moment. He plays G4 on move 3. That is my favorite matchup of the day.
Yeah, I'm very, very curious to see what happens there. I think we could get something fresh right out of the opening, but let's not jinx it. Then we talked about Anish Giri against Vidit Gujrati. The two of them are great friends. Later on, we'll show you a tweet about how they spent the eve of the rest day. And then, of course, well, the first pairing there, Niels Grandelius, he's been struggling, but he will have the white pieces against Magnus Carlsen. His former boss, Niels, was also part of Magnus' second team for the last 2 World Championship matches before the one against Nippo.
The good thing about him not being his boss anymore is he doesn't have to worry about being fired. So if he is the one who ruins Magnus' tournament, so be it. And that's a really tricky pairing because Niels is so strong. He can beat Magnus in this individual game. So you do not want to look past the pairing. You cannot afford that in chess.
Indeed. And well, Robert, the action is going to get underway in just under 10 minutes. I'm very excited, but the people watching us at home, they too can get involved. How can they do it?
How can they get involved? You asked me the questions that I actually know the answer to. They can vote on the results of these games. And you will want to do that because there's a lot of prize money at stake. So go to chess.com/events, navigate to the tournament, select a game, click vote, and select your winner. You could win a piece of the $1,000 prize pool for best voters or free diamond memberships. Remember that voting ends after the 10th move of each game. You do not want to miss your shot at those prizes.
And we will be back in just a couple of minutes for the start of round 5, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. Andrei Yesipenko, well, he beat Magnus Carlsen last year, but Robert, this year, once again, he's off to a great start. Today, not an easy task. He will be playing none other than Fabiano Caruana, but he has the white pieces. What do you expect from this matchup?
Andre is somebody who goes a bit under the radar. We know that he's beaten Magnus Carlsen. Everyone focuses solely on that fact, but he can also beat everybody else in the field, and he is at +1. He's just behind Vidit Gujrathi, and he's playing Fabiano Caruana, who is probably looking to get a win of his own. And of course, we see other players. We saw Dubov there, and well, right now Fabiano not on his board.
Dubov was looking really sharp there. Every day has been rocking a different suit. We see Niels Grandelius has just arrived for his clash against Magnus Carlsen, who I think pretty much every day has been the last to arrive in the playing hall. And we see him exchanging a few words with one of our arbiters, Alex.
And there we have the full view of the playing hall. The challengers and the masters both play there. That means 28 participants fill out those tables. And who's playing here? I can't see that.
So, actually Magnus. Well, I said that until now he was always last, but he's arrived 2 days early. And what's he curious about? Something. The players are reading something next to their boards. Do we have any insights into what the announcement? Oh, okay. So the players, they're receiving some information about things that might be happening in Wijk over the coming few days, but we'll have more time to discuss that tomorrow. Fabiano, meanwhile, has arrived at the board ready to do battle, and the two of them look ready, Robert.
They do. And you see the players all getting settled. We have Pragnananda, the youngest participant in this tournament. He won a very nice controlled game in round 4. But report, he lost the first round, Fiona. Now he's gone 2.5 out of 3. Sam Shanklin not having the event that he probably wants to have just yet, but a win would start that trek.
And Robert, well, we're starting in 1 minute. 2 days ago, we had 2 decisive results, which I had actually predicted in the chat, but I know that doesn't count. I never got your opinion. So today, we have 1 minute to go before the start. How many decisive results after everyone's come back here nice and rested?
Well, we have the Mamadjarov hoodie. So I feel like we are going to get 3 decisive games today. I'm going with 3. What about you, Fiona?
Well, I'm going to try and outdo you once again. Everyone had a rest day. Some of the players almost had 2, so I'm going to go 4. And just as I said that, it looks like the games have lift off, and we see here, well, the 2 friends, Anish Giri and Vidit, 1e4 is on the board there, Robert. And I don't know if we should start by bringing up the bird's eye view. Maybe we can get an overview of what's happening.
Okay, well, in the top right between Van Foreest and Mamadjarov, there's a whole lot going on there. I don't know if you can see this, but precisely 0 moves have been played yet. And elsewhere, we're just getting the opening turn from the players. Well, it's going to be interesting to see some of these choices. I mean, we see a Magnus Carlsen go to the Rosalimo potentially. We have knight c6 a move to. That should be a familiar sight. That's the second board on the top row from the left. And that's a familiar sight because he played that the entire 2018 World Chess Championship.
Yes, indeed. So we'll see what's going to happen there. I'm surprised that Vidit, who we see on the camera, do you think e4 might have come as a surprise to him? What does Anish usually open with?
It could hardly come as a surprise because at this high of a level, the players usually what's known as playing with both hands, where you play e4 or d4. And here we see that Vidit has responded. So there's a lot of psychology that goes into even playing the first move, Fiona. Part of it is preparation, but other parts of it is like, what information do I want to give my opponent? I have played games where I have sat and thought, and I'm putting thought in air quotes, for like 5 minutes on the first turn, just to have my opponent feel like I wasn't expecting that move and that I hadn't prepared for it. So I doubt that Vidit was surprised by e4, and he did just play a Petrov.
Yeah, so the Petrov, one of the openings with this most solid reputation, and well, so far we're going down the main line here.
And Fabiano Caruana, he's playing in this tournament. He's not playing this game, of course, but we know how strong he has been with the Petrov as his main weapon from the black side. And he's been very vocal about this, Fiona, that not only is it an opening that can help you equalize, but there also some serious bite if White is trying to play these more challenging lines, going for a win. And Anish plays the very principled d4 move. d5 will likely be the response. And we were surprised in round 4 when Report played the Petrov. So I guess, Fiona, can you maybe elaborate on why we were surprised that Report did it, but perhaps not too surprised that Vidit has done it himself?
Yeah, so I think Report, well, we've talked about it plenty. He is known for his interesting ideas. He's a very fighting player, quite an aggressive player. So seeing a player like him employ the Petrov comes as a surprise. But today, Vidit, he is the tournament leader. He is playing with the black pieces. In general, the players' approach in these kind of elite round-robin events is that a draw with the black pieces is fine, and they often try and get something with the white pieces. Of course, that's not always the case, but that is, I think, the general strategy. And I'm sure that going into this game, Vidit will be thinking a draw is a fine result here. So it's not surprising to see him take a more solid approach. That's not to say that if the opportunity arises, he will not grab that.
Very true. I mean, he did win with the black pieces against Daniil Dubov, but he wants a solid position against Anish Giri. And Anish came on the broadcast after his short draw against Karyakin in round 4. We were analyzing the game between Shanklin and Report. He said, "This is my course. I made an entire course on Chessable about this." So he is probably intimately familiar with so many of these lines in the Petrov that he says, "I'm ready for Vidit, and I would like to take down the tournament leader."
Indeed. And well, Robert, I'm curious, what do you have to say? I'm keeping an eye on the chat, and I see that a lot of our viewers are expecting a fast or a friendly draw in this game. What do you have to say to that? What's your expectation?
No, I think that's wrong. I think that Anish came into today's game hoping to get an advantage. Now, if he doesn't get an advantage because Vidit knows exactly what he's doing, he's well prepared, he's able to come up with good responses over the board here, then the game could end in a draw. But why would Anish, who is at -1, he's 1.5 out of 4, just make a draw? He wants to win this tournament. He loves this event. He's an ambassador for it. So I think he has no interest in settling for a half point unless the dust has been settled, and then it's clear that that's the only result that makes sense.
I absolutely agree with you. I think despite the facts, clearly they are friends with the white pieces, and given the tournament standings, I agree with you. I think Anish will try, especially as you said, it's an opening he's so intimately familiar with. So we will see what happens here. I see some people are shocked that the chat could be wrong, but it happens, chat. You can't always be right. We shall see what happens here. But now let's go back to the bird's eye view. And, well, some of the games seem to be springing into life already.
Yes, and I do want to just make one quick point about the game we're just looking at, and it's that the move Rook E1 is not the most common move. So Anish Giri's latest move is not the most popular line, which means that he might be catching Vidit out of his preparation, because if Vidit decided to play the Petrov just for today, or he wasn't sure that Anish would play E4 move 1 because Anish also plays D4, that perhaps he has caught Vidit off guard, and we'll see Vidit think at this point.
And I see that in the chat, a lot of the eyes have gone already to the game that you were singling out before we even started, Van Foreest against Mamedyarov, and maybe we can take a closer look at what's happening there.
Shocking, right? That the game that I said would be the most interesting is, in fact, looking like the most interesting game. And if we go back to the start, we saw that it was a Spanish, and A6 bishop a4, knight f6. All of this has been played so many times. And when you castle, you give up this e4 pawn. But Fiona, anytime you give up the e4 pawn and there's a king on e8, if the center opens up, that can be very dangerous for black.
Indeed, with white having already castled, white is ready to open the center, to bring a rook to e1, and there should always be enough play here for white. I think very often black will just give the pawn back.
Exactly, because if you get greedy, it's not going to be fun for your king in the center. And it's important to play b5 first, because not only will there be a potential pin on the e file, the bishop on a4 would pin the knight if the move d5 was played first. So you see b5 played. This is all theoretical territory. And then d5. So the pawn takes on e5, bishop to e6. You need to defend your pawn that's hanging on e6. And in general, this seems like a strange setup because black has pushed a bunch of pawns forward. White has a pawn in enemy territory. Black has a knight in his opponent's camp. And these situations, I mean, the players have studied this through and through very deeply. We see here the choice was a4 and c3, Fiona. To my knowledge, that is by far the most popular move, along with knight to d2. And instead, we see Jorden, no surprise, come up with a bit of a surprise.
So Jordan's bringing a4 here on his opponent, Schach. A4, a much rarer move as the one that you have just highlighted. And well, let's try and understand what are the ideas behind this early a4 push.
Yeah, trying to open up the queen side, the rook on a1, the rook on a8. If you can distract this queen to a8, remember what this queen is doing from its current square. It's protecting the d5 pawn. So if you were to make a mistake, like say bishop to e7, now you have a problem because after, and there it goes, right? A takes b5, A takes b5, you take on a8, queen takes a8, and that queen is distracted away from this pawn on d5. So b4 is kind of a forced move from black because of how direct white's threats are. And in the game, he went b4, and quickly Jorden played bishop to e3. And Fiona, we're getting into, not quite yet, but we're about to get into novel territory. And Jorden, he's so well prepared. He comes up with these ideas seemingly in every possible opening. And it now depends on how much and how recently Mamadjarv has looked at this line.
Yeah, I mean, it's incredible. After just 2 moves ago, after bishop e6, we were in a territory where there's thousands of games. And just 2 moves later, we're almost on completely novel ground, as you just said. Bishop e7. Now, the question is, what is Jordan's next idea? Now that the black pawn is on b4, I guess b3 isn't going to be quite as tempting any longer. So how do you develop the last remaining piece? Is the knight just going to come to d2 anyway, or what do you think?
Yeah, the knight will come to d2 at either now or in the near future. And one idea that white needs to keep in mind and black needs to be ready for is this move a5. It's a common idea to separate black's queenside pawns, because if you can establish a5 and b4, you have this pawn chain, and then you don't have to worry about your queenside pawns. But if white throws in the move a5, either now or at some point, this pawn on a6 is stuck in place, which means that if the queen comes to e2, for example, you'll always have to watch out for that pawn being loose, and bishop a4 could hit you by surprise. Black will castle and get out of the immediate pin, but at some moment that bishop a4 move can be quite a nuisance. So it opens up new possibilities for white, but at the same time, Fiona, this pawn on a5 could be a long-term target that white himself would have to deal with.
Yeah, so a very interesting position here already. Just what we expected, some early novel territory, a double-edged position, and a game I'm very much looking forward to. We will leave Jorden to it for now, and let's bring once again the bird's eye view back. And well, we brought back the bird's eye view, and Robert, immediately my eye goes to the game between Niels Grandelius and Magnus Carlsen, because 3 days ago we saw Niels Grandelius play an early g4 against Richard Rapport, which ended up well, it didn't backfire, but the game didn't go Niels Grandelius' way. But once again, the pawn has found its way to g4.
When there's a will, there's a way. And it seems that in this tournament, they want to push those G pawns. So let's go back to the start of this game. It was a Sicilian. We saw knight c6 played. And instead of playing bishop to b5 and getting into Rossolimo territory, Neil says, I'm going to play the sharper lines, open up this board. Pawn d4, knight d4, e6, knight to c3, queen c7. If this looks familiar, it's because Report won a game against Niels Grandelius from the black side, as you were referring to, and bishop e3 is the choice of Niels in this game. If I'm not mistaken, Fiona, we saw this g4 line, as you point out, in the same exact position, and Report did not take on d4. So Magnus, having that game, the recent history in mind, he chooses to take this knight.
Yeah, very interesting to see Niels going down the same exact line. So we will see who of them will be able to spring the first real surprise. And Niels is thinking here after b5. So Magnus immediately trying to take some ground on the queen side.
And you called it in that game a few days ago that the bishop needs to come to b7. The pawn can go to b4. And because White's king is going to go to the queen side, having your pawn out on b5 is very useful because it can help launch an attack. Now, the big problem for Black right now is the bishop can't move from f8, and we see Niels' castle, but the bishop can't move from f8 because the pawn on g7 is under attack. And if you go knight f6, which develops and covers that pawn, we know why the pawn's on g4. It will at some point or right away go to g5. So Magnus is going to slowly develop. He can even consider bringing his knight over here to the queen side with knight e7 to c6. That move seems very slow, but it does kick the queen out of the center, and c6 isn't a bad place for the knight. And alternatively, just play bishop b7, rook c8, maybe try to play for b4 and a quick checkmate. But the point is that you're aiming your pieces towards the white king and towards the center. It's quite natural development from Magnus's perspective.
Indeed, but good to see Niels not shying back, you know, didn't go his way the first time, but he's sticking to his guns for sure. He will have done some work on this line as well. Both players had plenty of time yesterday. Thank you to the chat. We will update the round number on the top right screen, side of the screen. It is indeed round 5. And yeah, so this game here going to be very, very interesting between the two Scandinavian players who know each other so well. Shall we move on from there for now?
Can I ask you a quick question before we do?
Sure.
So we're talking about Niels is struggling in this event, half out of 4. Magnus, he always wants to play for an interesting game and try to win. But when you look at this, right, Magnus is getting what he wants in terms of a fun game with chances for both sides. But as I was hinting at earlier, I sometimes am concerned when a player wants to win, and Magnus is a very objective player. He's the best player in the world and has been for a long time. Do you sense that Magnus is just really, his goal coming today is to win this game? Like that is his one goal.
It's a tough one. I think Magnus in general, he is quite good. I think absolutely yes, he wants to win, but I think he's quite good at sensing when the position, when he's losing his grip on the position. I think we've seen this so often when a position is getting a bit out of hand and when Magnus is at risk of finding himself in a worse position. He seems to be so good at just steering the game into equal territory. So I think Magnus will be happy with what he got here, a very fighting position with chances for both sides. But I don't think he's gonna go all out at any point, and he'll keep his cool. As we see the jacket come up there with Magnus so often, that's a sign that things are about to get serious.
It is, and you said he is going to remain cool. He wants to. He's getting a little hot, I guess, in the jacket. But either way, I do agree with you that Magnus, he's not going to go all out from the very first stage of the game. But as we've seen, for example, against Andrei Yesipenko last year, he plays very aggressively in certain moments. And that game, it backfired. We'll see how it goes today. But from the perspective, I want to win with the black pieces. This is the opening you clearly would want. It's chances for both, king in the center for black, castle king for white, but open c file, and pawn can go to b4 as we are mentioning. So both sides have their chance, even if white initially should be quite happy with how the opening is going.
Yeah, having said that, I think Niels himself will also be very happy because I saw a lot of comments in the chat, this should be an easy win for Magnus. Niels has been struggling. I think far from easy because, well, I know Niels well, and Niels is a player who's not so easily affected by a bad start. He's a very optimistic human being in general, and it's not so easy to bring his mood down, especially early doors in the tournament. Yes, it hasn't gone his way, but what better way to get back into the tournament than by beating Magnus Carlsen? And I think he's absolutely capable of it. So I think Magnus is not the only one who will be looking to get a big win here.
For sure. And it's a rare position. So both players likely on their own already or will be on their own very shortly in terms of what they prepared at home. Queen d2, that looks like, for me, a move that might have been prepared at home because you're retreating your queen. I understand it for sure. One of the ideas for black with having the rook and queen here is b4. Another could be bishop to c5. So queen d2 deals with both at the same time. B4 doesn't threaten checkmate down on c2 because the queen guards it. But it was just an interesting moment where queen d2 played quite quickly. And so I have to believe that Niels is still in his comfort zone. He's worked this out. And bishop b4 pins the knight, tries to win a pawn, but white now has bishop d4. So you can sort of clear the square for your bishop. And black does not want to make this move e5. This is how you lose chess games very quickly, because after e5, there's a problem down on d7. Bishop takes e5, distracts the queen. I will check your king, win your bishop, and just win the game on the spot. So just to point out that Niels knows exactly what he's doing. And now, Fiona, I agree with you. We can go elsewhere and find another interesting game.
Well, we just came from the bird's eye view, actually. And one of the first things I spotted was on the rightmost bottom corner of the board, there's a little h4 pawn, which has gone forward. Doesn't look like it's anything crazy for now, but maybe we can go there anyway, unless there's something else. I mean, rapport against Pragnananda also looks really interesting. I think today is going to be a good day, Robert, when I look at this bird's eye view.
Report against Pragnananda is very interesting, and I've played that opening before. But look at Magnus. I mean, he had his head down on the table, and it looks like he's the first one registering some upset, some surprise. But we did just look at the game, and he hasn't moved, so he's just trying to figure out what to do next. But it is already a very fun battle between the players, and we're getting word, just so everybody can know, is that in the game between Niels Grandelius and Magnus Carlsen, that queen d2 was played by Ariantari against a player, Suvorov, back last year. So that game is known to the players, that they are still following a single game, it seems, but the game will continue and we'll see how the players do in this one. But Finn, I agree with you. The h4 move by Dubov, that one looks fun.
Yeah, maybe we can start there and after that check in with Rapport. I mean, we're really spoiled here. I think the organizers have done such a great job with the invites this year. When you have a tournament with Dubov, with Rapport, with Jorden, with Mamedyarov, I think there's so many. I don't want to, it's hard to even, I shouldn't have mentioned anyone because I think there's so many interesting players in the field that I don't want to, it's hard to single someone out, but every day we've been treated to some fresh ideas and some aggressive chess. So just what the fans want to see.
And I mean, in this game, we just mentioned the h4 pawn for white, but what about this a4 pawn for black? Like, what has happened here? Let's start over. Reset the pieces. D4 by Dubov, no surprises there. And we see that Shanklin, he gets a queen's gambit decline structure. And as per usual, Dubov goes for the Catalan. He loves to fianchetto this bishop. He's rubbed off on Magnus Carlsen. His preparation has been nice for the world champion. And we see here bishop b4 check and a5. So Fiona, I think some people would say, well, can I just give my opponent double pawns? Isn't that good for white? What do you tell them when they make that error in judgment?
Yeah, I think here's one of the examples where this wouldn't be ideal, because if we have a look at it, if we capture on b4, well, black will recapture with the a pawn, and although that is a double pawn, the bigger problem is along the a file. Black's rook now looking down, and how is white ever going to liberate himself here? It's not going to be easy. Also the pawn on b4. And Robert, I've been paying close attention to what you've been saying. When the pawn is 3 squares away from the knight, it dominates the knight, because the knight cannot develop either to a3 or to c3, which are 2 natural developing squares. And yeah, this pressure along the a file. So black would not be worried here about this exchange.
Agreed completely. The pawn is a strength rather than a weakness, which is why, sorry, I jumped ahead too much. In this game, after a5, bishop g2, you sort of ignore it. Black castles, white goes queen c1. And now this move is another funny looking decision, but it makes perfect sense. It defends this pawn on c2. So then the question becomes, why didn't he defend the pawn by going queen c2? Like, what could possibly be the difference here? And at first, I would say, I don't know. I don't see why you would put the queen on c1. It doesn't actually make so much sense to me. But both moves deal with d takes c4. So what is the added benefit of queen c1? That's what the real question is. And I think it's not immediately evident, but as the game continues here with natural moves, knight to d7, castles, bishop goes back to e7, Sam didn't want to trade on d2, because after the knight takes on d2, you're giving white some development. You took a piece that wasn't very active. It allows the knight to get out, and white's queen, while it's on the first rank, is still doing a great job of waiting for this file to open, which it will, and then you can put your rook behind it. And I think that white gets a slightly better position because of the quality of the bishops in particular.
Yeah, this makes sense. So Sam instead deciding to drop back his bishop to e7. And well, I'm still waiting, Robert, to find out about that queen on c1. So for now, rook d1, bishop f4.
And h4. I mean, I honestly, I wish I could give an answer right now. Like, why is that queen on c1? Like, what is the benefit of the queen being on c1? I don't know, because when I look at this position, I kind of wish my queen was on c2. Like,
unless I can sacrifice on h6 at some point.
well, that's what I was going to mention, but I was like, no, there's no way. I mean, bishop takes h6. It has to be a thought at the very least, but you see here the evaluation bar reacting. And I think black can just make this move knight to g4, and the queen is kicked out. It doesn't have the g5 square. If you go queen to h5 over here, black has this move f5. And normally there would be a repetition available, like queen g6 check and queen h6, but you don't have queen to h6 because my knight is covering the square. So the king can safely tuck itself in the corner. And if you give a check here, your queen is quickly getting trapped because my king goes up the board and your queen now has no safe squares. Rook h8 next will trap the queen.
Yeah, so I mean, this sacrifice certainly doesn't work just yet. And it's hard to see. I mean, of course, I would love to make it work, but I don't see how I'm going to do that. So I'm curious, I have to say, to see if Dubov is going to play a move. Well, he has just I think, put the knight to e5. I'm curious if we will find out at some point why the queen is on c1 rather than c2.
It might just be for the threat being strong in the execution. Like the threat of bishop takes h6 at some moment will be concerning for black. So perhaps it restricts some of Sam's options. And the queen at c1 also takes care of the a3 square. Not that that's the reason why it's on c1, but a3 is an idea that black sometimes plays, because if a3 is met by b3, then black controls the dark squares, right? That would be a really nice opportunity for black for the long term, although this pawn could have gone too far. So it does take care of this a3 square. It does have possibilities with bishop takes h6, piece sacrifice, especially now that this knight is on e5. So I mean, this really, it seemed like a joke at first, Fiona, that bishop takes h6, but it kind of seems like this is what it's all about.
Yeah, and I love what you said about the threat being stronger than the execution, a well-known saying, and also, well, that will keep Sam on his toes, because at every turn you have to make sure that there is no threat, that the sacrifice doesn't work. So we see Sam, they actually, you know what, I feel the players are all dressed very sharply today after the rest day. I don't know what that's about. Maybe there was time to do some laundry, or I don't know what's going on, but everyone looking nice and fresh and sharp today.
Yes, they are, especially Mamedyarov. That hoodie looking fresh. We know that that's a good signal for the chess that's going to be played. But you are right. The players are dressing for the occasion, and that's a very serious and important round 5 here in Wijk. So now we put up the bird's eye view, Fiona. And, you know, you asked me what game I want to go to. I'm going to return the question to you, because you mentioned Rapport against Pragananda, which is a game I'm very interested in. Ate Sway, I believe, is the thing to say right now.
Yeah, it wasn't me, it's our producer, Vic. Bless you, Vic. Well, this report game, I also see Yasipenko against Caruana has suddenly caught my eye with the king, the white king with, well, we have opposite side castling, although the black king currently still in the center, but that looks like it's going to be a sharp battle. So, Robert, shall we start with report?
Okay, let's do that. You chose. I was worried that I was going to have to. It's too difficult for me because all the games are interesting, but we will take a look as Mamedyarov brings the hoodie up to the mouth, deep in thought. We will bring up the game between Rapport and Pragnananda. So, hey, I guess that's what we know now, is that when he brings the hoodie up, takes a little nibble, it means he's about to make his move. But we do have this game between Rapport and Pragnananda. This is a theoretical position, and I have experience from the black side of this position in particular, but also a little bit from the white side, so I can comment some here. D4, knight f6. The opening stage here, quite normal, the Nimzo Indian defense, and queen c2. The main line played countless times, castles, a3, and after this trade here, Fiona, d5, bishop g5, c5. So this is a very aggressive way for black to play. And you look, there's a king in the center. So pushing your pawns up the board like this and challenging white's center here, it makes a lot of sense from the perspective that white is quite a ways away from castling kingside.
Yeah, so I was going to ask you, I think, for the players who aren't familiar with the Nimzo and the ideas, so what is the idea behind giving up your bishop pair so quickly and then playing actively in the center? Is it mostly based on what you're saying about the lack of development on the king side for white?
It's entirely about that, because black went bishop to b4, that was 1 turn, and bishop takes c3, that was 2. White, had a knight develop, then queen c2, pawn a3, queen takes knight. That's already several tempi spent trying to get the bishop pair. Now, this is known territory still, but c5 is trying to really take advantage of the fact that black is castled, the king is safe over there, and black's pieces will quickly come out, because as we see, after the pawn was captured on c5, d4, the queen comes to g3 in line with this king, and Pragnananda says, not a big deal, I'll play knight to d7. And the reason it's not such a big deal is because bishop h6 does threaten checkmate in one move, but the knight just drops back to e8, and you've committed yourself to a potential checkmate that is easily defended, and this pawn on c5 is now under attack. And one big thing in this position is with this pawn on a3, you often would like to put it back on a2, because when this pawn is captured, you look at a square like b3. Black often puts this pawn on a5, can even put it down on a4, and just start operating on the flank, on the queen side, because white has no pieces over there. So it's a really dangerous position potentially for white as we return to the game position. And you see Rapport thinking, I don't believe that he's too well versed in this opening. Maybe Pragnananda surprised him with it to begin with. But I mean, I'm looking at this game, Fiona, chances for both sides this early, because white objectively is fine, and knight f3 is the move that probably should be played here. But the way that the time management has been, with Pragnananda well in the lead, he had good preparation in round 4 against Niels Grandelius. This is a moment where Rapport needs to be very careful.
Yeah, absolutely. I was just going to point out the time situation, which seems to confirm your hunch that Richard Rapport was surprised here somewhere by Pragnananda, who I'm sure will have drawn even more confidence from his win from 2 days ago. So, I mean, every game we come for, I'm like, this is going to be really interesting. But today, I have to say, I'm genuinely really excited for this round 5 here, shaping up interestingly everywhere. We're going to take our very first quick break of the day, and then we'll be back with all the action here from round 5. So we'll see you very shortly.
Welcome again in Wijk aan Zee.
Schaken staat voor verbinding. Verbinding hier in het dorp in Wijk aan Zee, maar ook onder schaakfans over de hele wereld.
Ik woon nu 20 jaar in Wijk aan Zee en sindsdien ben ik gek van schaken.
Het leukste aan schaken vind ik dat je met jezelf bezig bent, maar ook met de tegenstander.
Ik vind schaken een fantastische sport. Het scherpt de geest.
Wijk aan Zee is de thuishaven van het schaken.
Met schaken leer je vooruitdenken.
Ik ben bijzonder trots.
Eindelijk weer gezelligheid in ons hotel.
Het is een herinnering, elk jaar weer.
Herinnering?
Eigenlijk het eerste jaar dat Magnus Carlsen bij ons logeerde in het hotel.
Dus ze hebben altijd wat te vertellen en zijn heel erg passievol.
We beginnen met een lege gymzaal en we toveren het om naar een professionele schaaktoernooi.
Deze klus, tijdens corona, hoe vet.
Ik kan me geen januari voorstellen zonder schaaktoernooi.
Daar leeft Wijk aan Zee en daar leef ik zelf ook. Het is gewoon heerlijk. Echt een onwijs mooie tijd is het voor.
Verbinding.
Tactiek.
Thuishaven.
Wijk aan Zee leeft.
Welcome back here to round 5 at the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. And Robert, during the break, none of us went anywhere. We were just busy looking at the bird's eye view. And what a day of chess we have ahead of us today.
How are we supposed to focus on any one individual game when they all look like this? If we just look at the top row, second from the right, Yesepenko against Caruana. There's a pawn that stormed up the G file. Both sides of castle queenside. Black is currently up a pawn, but there's double pawns in the C file. So White's trying to get very active. We have the game between Niels Grandelius and Magnus Carlsen, right? Second from the left from the top row. There's no B pawn for White. His king's in danger, but Black's king's in the center. And even if it castles, the open G file means that the king will never really be safe. Fiona, every single game, even Duda against Karyakin, where Black is up a pawn, but White's ahead in development. I don't know where to go.
There's literally not a single dull game here today. And maybe we should return briefly to Niels Grandelius against Magnus Carlsen, where we see Magnus has just decided to give up another pawn, give up a pawn in the center. So let's catch up with what's been happening here, because things are getting crazy.
Okay, well, bishop b4 was in fact played after queen dropped back to d2. Bishop d4, defending the knight, hitting g7. f6, we mentioned how e5 would not work because of the problem with the d7 pawn hanging, so f6 played. g5, let's crack open the diagonal, please. Let's go for Black's king. h6, I mean, this is a response that clearly was studied, because h6 is just a funny looking move, but it does make sense. You are forcing White's hand. You cannot reinforce it with h4, because after h6 g5, your rook on h1 is loose. You can't take back. That would drop a pawn. So Niels was forced to capture. He chooses the h6 square. And Phil, this is a good lesson, in fact, because if you take on f6 or h6, the knight will capture back, but they say knights in the rim are dim.
Yeah, you want to not invite the knight to join the game via f6. So capturing on h6, definitely the logical choice here. And after the recapture, we saw Niels now play a3 and asking that bishop what it's going to do.
It said, I'll return the favor and surprise you by taking this pawn on a3, and you're like, wait, what is Magnus doing? He's just losing a piece, giving up a bishop? No, after pawn takes a3, there's move e5. This bishop has to move, and if it leaves d4, the c3 knight is loose. We have two pieces staring down the c file, which means that you have to play a move like knight takes b5. We saw that move in the game, hitting the queen on c7, so you can't take the bishop. Pawn takes knight, bishop retreats to b2. What a funny way this game has gone. And then d5 by Magnus. So the evaluation bar is going up in White's favor as we get to the move d5. I'm not sold on that. And it's not to say that Niels doesn't have good chances here. Of course he does. But with this king on c1 so wide open, I don't know who's better. I don't know if the players know who's better. Even if the engine says something, it's where depth comes into play here, because down the road, this king will remain in some danger. This rook on h8 would like to join the party, and d8 eventually. What are you thinking here, Fiona?
I think that if I'm Niels Grandelius, and I mean, I don't have any insights, but I think very likely up until this moment, Niels had been following his preparation, because you can't be playing all these down this crazy line in very close to no time if you're not very well familiar with what you're doing. And if d5 is the first move that catches him by surprise, the question then for the player becomes, well, is this move, am I not familiar with it because it's not so good? Or has Magnus and his team, have they looked at this deeper than I have? Is this a Magnus over the board inspiration? I think this is really a critical moment, and well, maybe we can talk about why did the bar shut up the way it did. Well, at first sight, it looks like one of the pawns is hanging with Jack, the pawn on b5.
It certainly is, and I think that is why the position is so favorable for White. And this is where having the engine is so useful, because while we don't have the moves, we see, oh, this is great for White. But this is, if I try to get into the mindset of the player, and I think, what would I do if I'm faced with this position, I would definitely want to take on b5 with check. And then I would think, where is this king going? I don't want to play bishop c6. I just lost a pawn with check. I don't want to keep trading and then lose this pawn as well. So I'd want to make the move king f7. This rook is going to join the party with rook to d8. And if you take on d5, we see that these pieces are still barreling down at the white king. And bishop takes d5 would distract the white queen, but this would be a big mistake because queen takes d5 is in fact check. So I can take your bishop and then next move return and protect against the checkmate. So what I would do instead is rook d8, putting up more pressure on the d5 pawn. And this is where things get hectic, Fiona. If you play d6, that sacrifice I wanted to make work a move ago, now it officially does work. If your queen takes my rook, you get checkmated down on c2. So this is the type of game that Magnus is going for. He wants to open the board up, even if it costs him 2 pawns. He learned a bit of a lesson from Jorden van Foreest, and he sees that that white king is in some serious jeopardy.
Yeah, and I'm curious here if we can go back to the, because this one suddenly looks like the white king is in some trouble, but if I capture on b5 and after king f7, this is the moment where I wonder, do I have anything better than capturing on d5? Because if I can avoid it, I would like to stop all your pieces from coming into the game.
And I think this move, bishop a4, retreating move, defending the checkmate pretty permanently. This is an important move. And from a distance, it's kind of odd looking. I mean, bishop takes b5 check is, of course, clear to the players. But bishop a4, the e4 pawn is hanging. But if you take e4, you have a bishop backing up the pawn. The issue is queen d7 happens with check, and black is unable to trade queens, because if you do trade queens, in comes the rook with the check, winning the bishop on b7. If you do not trade queens, where is your king going, right? You go king g8, I'm going to run away from you. The bishop drops back to b3 with check. Now where? King to h7. Okay, I found safety, right? No, rook g1. And I don't care if it's a queen or a rook on d7. I'm aiming straight for the g7 pawn, and you can't protect it with a rook without losing that rook on the spot. And then the game, because you can't take it with both rooks, your queen needs a defense of the rook on c8. So you're just getting blown off the board here if you're black. So bishop a4, Fiona, I think that's the retreating move necessary to hold everything together and then play for more.
I love that move, bishop a4, because in this position here, we see the bishop on b3 does such a beautiful job of attacking and defending at the same time, holding things together on c2, but covering, looking down this all-important diagonal. And, well, Ben Feingold said never play f6. And here we see some of the dangers with all these holes along the light squares.
Yes, this bishop a4 move, I don't think that Magnus would take, because he would see that this is a losing continuation. And just one more variation to show that if the king came to f8, the bishop doesn't get to b3. But the problem is your rook on h8 is going to be lost. We trade queens, and then rook d8 check. Thank you very much. Your king has to move, you lose the rook. So these positions, I think that Magnus would have to play the move d4. And he does have this pawn chain aimed towards the enemy king, which is a good thing, but the bishop comes back to b3 check, and the game continues. I think this is where using an engine and only an engine is a big mistake, because it's not like white's king is perfectly safe. We know that white is better, white should be better, but it's not that straightforward, because white does have some long-term problems here. The extra pawn is this pawn on a3, where in a pure endgame, that could be useful. But in the meantime, black has a well-placed rook. The pawn structure is extremely healthy. These pawns here, they can't really move. The pawn e4 is stuck, of course, and if you ever move the f pawn, e4 is in some trouble. So white is better for the time being, but there's some long-term potential for black in this position, and one inaccuracy from white can turn the tables in Magnus's favor, even if Niels would be better to start.
Yeah, and well, Niels has gone into the tank, so I think it's fair to say that d5 has come as a surprise to him, and I think he is going to take his sweet time here to figure out, do I want to capture on b5? If I do, what's my follow-up? What are the long-term ramifications here? So I think we can go back to the bird's eye view and see what else is happening. But certainly such an exciting game here between Niels and Magnus.
And you said think tank, and I know that Jan Krzysztof Duda went to the think tank, and Report finally went knight f3 after quite a thing. So some of these players in really fascinating battles at the moment, but not too familiar, at least in terms of home preparation.
And Robert, is it time for us to check in with Yesipenko and Caruana? Because that is another game where pawns are all over the place, deep into the enemy territory. Both kings have castled queenside, and I hope you can shed some light for all of us into what's happening in this game.
Well, Fiona, I know you're going to be mad on behalf of Ben, never play f6, except in this occasion where it's a very good move, because the last one played was g6. Of course, White wants black to take, and the rook enters the action. So keeping that file closed is a good decision. But we should go back in time just to see how we got here, because I know how we got here. I don't think the audience can tell just from the current position. But here, queen c2, all of this is standard stuff until g4. G4, you gotta love it. Alexander Shabalov, how many times did he win the U.S. Championship? I don't want to get the number wrong, but it's many times, 4, 5. Who knows? Too many. He's an absolute boss. But G4 is a popular decision of his, as he continues to play sharp lines like this. And the point is, if you take on G4, which Fabiano did not, the rook comes to G1, and then if the knight moves, you drop your pawn on G7. So it's a trade of pawns in an interesting way that gives White all of the activity. So Fabiano, he decides to play H6. Bishop d2, still not capturing on g4 because of this rook g1 maneuver, then taking on c4. So look at this. Why rook g1 now? I've been willing to give up the pawn, but when you take on c4, of course you should take back, right? The answer here is it's not so simple, because this pawn on g4 is misplaced. When black plays b5 and bishop b7, you don't want your pawn on g4, right? It's one of these positions, Fiona, where we know the structure, but it's usually with this pawn back on g2.
Indeed. So with the pawn on g4, maybe you can explain. I mean, I'm really struggling because I'm not familiar with this position. So what difference does it make now in this position here?
Yeah, the thing is, in these lines where we usually get b5, the bishop retreats. Now it probably should go to e2, and I think it has to. Not the most active square, so you would want it to be on b3 or d3 because it aims into more of the position, but you need it to come to e2, because if you play, say, bishop b3, just to show something, it's bishop b7, and c5 happens very quickly, and your knight is loose, and there's a rook behind it. So b5, c5 is what black wants in so many of these positions, but the inclusion of g4 is very detrimental to White's position. So all of a sudden, this one pawn move, it's actually of gigantic consequence.
It's a very committed decision by Yesipenko. And so if we go back to the game, rook g1, b5, and now striking in the center. So all of this, is this g4, I guess, is very rare, but has it been played much? You talked about Shabalov.
At this point, I would imagine we're in novel territory. Or approaching it, but it is justified. This pawn center for White is obviously very strong, and you want to push e5 with the fork. You have two pawns in the center to only one for black. So White's center is great, but you've given up a pawn, and Fabiano knows how to deal with it by playing e5. Yesipenko castles. You don't want to open up the position with your king in the center. So Fabi plays queen c7, king to b1. And these are one of these moves, Fiona, we've talked about it. When you castle queenside, you want to bring your king away from the center. So you play king to b1. But in a position like this, I wonder if there's a better way to be more direct, because king b1 may be a tempo loss that allows black to finish his development.
Yeah, I guess prophylactic moves in general are good, getting your king into more safety, but I guess the question you're wondering about is, could we have done something more direct on the king side? g4 has already been played, and well, the question would be, do we have time to play h4 and try and get on with the attack on the king side?
That's really the essential question. And black has counters over here on the queen side as well. Don't count out b4, things of that nature. But h4, in my first instinct, would be the move, just going as quickly as possible. It's not like this attack is leading to checkmate. So black doesn't have to fear that he's going to lose on the spot, but he has to think of G5 here and what to do. I'm really not sure, Fiona. I'm going to be honest. It's one of these positions. It's such a mess. And I would have to do what the players are doing and sit and think for like, 45 minutes. We have the bar offside that says zeros. How helpful is that, right? Black is up a pawn, but it's just zeros. So you're telling us a whole lot. Thanks, Engine. You're really a good pal.
Well, at least on the plus side, h4, it wasn't played immediately, but after king b1, bishop b7, he played h4 now. Of course, not the same story because it comes a move later than what we were looking at. And Fabi now deciding to go queenside as well, which makes sense. Of course, you don't want to castle kingside into the white pawn storm because bad things would be happening here in the very near future. So Fabiano going queenside and g5 still appearing on the board. We saw the trade of pawns, the knight dropping back to g8 and then this g6, f6. And that leads us to the current position on the board, Robert.
Yeah, and I mean, look at Yasipenko. He's really focused here. He's down a pawn. He has compensation because he has more activity for his pieces. The bishop on b7 staring into its own pawn. The bishop on d6 staring into its own pawn. And you could free up the bishop on d6 by taking on d4, but then you welcome this knight into the game and you have weak light squares on e6, on f5, and a knight on d4 is perfectly placed to jump into those squares. So it's not easy for either player as they jockey for position. And b4 is never out of the question. That's the thing. It looks like a bad decision, at least in first glance, because you lose sight of the pawn c4, but kicking the knight away from c3, if white is not careful, that could have devastating effect, especially if you could follow up with an eventual c5 as e4 becomes a little bit tender. And honestly, if we just quickly hop back a few moves to this moment, we're talking about king to b1. I mean, after h4, you still have to consider this move b4 at all times. And then after the knight moves, you play b3 because the e4 pawn isn't defended. And I was thinking about this. I wasn't sure in my head, and I should have shown it over the board, but like with this kind of position, of course, it still says zeros. Like what? Like when I look at this position,
what do we have to do?
I don't think about evaluations. I don't think about numbers. I think this is crazy. It's so hectic. But the point, everybody, is after a takes b3, pawn takes b3, I'm just doing everything I can to distract the queen from the e4 pawn. And if you say, I'm going to keep the e4 pawn, get away, now black plays c5, and this king is in some danger. So it's clear that white would probably take, and knight takes e4, and then we get this kind of position where the bishop comes out to c4. This king is in big danger, and there we see the bar going up a bit, but it's uncertain, right? We made the moves that were maybe c5 instead. That could be a move that keeps things, and yeah, of course, that's the move that keeps things level. But this position, you don't think in terms of evaluation, you think about the complications. This king is not safe. This king will never find true shelter either. White has a better center for the time being, but there's an attack on this king. The e4 pawn is loose. My head hurts. Fiona.
And it's not gonna get any better today, Robert, with all the other games we've got going. If we come back just to the current position on the board after f6, I'm curious what Yasipenko, who we see him there at the board. I'm curious, how do you proceed here? You have given up a pawn, and now how do you want to go on about this? Which of the pieces do you think are well placed for white? Which are the pieces you want to improve? What do you think is the idea here for Yasipenko?
And that's exactly how you need to think about the game. Which pieces are on their best squares, which can go to better ones. And you asked me for Yasipenko, and he just decided to take, I think, on e5. But what I was about to say before he made that move is that knight e7 was going to be black's move almost no matter what. Now, of course, he's going to take back on e5, but knight to e7 was the plan. F takes e5 back here would be a mistake, because look at those light squares we just talked about, f5 and e6. Now it's f7 and e6. All of these light squares are a problem, and I'm going to fork you somewhere over here. No, you can't do anything about it really. So it's not a good situation. So he's going to take back with a piece on e5, Fiona, and I think it has to be the bishop. Normally you'd want to take on e5 with the knight and try to trade off knight for knight, but then knight comes to d4, and you have this problem once again on these light squares. It's not the end of the story. Black fights on, but you can see how uncomfortable it gets quickly. So that's why I think process of elimination says that bishop takes e5 will be played, and you don't want to give up your bishop for a knight in an open board. But at this point in time, this knight on e5 is very strong. This knight will come to e7, and black can complete the development and remain a pawn ahead.
So very double-edged stuff here. We will see if Yestepenko's pawn sacrifice pays off. Let's go back to the bird's eye view for now. We see, well, that, for example, Niels is still thinking after d5. And Robert, what else is happening?
Too much. Way too much is happening. Something a little strange is happening in the Dubov-Shanklin game. I think we can go to that for just 1 second before we go on over to the Duda against Karyakin game, which we haven't looked at. But I just want to quickly show you the last few moves of this game, because I hate to predict early draws, and I don't think we will get it in this game. But look at this, Fiona. Knight h5, bishop e3, knight f6, bishop f4, knight h5, bishop d2. So the bishop is just trying to figure out where it's going to go. It went f4 to e3, back to f4, now to d2, and the knight went right back to f6.
And okay, Robert, good news. We just saw Dubov on the camera. The bishop did not drop back to f4, so we're not going to get an early draw here. Instead, Daniel Dubov has retreated the knight to d3. I don't know if you want to stay here, or with that relief out of the way, if you want to move on to Duda and Karyakin.
Yes, I just wanted to make sure that we were not going to see a repetition. I love the fighting spirit by both those players. For Shanklin with the black pieces, I think it was his best decision to go knight h5 and retreat, so you can't blame him. That's objectively the best choice. And for Dubov, he says, I have other options. Let's go for them. But let's go to this Duda game against Karyakin, because Fiona, I was very surprised, and we talked about it a little bit during the break, that Karyakin went for the Queen's Gambit accepted.
Yeah, the Queen's Gambit accepted. Quite a rare guest at the top, and I don't recall Sergey playing it, but do you have any more insights?
For me, it's the first time I've seen a game of his in this particular line. It is a guest for some of the top players. Fabiano Caruana has played it. Leonard Dominguez has played it. So it's not, impossible that it happens. This isn't the only time, but it is rare because you hand white the center, and we keep talking to Catalan positions like that where white gets the 2 pawns in the center and then black has an extra pawn. But usually in the Queen's Gambit accepted, black doesn't keep the pawn. So b5 by Karyakin, he made a quick draw with the white pieces in round 4. It seems to me, Fiona, he was ready to fight for a win from as early as move 1 today.
Yes, absolutely. He's had plenty of time to prepare. I think even 2 days ago, against Anish, that quick draw, maybe even Sergey himself wasn't too happy with that, was just, caught by surprise in the opening. But today, well, yeah, we definitely have got a fight on our hands here, with Sergey trying to hold on for now to the extra pawn on c4 by playing b5, and Duda immediately trying to challenge the pawns on the queen side. We saw the exchange now on b5, and well, we already talked about this kind of position from the other side where the a file opens. So Robert, what is the compensation here for white? What are the ideas?
Well, you look at white center, you see 2 very healthy pawns here. Black is a pawn ahead, but in general, the pawns in the center are so great because that's where your pieces go. That's the principle of chess. Develop your pieces, control the center. And so when you have pawns in the center, it limits the scope of your opponent's minor pieces. So this is where the compensation comes from. Knight c3 immediately goes after a pawn. Queen b6, bishop e2, just quick development for Duda. And this move, I wanted to get to the game because knight h3, knights in the rim are dim. Don't you usually say that? But as the game continues here, one of the big ideas for white is to play f4 and maybe a move like f5. So the knight on h3, it can't be attacked because the only way to attack it is to give up your central pawn, which you do not want to do, especially because this knight gets the d5 square as well. So you played bishop b7 to develop yourself, and now the knight is justified. f4, maybe f5. This knight could still hop into f4 back towards the center or to g5. So I actually think this game is really hectic, even though there's not too much tension at the moment. It's unclear what black should do about this king, Fiona, because if it castles kingside, you know white's just going to throw everything at it. And if you stay in the center, white's still going to throw everything at it.
Yeah, I mean, I really like the look of this at first sight for Jan Krzysztof Duda. I am also, like you just pointed out, concerned about the black king. Where is that going to go? I think that will be sort of the main plot line for the remainder of this game. But Sergei Karyakin, when he decided to play Queen's Gambit Accepted, he knew that this was sort of the territory he was going to get into. So, well, we'll see what he has cooked up here. For now, Robert, let's bring back the bird's eye view, unless there's something you wanted to say about this game.
I'm just in my head, variations are swirling through my head, just trying to figure out what exactly is going to happen here. Black's so underdeveloped, white with the beautiful center, but Karyakin is a pawn ahead. So if he can fend off an attack for the next bunch of moves, then he can stabilize his position, finish his development, then he will be in good shape. But for now, you see his face. He is ahead on the clock. He's the one who chose this variation, but it's not going to be easy to move forward from here.
So we're back in the bird's eye view for now. Robert, let's quickly, maybe I'll put you to a challenge. Your challenge is within a few moments, tell us what's going on in each of the games, and then we'll go on a short break, during which we'll hear from our producer, Big, checking in with the challengers section.
Okay, well, I'm going to go for a cop-out in the top left between Giri and Vidit because we need more time to dive into that game. It may be even material. Only one pawn has been traded per side, but the action is just heating up there. There's a lot of tension, in particular on the e-file. Then in Grandelius versus Carlsen, he took the pawn on b5 with check. The black king will get out of the way. We were looking at some of these variations where the bishop drops to a4. White's king is safe for now, but black has this wonderful pawn chain as compensation. Caruana took back on e5 with the bishop. If Yasipenko wants the two bishops advantage, he will take on e5 with his knight. That is the top row, second from the right. Black will take back with the knight, two bishops, healthy pawn structure. Black is up a pawn, but white has quite a deal of initiative. And then with Van Foreest against Mamedyarov in the top right, that one I would really need to dive more deeply into. The pawn went up to a5. a6 will be a target. The queen on d3 means the bishop can come to c2 to line up with it and go for the attack. e5 to e6 is an idea at some point. The bishop on a7, don't forget about that. That's a piece waiting in the wings for the situation to open up. Bottom left, Richard Report against Pragnananda. e5 played and ignored. If white took that pawn e5, the king on e1 is not happy. So instead of capturing, he just went rook to d1. Then Duda, Karyakin, we just looked at it. I don't want to repeat myself. So finally, last but not least, Dubov went knight to d3. No move is played by Shanklin. He will sit, he will think, he will ponder his options, and we'll have to find out when we get back from break.
Robert, you've done great. It was quite a challenge with the kind of games we have going on here today. I can't wait to be back with all the action. But for now, let's check in with Big and the challengers, and we'll see you after that.
Yes, welcome back to round 5 of Tata Steel Chess Tournament. My name is Wouter Big. I am the producer for this event, so if anything goes wrong, you know how to play. You know who is scolding Robert Hess when he's taking too long on one game. So for now, we're going to check in with the challengers every day. Next to the Masters, we also have the Challenger section who are trying to be, obviously they're going for first place, and the winner of that tournament will be playing in the Masters section next year. And today, we have a look at a game of Arjen Erigaisi against Rowan Vogel, the German. And they are playing an exceptional game with a lot of tricks. I'm very excited to go in this. So let's have a look. This is round 4, obviously the day before the rest day. And Black just played the move rook to e8, hitting his pawn on e4, building a little bit of pressure. Now, Vogel actually had a crazy combination going on here. And we're going to dive into that. He played Bishop to f3. We'll see the bar going down a little bit. It's a defending move. It makes sense. You know, this e4 pawn is a little bit weak. But what you could have done is e5. And we say, you know what, Arjen, take the pawn. We don't care. And if you take that pawn with the pawn, you cannot take with the queen. She'll lose it. You can play another pawn. We don't care. Like a kid in the McDonald's play place, he doesn't know where to go, so he just moves forward, crawls forward, and obviously he took. If you take with the pawn here, which makes a lot of sense, you have to move rook takes f6, bishop takes f6, and knight to d5, hitting both that queen and that bishop. So beautiful sacrifice of 2 pawns, but obviously you don't need to. There's one other move the black can play, and it is queen to e6, which is move away from it. And this is where the fun starts. It's not even on this list. I was looking in the end, but we were just, we're trying about. You can still play rook takes f6, bishop takes f6, knight jumps to e4, and if you move your bishop back, here it goes, you still play rook to a6. What? Why? Well, if you take it, and this is, I'm sorry, I couldn't make this stuff up. Bishop to g4, hitting that queen, saying, where are you going to go? You're stuck here. You cannot go there. You cannot go back. And if you, well, actually, you can take on c4. I apologize. I was wrong. But then you lose your bishop, obviously, with check, and then your rook. So you're kind of stuck. And if you take the bishop, you're still going to get the royal fork. He hits the rook. He hits the bishop, the queen, and with a check. And white is blasting through this position. So the best move actually for black is to just, I don't care. I'll just take your pawn. And after some trades, white actually sacrificed 2 rooks for this 1 queen. A crazy combination all the way from the start, which all started by the move e5. Unfortunately, this is not what happened. He played bishop f3, and after knight to g4, we had a trade, kicked the bishop out, and now white played e5 with a very interesting idea that after bishop g6, he's like, uh-oh, I have some issues here on the file. He's going to hit my knight. This pawn is going to fall, so I'm going to play rook to f5. You see the bar drop, but the idea about it is pretty simple. If we take, we trade, and here we play knight to e4. And you can see all the pieces here on the light squares, and they're actually very hard to be brought out. They're very hard to be kicked out, and white is actually in a very decent position, trying to put some pressure here on the king's side, maybe with queen f2, putting some pressure here on f6. So this is not a terrible position. It's not the best, but you can see maybe queen c2, hitting that king there. All these pieces are on light squares, and with this bishop being boxed in, this pawn cannot kick away this rook. It's actually a very decent position. However, a clever trick that was missed by Roven was knight to b4. And I have to say, we trade, we jump in here, we take, and we see this battery on the e-file going all the way down. The rooks are released. This bishop is very, very strong. And what happened in the game, this is a little bit too far in the game. I do like to show a little bit more. We did see a trade here, knight e4. It's actually exactly what happened. And you can see here, -8. All it played out. We did see white try to make something happen. But after a few retreating moves, the queen came to the center. And after this final thing, we traded off the pieces. We took on g4, and that was over. We had Arjen Erigaisi, 3.5 out of 4. And he is playing an incredible tournament. Obviously, he did amazing at the Riga Blitz tournament. He did amazing in Warsaw in Poland as well. He's a young talent going towards the top, trying to get as much recognition and fame as Praggnanandhaa, as Vidit, as Anand even. He is not even the future, as Robert Hess would say. He is the today. So an incredible game by him. It was a lot of fun to analyze. I hope it didn't take too much of your time of the broadcast. And if so, we're going to hear it right now from Fiona and Robert.
Welcome back. And Robert just said it there during the break. We are absolutely spoiled today with every single game having burst into action. But Robert, you thought there was one place where we should start?
I think with the tournament leader, Vidit Gujrati with the black piece against Anish Giri, the hometown hero, in the top left of our screen here. That seems like it's the place to go. I mean, I've just been so happy to look at all of these games. The players clearly got their rest because they have their work cut out for them. And if we go back in time, Fiona, we're looking at this opening just in passing. C4 was played here, C6. And at this point, with the pawn coming to c5, obviously this is the first interesting moment, because after bishop c7, you've cut off the defense of b7 from your queen. But Chet would never make this mistake, right, Fiona? They would never take on b7. It's this free pawn.
Well, I think maybe one or the other person might be tempted to take the pawn on b7, but you always have to be so careful when aligning both queens, and especially if your own queen isn't defended, then there might be, oh my goodness.
A discovery?
A discovery, that's the word. I was thinking deflection. I knew it wasn't the, and I just, does this happen to you sometimes? You know exactly the word, but it just won't come to the forefront of your mind.
It happens regularly. Also, English is your third. What language is English for you?
My fourth.
Excuse me, your fourth language. So you're forgiven. You're a polyglot. You can forget words as much as you like.
But then again, I did record a whole series for chess.com on all the tactics you need to know. So
you need to know the tactics, not the name of the tactics. It's okay. It's okay. Well, b7 not captured because the queen is lost. Knight c3 played instead. And knight takes c3 would not be a good move, because after knight c3, bishop takes f5 instead of taking back on c3. You see the eval bar. It's trying to figure out queen takes f5. This pawn on b7 can be captured, but you also should probably just take this pawn, this knight, first, and then maintain the pressure against this pawn, forcing black to play b6, after which you play bishop a3, things like this. And white is just ahead in development. Black is a bit cramped. So queen takes b7 looks like it would be a good choice, but as you see, on the eval bar here, it's not so good, because queen comes back to d7. If you take here, this knight comes to e4, and the queen is trapped in the corner. We just showed you why the queen can't go to the 7th rank, because bishop takes h2 is check, which means the knight a6 is the next move for black, and the queen is caught. So it's a really funny sequence. It's a really deep line, but that's why queen takes b7 for a while is kind of out of the question. But after that b takes c3 move, it's still good for white. But I want to get to the game, because knight a6, knight e2, this is a really critical moment for Vidit. The knight came to e2 to go to g3. And when the knight gets to g3, Fiona, no longer is there a check with this bishop. So by rerouting the knight, Anish is actually attacking the b7 pawn.
Yes, indeed. And well, we will see if you are black. One of the questions, the knight that has just gone to a6, what's the future for that knight? How are you going to deal with defending the pawn on b7? Are you going to defend it indirectly by maybe moving your bishop? Are you going to put a rook to b8? Can you ever push at the b6 pawn? Well, certainly not while there is still a knight on a6. So a lot of questions here for Vidit. What do you think, Robert? How would you deal with the defense of the b7 pawn?
I don't like the look of it, but I'd probably play rook a to b8, where I defend the pawn directly. I mean, it's such a passive square for the rook. The knight can't get back in the game, but I do have everything under control. So that's the bit of good news. I'm struggling to see other nice ways to defend. I know that if I move my bishop from c7, I defend the pawn. So bishop a5 also comes to mind. It is a one-move threat. The rook will move out of the way. And then there's just this awkward setup of pieces over here, which I don't like, because white can play a3, move the queen, and play b4.
Yeah, and well, at least one question I think has been answered here for sure. And Robert, I know you'll be devastated that the chat might have been wrong about this, but that game certainly does not look like a friendly draw. between Anish and Vidit.
No, they're fighting. And of course, Anish came in today to fight, and we know they're friends. They were eating together the other night. They had a nice meal with their trainers. And
Robert, just as you say it, there it is, the tweet that we're talking about. So this was posted by Vidit a couple of nights ago before the rest day. So we see there at the bottom left corner is Ariantari, Grandmaster Ariantari from Norway, who is here as a second for Anish Giri, and then we see on the bottom right Vidit, the selfie taker, and next to him is Grandmaster Alon Greenfeld from Israel, who is his own second. So very wholesome tweet. Great to see the two friends having dinner together, but it's a different thing. You can be friends over the dinner table, but 2 days later, over the board, there are no more friendships.
I'm just mad I wasn't invited. That's just not cool. Anish did it.
We'll have a word with them. I was quite jealous as well because I've been planning to ask them where they got the Indian food from, which looked very nice. There's no Indian restaurant in Wijk aan Zee, so it must have come from a bit further. So I'm planning to investigate. But Robert, we very much hope to have you back in Wijk aan Zee with us next year.
Well, I don't want to be there if Vidit and Anish are going to be there, because I know that they shoot me friendly messages, but they don't invite me to their gathering. So it's all right. I'll be okay. But we should also move on from their game so I don't have to sit here all sad.
Well, we'll try and find a game to cheer you up, Robert. We're back in the bird's eye view, and maybe the next game we have to check in with is Niels Gwendelius against Magnus Carlsen, because after a long thought, Niels decided to take the pawn on b5, and the last time we came from here, we thought Magnus was gonna go to f7, but somewhat surprisingly maybe, or interestingly, he's decided to go to f8 instead.
Let's bring that game up. As we were discussing earlier, king f7, and that was my doing. I was tunneling on that move because I thought, what do we like to have in chess? Connected rooks. Magnus says, you don't know what you're talking about. I'm the world champion. I'm going to play king to f8. And I understand it because he didn't want to allow this bishop to a4. And we were talking about, just to show that one more time, that d takes e4 is not possible with queen d7 check available to white. The king is just in huge trouble. You're going to lose material. So that's why Magnus instead plays king to f8. And the point is that for e takes d5, the bishop can still take because there is no king on f7. Queen takes d5 was check with the king there, excuse me. Now queen takes d5 loses the checkmate on c2. So this opens up the board. f3 is under attack over here. The c file is open. The knight can come back to the center with f5. So all of this stuff becomes available to black. And if queen comes to b4 check, I think he's just going to slide his king over to g8. And he may go down 2 pawns here, Fiona, because queen b3 pins the pawn, protects the pawn c2, but the queen doesn't want to do the bishop's job. It was so much nicer when the bishop was on b3 because you're not tying your most valuable piece to a pawn. The problem with a queen protecting something is that when the queen is attacked, it almost always has to move. When a bishop is attacked, if it's protected, then you don't have to move it. So after knight f7 first to block the pin, e takes d5, we get in this position with a blockade. This queen on b3, not a stable defender. The rook can come to b8 at some point. The king will move out the way. This rook can come down the h file somewhere. So much energetic play, so many options for black that even if the evaluation bar says something, neither player cares.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is one of the games where we'll just sort of have to try and discard the VAR because Magnus, he clearly has an idea in mind. King f8 looks strange. Of course, one of the questions you might be wondering, we talked about king safety, but I think in this game, Robert, there was just never any moment for Magnus really to castle.
No, and we have Grandmaster Nim in the chat who played in PogChamps and is rooting for Niels. And, you know, this is a good instructive moment for many people because we hear that we need a castle, we need to connect our rooks, play in the center. All the rules are out the window. This is a game where it's mayhem. both kings are going to be in some danger, and so who is able to both defend and attack simultaneously. You can't go all in for your opponent's king if your king's in danger, and you don't want to be too defensive. You don't want to be like a turtle in the shell. You need to stick your head out every once in a while and try to poke at your opponent's king. So here, king f8, I really like the choice. I think it's better than king to f7, and there may be some forcing lines here, Fiona, but it's not going to be easy to calculate.
No, and we see Niels there, well, on the big screen, doing some calculations. He was about to reach out, make a move, but I think Niels has got to be happy as well to have gotten a position. Okay, it's going to be a tough game, for sure, but it's a game where all three results are on the table, and I think he overall should be quite happy with what he's gotten. He has just made a move, and well, you said you don't really want to bring your queen to b3, so Niels decides he's not going to get too greedy, but he wants to bring that bishop to b3.
Did you see the evaluation bar though?
Plummet.
I don't like it, but it went from advantage for white to now it's a 50-50 battle. And the big difference for Magnus, the king being on f8, is that after d4, there's no bishop b3 with check. So black essentially gains a tempo compared to the variation where the king was on f7. Bishop b3 still may be a good move, but now the knight can come to f7. The knight can try to come to d6, then try to work its way all the way to c4, for example. So Magnus saves himself an important tempo. And something else here is the rook is developed on h8. That may seem ridiculous. What do you mean the rook is developed? We put our rooks in the center. The rook has an open file in front of it. So especially if the queens came off, if we just force the queens off, I know I do this sometimes. You all get mad at me because it's a terrible move. Just let it happen. Queen a5. I can take a free queen. I get it, everybody, but we're not going to do that here. We're just going to go queen d8. We're going to trade queens. And then this type of position is, let's say I even take with the knight. But the point is that this rook is on a great line. So it is developed where it currently sits. It can go to h3, attack f3, h2 pawn is isolated, and that means it needs to be defended by a piece rather than with a pawn. And so then black will have plenty of compensation in a situation like this with the rook on h8.
Yeah, so I liked what you're pointing out. The rook on h8, although it hasn't moved, it is an active piece in this position. And actually, I think maybe one more time, just to be completely clear here, I saw a question in the chat after Niels's last move, bishop a4, when the bar went down. I saw a question in the chat, what was the winning move? Because it looked like the bar was so high up. But I think, Robert, it's really important to really explain Magnus. No, he hadn't blundered. Magnus isn't necessarily, well, definitely isn't in a losing position here. I think maybe the engine is not at a super deep depth, and sometimes it's hard for them to understand these positions where one side gives up as much as 2 pawns and still has play.
And as we know well, there's a big difference between what the engine says and what the players feel. Engines are better than humans at chess, even Magnus Carlsen. So the line we were looking at with queen b4 check, something like this, where the king hides on Jaden, even when you make the move, queen b4 check, which I actually did look because I wanted to verify that is the best move as the moves happen and the depth goes up, saying actually this is really not so clear here with queen of b3 and then knight to f7. White is better. E takes d5, knight d6. We were talking about this variation, but when players who don't have the evaluation bar, they sit and think about this position, I promise you, many of the top players, probably, what would you say, 75%, maybe even 90%, a very high percentage, would say, I'm taking black here. 90% is too high. I mean, you have 2 extra pawns for white, but a large percentage of players would say, I'd rather be down the material and going for the attack than being up the material. White can stabilize, but it's not going to be easy with the queen and the rook so perfectly placed here. A move like, say, bishop d3, let's protect against checkmate. Looks like a good move. Oh, wait a second. The evaluation bar is going down. And why is that? Maybe it's because d5 can be targeted. The rook on h8 still in a good spot. Queen c5 comes to mind. The knight on d6 is so strong here. d5 is in trouble. So I get it. The evaluation bar says something. We all want to be like, oh, white is winning. It's how could he make a mistake? we don't want to get our pitchforks out and go after the players because the position is so complicated that natural moves, bishop d3 protects the pawn on c2, but then it gets into trouble on d5. If instead you play bishop to e2, I want to save my bishop and I want to get out the way. I promise you that a move like rook h4 is going to be nasty. That rook is coming into the game, and white has all these threats that need to be dealt with, and the black king suddenly is the safe one.
Yeah, indeed. So much more to this position than just the elevation bar going up and down. Robert, let's bring back the bird's eye view as Magnus ponders his next move. And I mean, today is really just such an incredibly messy day. I don't even know. Usually my eye goes to one game in particular, but today is just, I mean, this bird's eye view looks like someone just threw a million pieces at random all over the place.
Yeah, and it's making me make bold statements like giving percentages, which I never ever do. Just such a wild day here. We see from game to game. Look at the Caruana game against Yesipenko. It looks like Fabiano, based on the bar there, has a big advantage, and I can believe that. He's up a pawn. E6, just played by Jorden van Foreest. His knight is under attack on d4. He says, I don't care. You take my knight, I get your bishop. That one looks exciting. Of course, the game between Duda and Karyakin, where Karyakin's king has not left the center. And then we have Rapport against Pragnananda, where during the break, Fiona, we were talking about that game as well. That's the bottom left-hand side of the screen. That game is really interesting because white's king is in the center. White is up a pawn, but I think that black has good chances. So Pragnananda playing some great chess.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know. Maybe we start with Yesipenko against Caruana, and we could go in that order. Yesipenko and then Van Foreest and then Rapport. What do you think?
Okay, I'm going to listen to you. And yeah, this position, I'm going to side with the eval bar. I like to fight it against our engine overlords, but I look at this position, and if we go back even a turn, bishop takes e5, the knight came to e2. So knight e2 looks like it's trying for knight d4, I guess. I don't know, really like that move, if I'm being honest. It feels like you're down a pawn and retreating, and black's response c5 takes care of the d4 square and opens the bishop up to the e4 pawn all at once. I think that was a step in the wrong direction, Fiona.
Yeah, I think in general, I'm curious to see what is Yesipenko's next move. Could he have missed something? Even if we look at him on the camera, he doesn't look too happy. As a rule of thumb, of course there are exceptions. I think it's so important what you were saying. If you are the one that's given up material, in general, retreating moves are not the way. So knight e2 does look curious, especially because c5, not only, as you mentioned, takes away the square on d4, but also looks down at the pawn on e4, and the knight from e2, well, it was looking at d4, and the other squares it can jump to, none of them look too enticing. f4 is not even possible because black is looking down with both the queen and the bishop, and knight g3, I mean, what's the idea? Knight g3, knight f5, all seems very slow.
It is, because black will complete that final piece development, and knight to e7 hits this pawn, takes away f5. Trades will help black here. I mean, if we go back just even a move from where the game is, this knight on c3, it stops c5 because the b5 pawn, and even if that pawn were not hanging, the d5 square is quite important. So yeah, this decision to play knight e2, perhaps taking on e5, just securing the pair of bishops, it does look like black can stabilize either with knight takes e5 or even with pawn takes e5. We didn't like pawn takes e5 before, where the knight could jump to g5. There is no knight there anymore, so knight f6 could be next. And yeah, black's up a pawn. White does have the pair of bishops, an open board. I would still take black in this position. I really would. I think it's easier to play.
Well, if you already would have taken black here, then of course there is no question as to the current position, which is a so much better version. Also the bishop from f1, at least that was looking down at the pawns on c4 and on b5. Right now, where can that go? It cannot go to h3, where it might want to go, but the rook from h8 is looking down the h file. So yeah, it's hard to see a an active plan here for White at first sight. So Robert, could today be the day that Fabiano scores his first win here?
He has a great position. And like the other game, the rook is developed on h8. You're pointing out that the h3 square is unavailable, which is really important because bishop h3 would be a nasty move. So that's not available. And Fabiano's position looks great. The bishop on f1, not doing very much. You mentioned how at least it was staring at the pawns over there on the queen side. And a move like a4, trying to break down the pawn structure. Well, are you really going to take on c4? That's the big question, because after, say, b4, queen takes c4, I'm already looking at moves like knight b6, queen c6, aiming at e4, aiming at a4. And in general, you don't really want to push pawns in front of your own king. And Fiona, I'm really not liking the look of this position for White.
No, and it looks like Yasipenko himself, I mean, I don't know him super well, but you can almost tell from the body language that he is not as happy. You can almost sense that something has gone a little bit wrong here. But we will come back here. For now, well, today it almost feels like we have to go to bird's eye every time in between to make sure we don't miss any dramatic developments. But we've seen the Van Foreest Mamedyarov game. That pawn is still on e6. Mamedyarov hasn't made his decision yet, so maybe it's time for us to jump in there.
Let's do it. Let's go to Jorden, the champion from 2021 in Wijk against Mamedyarov, who is the champion of the people's hearts, especially when he has his hood up, right, like he does right now. The move c5 was the last move played.
By the way, Robert, just about to go back to the hood. Niels 2 days ago told me that it was actually really cold in the playing hall, so it looks like that might just be the reason, might just be cold protection.
It's good to stay warm. He's just warming up in the tournament. He won his last game, and this one's getting really sharp because c5 was the last one played by Black, and then e6 is the response. So many of us would say, I need to move my knights under attack, but the pawn attacks the knight and also threatens c4 with a fork of the bishop and the queen. So you can't move your knight without losing material. And so this was all planned by Jorden. We can even take a couple moves back here. Knight d4 played. So c5, I take your bishop. That's clear. Bishop d7, knight f3, welcoming c5 because of this move e6. And Fiona, I think that's a free pawn, right? Just pawn takes e6. Why not? And as you'll see, knight g5, I put your pawn on the square so that I can take it. And there's a checkmate threat on h7. So you're filling the square and essentially removing the guard because that f7 pawn covered e6. But if your f7 pawn is on e6, there's no extra pawn coming to f7 to defend it. So knight g5 is a wonderful tactic with a double attack.
Very nice move here, which would leave Jorden with a huge advantage. So we see that Shahi had no interest in taking on f6. Instead, he dropped the bishop back to e8.
What a move. I don't know if I would have been able to play that move. I would have thought about taking this knight or playing c4. That's still available to win this bishop in this bishop trade. But he goes bishop e8 here. And if takes on f7, he will be able to take back with his bishop. And you see the evaluation bar plummet. The reason why this knight's under attack, c4 remains a threat that's going to win a piece as it's a fork. If you try some funny business with knight g5, now I block your checkmate threat with bishop g6, and I stop checkmate while attacking your queen. I win your knight on d4. At the very best for White, you get two minor pieces, a rook, excuse me, for two of your minor pieces, but that's going to be completely losing. For example, in this line, you win the rook, but I already took one knight. I will take a second, and just to finish this variation, two pieces are way better than a rook here.
Yeah, so this cannot be the way for Jorden. Instead, do we have to get one of our pieces out of the way and create some threats? How do we do that? Well, we can retreat the bishop to c2. We're threatening checkmate on h7, and at the same time, we stepped out of the fork with c4 hitting the bishop and the queen.
Yeah, bishop c2, only move, very important move. And now there's a big question for Mamedyarov. You know that your king is in trouble. how do you block the diagonal? Do you play G6, which allows a trade on F7, but opens up the F file, and that could be nice. You also have the bishop pair. Or do you play a move like F5, which leaves white with a passed pawn, but also leaves black with the opportunity to bring the bishop over to B5 once the knight retreats, and maybe this E6 pawn, while passed, has wandered too far. So later in the game, I can start attacking it with my pieces, and you can't defend it with another pawn.
Yeah, I mean, this position is crazy. I don't know what to make of this. For now, white will have to move the knight from d4, which is attacked. It's so hard to say, is this pawn on e6, is that a strength? Is it a weakness? Black also has some holes on the dark squares. There's a big hole on e5. Thankfully for black, white doesn't have a dark squared bishop any longer, but I find this position so hard to evaluate, Robert. So I'm very thankful to our Silicon friends who informs me. There's, once again, just a 0-0 equality.
But isn't that worse in a way? Because you're like, thinking about the position, saying, I don't even know which side I would take, and then the evaluation bar says 0. So it's kind of like, it's supposed to be level, it's dynamic equality, but that doesn't really inform you that much. That's the answer to the evaluation, the objective evaluation, but it doesn't tell you the why. What you should do here is there, but why? And we always are trying to figure out the why. So I think this position is really complex. They'll sit and think for a while. Jorden trying to figure out, do I take on F7 first? Do I drop the bishop back to C2? How am I going to go about this? E takes F7, we just discussed. It's a very bad move. He will not play that. He will play bishop C2, and he's just trying to come up with his next few moves after bishop C2, and will Mamadjar play G6 or F5?
Yeah, plenty to consider for both players here, so we'll leave them to it and bring back the bird's eye view. I know, well, we're going to go to Rapport and Pragnananda, but I also see Ozzy Malex in the chat. Ozzy Malex asking, is Duda losing? Well, we see that the bar has dropped down into black's favor. So first we'll check in with Rapport and Pragnananda, and then we'll go and see what's happening in the Duda game.
Okay, well, I do not like the look of Rapport's position. We see that on the screen here in the bottom left, and we'll pull the game up so we can analyze a bit. But the position is such that white is up a pawn, and this has been a theme in some games. Extra material doesn't mean you have an advantage necessarily. And right now, white doesn't have an advantage. Your king is in the center. How is your bishop going to get out? You'll have to make a move like E3, but when you make a move like E3, you're opening up the board more while your king remains in the center. So if we just go back a few moves, at this point, knight F3 was played, and E5. This is a standard response from Pragnananda. I've played this position from the black side since I was like 13 years old, and you have to be willing to part with material. Knight takes E5. That looks like a second pawn that you can capture, but black doesn't even need to capture this knight. You can take this pawn on C5, and what you've really done from black's perspective by playing E5 was open up your bishop on C8. You're opening up the E file for your rook. This knight can come into E4, or if white's not careful, can come into B3. This queen has A5 check at some point, not now because B4 would be a good response, but there's so many threats in this position, Fiona, that white is just moving the same pieces and capturing material, and black is opening up the board for his pieces in a way that's not going to be fun for the white king to see.
Indeed. So Richard decided, well, he did not want to allow any of this, instead trying to keep things together by putting the rook to D1. Black also activates his rook, but yeah, this king is a serious concern. Robert, you told us at the start of the show you have experience with this position, especially from the black side. I guess you would be quite happy here playing in Prague's shoes.
I would, and I've lost games from the black side. It's not like I play this and I win. Of course not. I actually have had some difficulties because in this position, white, I believe, should castle queenside, and it's a position that's really tricky, generally speaking. I mean, the pawn on C5 can't be captured just yet because now the pawn will be captured and the rook is in a good spot. So you have to time things very well. And E3 is coming. The rook is in line with the queen here. So you can open up the board more when your king is safe, and not that the king is safe here, but it is at least a bit tucked away. So rook d1, it makes sense. Castle and queenside, very difficult to play when you have pawns that are advanced the way that these pawns are. But rook d1, rook e8, and b4, black quickly strikes with a5, opening up a new front of the attack. Knight retreats to d2, and a takes b4, a takes b4. This is where we are in the game. And Fiona, black with the great center, with control of the open A file. Really the only thing that has white in this game, and probably feeling decent, is that you have the extra pawn. And if the queens get traded and white's king gets safe, then maybe we'll feel that presence of the extra pawn. But for now, it's not the story. It's about the king, and I would play e4 for black.
E4 looks really very tempting to just ask that king. I mean, the pawns are getting closer to the enemy king, which right now looks rather terrifying. Only one completely stuck. We don't see how that king is going to get castled anytime soon. Look at those black pawns. I mean, usually the pawn center is with the pawns on d5 and e5, but here those pawns have just taken even more ground, both into the white's position. And yeah, I'm loving Praggnanandha's the way he has handled this.
You know, you play e3, I'm going to get my bishop at a long last, and then you see d3 happen, and black just sinking his teeth in the position. And you see the bar is not sure. It's like, oh, white could have some chances here. The only way to get this bishop out is to play f3 and chisel at this pawn structure. But when you play a move like f3, you're creating new problems for your king. So there is a potential that white is able to, you know, get all the pieces out and challenge black's dominating center here. But it looks really iffy at the very least.
Indeed. And well, we can see Pragg 2 days ago, he won his first game here in the Masters. Can he make it 2 on the trot? We'll find out later today. For now, let's quickly go back to the bird's eye view. I mean, I'm repeating myself, Robert, but every single game is just on fire today.
Even the Dubov-Shanklin game, like that game, they repeated some bishop moves a couple times. And is Dubov currently down a piece? He sacrificed a piece temporarily, but he has 2 pawns for it, the rook on a8. I mean, gosh, even the game that was looking the quietest is now also heating up.
Shall we, you know what we'll do? We'll stick to our promises of having a quick look at Duda Karyakin. Then we'll go on a very quick break, and then with renewed energy, we'll try and figure out what's happening in that Dubov-Shanklin game.
Yeah, let's take a look. We last saw the knight was on h3, and white had just castled. Black plays knight f6, and here Duda decided to strike with the move e5. And we can see that the evaluation bar is not thrilled about it. The knight can get this d5 square, and there was a trade which Duda was okay with because his knight came to f4, putting pressure on this bishop. And I think instinctively we want to move the bishop away. We don't want to give it up. But Karyakin knows better. If he moves, that's not the bishop, that's the bishop. If he moves the bishop back to b7, saving that piece, in comes moves like bishop e3 and d5 and b3. And I'm just trying to open up the entire board against your king on e8. To start with d5 makes perfect sense. You're trying to threaten this e6 pawn. If it's captured, your knight comes in. It's going to be a bad situation for black. The bishop can come to f3 as well. So that's why he went knight c6. And Duda did not take on d5. If you capture on d5, pawn takes d5 back. This pawn looks like a bit of a target, but so is the pawn on d4. So you need to defend this pawn on d4. And by the time you do that, black will be able to develop the bishop from f8, put the rook on d8, and castle kingside. So the knight on f4, Fiona, is actually stronger, I would imagine, because at some point after bishop e3, black went rook to d8, but this knight can come to h5, which is really annoying for black to deal with.
Yeah, the knight on h5 would be looking down at the pawn on g7, which makes it difficult for black to develop his final piece, the bishop, from f8, because as a black, you really want to, I think, just get castled kingside. So an annoying move from that perspective. After rook d8, So that is the live position on the board. So are you sorry, Robert? You're saying knight h5 is an option here, yeah?
It's an option here, but you keep it in your pocket. So like that's the annoying thing for black is like as soon as you move your bishop from f8, then the knight can come to h5. You can also put the knight on h5 now, but I would want to challenge black a little more for the time being. I'm just not sure where to do that from. By the way, sorry, Fiona, but look at the clock. Karyakin well ahead.
Oh my goodness. Do that down to 35 minutes only. I hadn't seen that. That is a huge, huge time deficit. We're only on move 13. And while Duda also clearly not looking too happy on the camera.
Yeah, I'm trying to come up with a move for him here. He's trying to do the same. And knight takes d5, we're talking about that as an option. It still exists. After knight takes d5, that black will still take with the pawn. If you take with the rook, that's how you get yourself in trouble. You see a bishop, you see a queen, bishops usually win that battle, and it's not the end of the world after bishop f3 because rook d7 or rook d8, something like that. Let's go back to d8. Oh, that's the wrong move. Because bishop takes c6 and rook takes a7. So rook d7 is in fact better, and d5 looks like it just wins material, but the pawn on d5 is pinned to the queen. This is really important because it would be losing for black if not for that fact. And so bishop c5, finishing development, and you can't take on c6 without losing your queen.
Some incredible lines here. So plenty to figure out for Duda because the tactics at the moment seem to all be working in black's favor, but he's gonna have to come up with a plan soon here as time is ticking down. We are back in the birds. No, we're back on our cameras. Robert, we're gonna go on a very quick break, but what a day of chess it is. You don't want to go away. I think today we're in for a lot of treats, so we'll be back with all the action here in just a few minutes. Tournament ambassador win in 2022? Robert, that is the question. We don't know the answer, but what we do know is that things are happening in his game where Vidit has just played g5.
He has indeed, and what a day it's already been, and it's going to continue to be. The last few moves, we saw knight e2, we saw quite a bit of time spent on f6, which makes sense. A pawn 3 squares away from a knight limits the knight, so the knight on f3 doesn't have too many places to go to. It also covers his important e5 square, and after a3, here comes g5, Fiona, and this move, it may look aggressive, but in some ways it's defensive because I believe that Vidit is uncomfortable. He's down half an hour on the clock. He's trying to figure out what to do. And White's plan is much more obvious to come by. He went a3. He wants to move his queen, maybe queen c2, play for b4. And when you make a move like g5, all of a sudden you create threats of your own, which means that White can't singularly focus on his ideas on the queen side.
Also, could there be some element of taking away any possibilities of knight h4 and make sure that light squared bishop can stay on that diagonal, drop back to g6?
That's a great point. The bishop can tuck behind the pawn, and that way it can't be kicked because knight h4 would have been annoying for this bishop on f5. So you're absolutely right. And this position, you don't really want to play g5, but if we look where White's attention is focused, it's not on the king side. So g5, you typically don't push pawns in front of your king because then your king becomes exposed, easier to attack. What attack? I mean, look where Black's pieces are and look where White's are. It doesn't seem like this king is in any danger. So I do like the move g5.
Yeah, we'll see how Anish reacts. I mean, can he just continue with his plan anyway of trying to get b4 in, or do you feel he should react to g5 in a way?
Let's see. So queen c2 would be the way to try to make b4 happen. Looks reasonable. Trying to figure out what's happening on this diagonal. Is there some pressure against this knight? The knight is defended, but maybe in general, bishop on g6 is just a good square for it. At some point, if White really ignores the king side, don't be surprised if f5, f4 becomes an option. You can throw your h-pawn off the board. I don't think you want to move this h-pawn, but you can at some moment. And it's unclear, even after b4, how much White is really getting here. b5 is covered for now, and oftentimes, even when b5 happens, you can ignore it, move your knight back towards the center. So it's interesting. This game is really, really interesting.
We will come back to it. I think we'll bring up the bird's eye view for a second, because another game where a lot has been happening is Anish's fellow countryman, Jorden van Foreest. We can already see from the bird's eye view that things have changed drastically there. So let's catch up.
And it's the second game in a row where Mamedyarov will have a material imbalance of 2 minor pieces for a rook. Let's just go back a few moves. We saw e6. Bishop e8 played by Mamedyarov, a strong move. And here it looks like Jorden. He was hopping forward, trying to deliver a checkmate, going for the f7 pawn as well. And after f5, he's sitting here like, oh, my knight's under attack. c4 is this fork that I see coming. I have to make a move like knight f7, because if bishop takes f7, now it's justified. ef7, rook f7, in comes the knight to e6. That's a light square that my knight is planted on. I can bring a rook to e1 to reinforce it. I've stopped c4 by attacking your queen. Even if you attack my knight with queen to d6, getting out the way, I can play rook e1. There is no c4 with the queen unprotected on d6. I can just take on c4 and win your pawn. So that's not going to work out for Black. So that's what Jorden was going for. But Fiona, Mamedyarov had other plans.
He did have other plans. He said, you think I have to take with the bishop? Absolutely not. Rook takes f7 was played by Schach. And well, the bar seems to agree with him. I saw, of course, a few shouts in the chat of Jorden has blundered. So why is rook takes f7 so much stronger than taking with the bishop?
We don't expect our opponent to take with the more valuable piece, but in this case, it's a great decision. The reason why, after pawn takes rook, bishop takes back, e6 is covered. You need a tempo move with this knight. C takes d4, the obvious threat, but after that, c4. hits the queen, hits the bishop, that is a fork. You don't have knight e6 because the bishop covers the square, which means the knight has to move somewhere else. And in the game, it was knight takes f5. But after c4 here, this is a problem. Bishop takes c4. Do not just take back because someone took your piece. That would be a mistake. After dc4, queen d8, check. The rook would take, and the knight on e7 lost its defender. White wins this knight, wins the game, being up in exchange. So what Mamedyarov did instead is he took the knight on f5, and here at this moment, now Jorden has a tough choice. Does he take back on f5? Does he try to take this pawn on a6? But no matter what he captures, Black has two minor pieces for the rook. That is good for the minor pieces, especially when the white king is the one that's going to be in some danger. And the question I have for you, Fiona, is we saw Mamedyarov survive a position where he had the rook for two pieces, a rook and some pawns for the pieces. Now it's Jordan's turn to have the rook and a couple pawns. Do we think that Jorden has some chances here? And looking at the body language, do you think that Jorden already feels like he's going to lose this game?
I think Jorden feels very uncomfortable. And to answer the other question, I think this game is very different from the game we saw 2 days ago between Mamedyarov and Duda, because what is the difference in this game? Mamedyarov's king is very safe on g8. 2 days ago, it looked like life was looking good for Duda with the two pieces, but his king, exactly, Robert, was in the middle of the board. So here it looks like Schach is just going to get this nice material advantage with the two pieces against the rook, with no compensation really for Jorden in terms of black kings being weak. There's also not really any pawn structure damage. So I think what's on the horizon here for Jorden is a lot of suffering and no fun.
And a big problem for white is that these pawns, the queenside pawns, are on the board, because what you'd want to do, and it's a long ways away, but if you could trade the queenside pawns and say trade the queens, now there's not as much to attack from black's point of view, which means not as much to defend from white's point of view. So that's the dream, but it's not going to happen. This bishop on f7 protects this pawn. And if the queens come off, let's say rook d1, just to sort of force this, I know you don't have to trade queens, but we get to a position like this, and now white is okay, I guess, because there's some threats. But in general, having pawns on both sides of the board is going to be an issue for white if black can coordinate well, because now white's rooks will be tied down to some pawns, and then black has more pieces, right? You have two pieces for a rook, so your bishops can start maneuvering, swinging into the position. And after rook to d1, queen f6 that's tunnel vision. So I know I want the queens off in theory, but in this particular position, worsening my pawn structure, that's not the way. We need to find a better way. And so queen move, say, to f8 makes more sense to me. But that's what we're trying to envision, is what future do we want for our pieces for this game to take? And a queen trade on the right terms would be good for black. But even with the queens on the board, a bishop on a7, aiming at f2, it's white's king that's in more danger than black's.
Yeah, and we talk about the problems for Jorden, but for Mamedyarov, I mean, this could potentially be his second victory in a row. Depending on what happens in the Anish Giri game, well, Schach could be joining the leader pack tonight, and he's always a force to be reckoned with. Things are looking great here today for him with the black pieces. We will come back to this game. Let's bring back the bird's eye view. And I mean, Robert, I don't know, when are things gonna get any easier here, because things are mad. Maybe we have to go to the Dubov-Schenkland game, where Dubov has temporarily, as you mentioned before the break, given up a piece for now. So shall we go and figure that out? And then Magnus Carlsen, some things are happening there, so we'll head there next. What about that?
Let's do it. So we're going to go to the Daniil Dubov game, because it was the tamest game of the round. And all of a sudden, white sacrificed a piece for some pawns. A rook is hanging in the corner. Let's just go back a few moves. We saw
Do you think, Robert, that what happened was Dubov took a stroll around the playing hall, saw all the other games, and thought, what is going on here? I shall not be outdone so easily. Came back to the board and just threw a piece in there.
He did look at the other boards like, wait a second, I have the most boring game. That's never happened to me in my life. And it looked like it could have ended in a repetition. They were repeating bishop f4, knight h5. The bishop finally came back to d2, and the knight came back to f6. So this was good play by Schenklin. He wasn't just playing for a draw. He was trying to make the best moves. And the knight does belong in the center, covering squares like e4, but the knight was good on h5, kicking the bishop away. So look at this, knight d3 back, knight b6, c5. Let's push our pawn forward. But Schenklin was happy to waste this time with his knight. It wasn't a waste. The pawn went up to c5, which means b6 will chisel at the pawn structure, and the bishop on c8 will finally be freed. That's what black needs, is to open up the board and to help this poor bishop on c8. So bishop b4, pawn to b6, captures. Now c6 is under attack. Schenklin doesn't care about that. Bishop b4, queen takes c6 is played here, and bishop a5, Fiona. The rook is hanging on a8. That's why queen takes c6 was even possible. There's two pieces under attack. Schenklin says, go ahead, take my rook, because after queen takes a8, queen comes and takes on b6. There's a problem here. Where's that queen going? The answer might be nowhere, and yet the eval bar says, of course, zeros.
Okay, and well, Robert, let me ask you the simple question here. Why?
Why? I think there's only one way out for the queen. If you make a move like knight to c3, say you're just saying, I'm going to get out of there. The answer is no. Bishop b7 happens. You could take on a4 to hit the queen on b6. We just saw a position where Mamedyarov has the two minor pieces for the rook, so rook takes a8 is possible. But why do I have to give up my queen? Let's play queen c7. If you are going to take my queen, it's going to cost you a rook, not a piece. Queen a7 is not good enough. Rook a8 still traps the queen. It can't get out of here without being captured. So that would give black the material edge. So that's why knight c3 is not possible, but knight c5 stops bishop to b7 and stops bishop to a6 because the knight covers the square. Now, knight takes c5 gets rid of the piece, but after d takes c5, the queen's under attack. It's still trapped over here in the corner after queen takes c5, but there's no move for black to trap it. Bishop can't go to b7, bishop can't go to a6, it can go to d7, but then the queen has the a6 square. So somehow this position is level. It looks wildly complicated to my eyes, but the eval bar, it's not confused, it's not scared. It says, nah, somewhere down the line, this should be equal.
But Dubov must have seen something here, or maybe he's looking for more, who knows. But after bishop a5, he hasn't taken on a8, he has played b7.
Thumbs up for me.
So b7, and well, it looks like he's going to get his piece back, as both the rook on a8 and the bishop on c8 are hanging, and Sam, well, he has quite quickly captured the pawn. That looked like the normal move. And after queen b7, so Dubov has got his piece back. He's currently got an extra pawn as well, that pawn on b2. And my question is, can Sam win that pawn back? Is rook b8 an option, or what do we do now as black?
There's a problem that this knight on d3 is really well placed. So rook b8, you'd want to win the pawn, and unfortunately
the pawn
you
is
can't.
defended. Robert, that was so sneaky. Where did that pawn knight come from?
I could tell what you were thinking, though. You were like, okay, black can get b2 and white will get a4. I knew where your brain was going. And even that would be an advantage for white. Likely. So the knight on d3 is just perfectly placed here. And what black is going to still try to do is go after this queen. Like queen e7, this queen still doesn't have that many squares, but if you eventually go to a square like c6 or b5, the a4 pawn is loose and there's no useful discovery. For instance, I'm going to make some kind of random move like e3, just a decent looking move. And if you bring a rook to b8, say this one, the queen comes to c6, and you're going to go after my queen again, but I can take your pawn, and your bishop has nowhere good to go to take advantage of the fact that there's a rook behind it. So I think that white would be able to snake this queen out and try to take this pawn on a4. So that's bad news for Sam Schenklin, where the computer sees that it's not that bad for black. He, of course, recognizes that there's compensation, but white is a pawn ahead. And I think it's a pretty clear pawn that maybe black will find a way out. I'm not liking the position, though.
Yeah, I mean, incredible to me how Dubov managed to make something happen here and so fast. I think we didn't see it coming, partly because our attention today so focused elsewhere. Here the main focus seemed to be, let's hope they don't go for the early threefold repetition. But yeah, absolutely, looks like Daniil now in the driver's seat. We'll come back to this one. For now, let's bring up the bird's eye view again for a second. And Robert, before we dive into the Magnus game, is there anything catching your attention?
Everything. I mean, seriously, every single board has my attention. Fiona, I mean, in the top right, we see that Van Foreest decided to keep his bishop by taking the a6 pawn. He has more material on the board, but that means more material for black as well. So the knight went to d6, can come into e4, cause problems for Van Foreest's king. What happened in the Duda game? It was like a trade of pawns on c4 there in the middle, in the bottom row, middle position. What report against Pragnananda? There's a king on f8, the pawn went to d3. I don't know where to go. You tell me. And even in the Niels game against Carlsen, I think we probably have to go the World Champions game.
Yeah, I think we should start with that, but things are really happening everywhere. We'll start here, come back to I think the bird's eye view, we love it in general, but never has it been so useful as today, because today it literally feels with every minute that goes by, something is happening on some board.
I mean, look at this game, and all of a sudden, black is the side for choice. I don't know if, I mean, it's hard to evaluate, to assess the positions. The players don't think of these terms, but this is what happens when your king is feeling unsafe and there's a lot of pressure. The last few moves by Niels, bishop b5 check, and then bishop a4 allowed d4. This was something we were talking about a long while ago, Fiona, that this pawn chain is really strong for black, especially because it's aiming towards the white king. It's all heading in the right direction. And the rook on h8 is the surprisingly powerful piece that after bishop b3, knight f7, queen b4 check, I think the king can just move out of the way here to g8, walking into a pin. But the pin's not so dangerous because white doesn't have more material to start attacking the black king.
Yeah, and I'm curious, I have to say, if king g8 Magnus is thinking, I'm not too sure even what the alternatives are. What about the queen trade, queen e7? Who do you feel a queen trade would favor?
Well, I think because white's up a pawn here, it will favor white. Not so much. I don't think that black's in any big trouble, but I do think that in a position like this, without the queens on the board, that this bishop in particular on b3 is nice, and there is some hope for the bishop on b2 to later get in the game. I'm not definitively saying that white is doing that well. I mean, look at the eval bar off to the side. It says that it's actually pretty close to level, and we can see that the rook on h8, well placed, isolated pawn on h2. The f3, e4 situation is stuck. You can't move the pawn to f4 because the e4 pawn will be hanging. The bishop on b2 isn't great. Maybe there's some hope of a future on this new diagonal on a3, but yeah, black clearly is solid despite being a pawn down.
I would like to go back actually to the position that we saw if Magnus plays king g8. I understand what you're saying, that pawn chain does look nice for black, the rook on h8. But on the other hand, I'm curious if you can explain to me how you're going to continue from here, because I thought as black I would love to get the knight into the game, which for now I cannot do because it is pinned to my king. I don't really see, is the black king going to go to h7? Or how are you going to continue increasing the pressure here? It's a position. Basically, what I'm saying, if I wasn't looking at it with an engine, I would never think that black is the one that's better here.
No, it's a really good point, because if we just go back to the game just for a second, and before we make the move king g on the board, we see that the bar says minus 0.9, so in black's favor. And well, honestly, that was a big hint, right? Because queen e7, I'm looking at it like, I don't think black is that much better there, if better at all, after queen to e7. So that leaves king to g8. And it's a scary looking move because you are walking into a pin. So to answer your question after king g8, how is black going to make some progress? I think this rook is going to try to work along the h-file. White needs to keep pretty much his entire attention towards the queen side. So if this rook can get in the game, then it's going to cause white some serious problems. And once the rook leaves, then the king can follow behind it. And it's not like the black king is completely safe. And actually, rook h3 could, at some point, if the c2 pawn is defended, walk into a bishop e6. So I do have to be careful about where to put the rook. But I think that this rook can maybe come to h4. That's a safer square. And then the king can move and the knight then will try. It's a long story, right? There's so many different options here in the position, but having the eval bar at our disposal, that's making it much more helpful, right? Because if we didn't have it, or if it just had zeros, now we're all confused. When it has advantage for black, without the queens, it's not going to be that advantage. And that's why I came to king to g8.
One of the other questions I had is, as white, and I know it's going to take some time, but I was wondering, can I, if king g8 happens, can I try and engineer some counterplay on the g file? Can I start maybe by rook d2 to keep an eye on the pawn on h2 while I try and then swing the rook over to g2 and the other rook to g1?
That's a really good idea. I think that another option, I'm just trying to figure out all the possibilities in this position. So rook h4 comes to mind, rook h7 if I just want to sit defensively for the time being. But in positions like this, if we can get a knight versus the bishop, we've talked about this in previous days, the bishop pair is really strong because you cover both color complexes. But when one of those bishops is traded off, then the knight can go to the color that the bishop is not on. So if I can trade off these bishops, this knight will venture into a square like c4, right? So that's another option at some point for black, is I think I need to save my king, but eventually maybe I'll bring my bishop to c4 and not just trade queens, which can happen, but trade those bishops. That's really an important feat for black to accomplish.
I think that's a great point. And yeah, if you just sit tight with the rook on h7, I'll struggle to make progress. A lot to figure out here. Well, we will see for starters. Does Magnus play king g8? Doesn't look like he has made up his mind just yet, with the time ticking down for both players. We will come back here in a bit, Robert. Let's bring back the bird's eye view one more time.
Where to go? So many interesting games. Look at Vidit pushing all his pawns on the king side. That looks like a lot of fun.
Maybe we have to start there, because I think otherwise we might have a riot in the chat. We don't want that to happen. So let's start with tournament leader Vidit Gujrati. We left it off just a move ago when Vidit pushed his g-pawn to g5. Anish did meet that with queen c2. We had been wondering, what's Anish going to do? Is he going to continue preparing the b4 push? Well, also, he's putting pressure along that diagonal. And Vidit said, none of that concerns me. Let me throw my h-pawn up the board as well.
I'm trying to think about how to phrase this. I like it because Vidit is not afraid. And he's also about to be even on the clock. I'm not sure I like it from the perspective, I don't know where the attack is coming from, but I also don't really see what white is to do here. One thing that comes to mind is you mentioned there's pressure on this diagonal. So moving my knight from f3 to d2, like that's one of the ideas that I would think about here, because the knight can't take on d2 without the bishop being in trouble. But as you see, that's a mistake. I make plenty of those. It's all right. How many pieces am I attacking e4 with? Not enough. So I guess the knight retreat isn't ideal just yet, but I'm trying to put pressure all up on this e4 square.
I mean, I like your idea, and well, the bar at least has gone back up into the black territory, but it's also not so easy. What does black do here? You have three pieces on the knight. Currently, there are three defenders, but is f3 already a threat here, or what's going on?
Hard to say, with the bishop on e3 going to be loose there as well. Well, it's one of these moments where I really need to think before I talk. Like, I just sometimes say things and then hope that it all works out. But I'm looking at this position, and there are like all these pieces concentrated on the E file, the bishops and the E and D files, I should say, the bishops and knights there. It's a very compact structure. So let's go to the game position, just take knight d2 back, because that wasn't approved of by the evaluation bar here. And I'm trying to figure out why exactly that is and what could be better. I mean, b4.
I was just going to ask you, what if b4? Does black actually have any follow-up with his pawn storm on the king side? Or was he just trying to grab some space? That's one of the things I'm curious about.
I'm also trying to figure this out. Like, you asked the question and I wish I had an immediate answer, but I don't. So I'm being honest with you. And
I mean, to be fair, today is a tough day because sometimes I ask you questions which are like have to do with general chess understanding and where do the pieces go and what are the plans. But today, every game is so concrete. Every game is such a tactical mess. And being put on the spot, well, we see the eval bar, but without seeing the lines, I know that asking those questions, I will be putting you on the spot a few times today, Robert.
This is why classical chess, the players have a lot of time to think, because when you can make moves, see, oh, the bar goes down, let's take it back, let's find something else. Players often have a few moves in mind before they actually make their turn. Let's say there are 4 candidate moves, 4 possibilities that look about equal in strength. Then you have to start going down the branches. You say, all right, in option A, there are 3 different responses I have to look at. And then I have, to the first response, I have 2 different options. To the second response, I have 3 options. To the third response, I have 4 options. It branches out in crazy ways, right? Like a tree branch. So that's how chess works. And so you have to sit and think, and you can't afford to miscalculate when you're at the board. For us, we could say, oh, b4, maybe. Oh, the evaluation went down a little bit, but still looks pretty good for white. And it's we're not as thorough because we're not spending all our time. And also, these players are the top players in the world. They are using all of that brain power to process the position. And you see Anish as he's trying to figure out, do I play b4? That's the plan I've been going for. And from Vidit's perspective, the one bad piece, Fiona, is this knight on a6. But how do we get that piece back into the game? White's pieces are all well situated. They're looking really good in the center of the board where much of the action is taking place. I would love to get this knight. If I could just throw my knight to like g6, I'd be a very, very happy person. But how do I do that? I'd have to move the bishop, then go knight c7, knight e6. It takes way too long, and our opponent would see it coming. So it's about improving our pieces, maybe rook e7, rook e8, but still, I don't know where that knight on a6 is going, but I also don't know what white needs to do right now to maximize the potential of the position.
Yeah, I think this is another game where plus 1.2, which is what the bar says, and Anish about to make a move. It looks like he was reaching towards the queen side. Is it gonna be b4? What's it gonna be? I think a result here between the two friends, a game where all 3 results are possible. It's not b4. Instead, Anish centralizes the last piece that hadn't been activated, the rook from a1, which has come to d1. And well, now, Robert, we're back in this situation where, what about Vidit? Is he going to push one of these kingside pawns further? Is he going to try and activate the knight from a6? Is he, like Anish, going to activate the final rook from a8 and just bring that to d8 as well? So many things to consider here, or to e8 rather, which makes a lot more sense.
So many options. And you said push a pawn on the king side. If I play g4, then I feel like I'm giving up this h4 square, which you mentioned earlier. And if I play h4, I'm already looking for tactics. You mentioned, it is really great of you to point out, the bishop on f5 is loose. So if I can sacrifice my knight, like knight, okay, it's not my turn anymore, but knight takes g5, just to show you what we're talking about. Oh, look, not an unreasonable move. Pawn takes g5 and f3. There are tactics in the air here, and it's a tactic that's actually a trade. White is not winning material. You're giving up a knight for one pawn, and then you're winning a knight for a pawn back. It's just a really interesting turn of events. So that's what I'm looking for, Fiona. You gave me the idea, and that leads me away from black playing h4, because now I'm thinking, can I go knight takes h4, pawn takes an f3? It looks really sharp. The king side is open for both. Whose king is worse off? I'm not sure. Black's pawn structure is worse, but there's so many pieces on the board that an attack is going to be real.
Yeah, I mean, this game is such a mess. We'll come back to it we'll see, well, if Vidit decides to go for that or takes a more reasonable approach. But so many loose pieces, so many tactics in the air. We'll come back here. We see that Magnus Carlsen has gone king g8, so things are shaping up to be very interesting there as well. And Robert, where would you like to go back to next?
I don't necessarily want to go to this game, but in the top right, we see Van Foreest against Mamadjarov. We have Shakhriyar on screen. Some of those pawns are off the board. So we're talking about what Jorden needs to do in order to try and salvage a half point here. If he can trade off those queenside pawns and restrict Black's pieces, he's actually doing a great job of hanging in this game. So credit to him. Even though he made the initial mistake, he is still fighting on. And I think we have to go to the game between Rapport and Praggnanandhaa. I mean, there's a king on f8, there's a pawn on d3 for Black, and yet the bar is saying, things are still really unclear.
Let's go there. So we left off this game not too long ago. Or am I mistaken? Maybe we looked at it during the break, and I'm confusing that, because while we were on break, we saw this interesting move, king f8, which, Robert, you said that's quite a deep move. It's, I think, a move that wouldn't be on our radar for a lot of players, myself included. In this position, I would never in a million years consider king f8, but the idea is a simple one. You want to play h6, ask that bishop where it's going to go, and you cannot do it while the king is on g8, because then it runs into bishop takes h6 with this problem with the pin along the g file.
And sometimes you can even do it here because knight h5 hits the queen and protects against the checkmate, but it gets really sharp. And I'm sure the lines were considered because like queen g5 tries to trade queens, attacks the knight, and then moves like this. And there are positions where you play in this manner, but it's really hectic. I mean, it's a lot to take in. And for Praggnanandhaa, you have to be practical, pragmatic, I should say. You don't have that much time in these games. So to go to some wild variation like this is not something he wanted. Instead, he played king to f8. As you said, h6 is an option. Queen runs over to b3, because if you play h6, now there are actually squares for the bishop to return to. If their queen was on g3 still, g5 would trap the bishop once it went to h4. So h6, bishop h4, e4 played now, e3, d3. And we mentioned how f3 tries to break down this pawn chain, but not when your pawn on e3 is under attack. So that's why Rapport went h3 here. Praggnanandhaa's back on the clock, and it seems like he just wants to play g4, bishop g2, get his king out of the center, and then later he can play a move like f3 when he's good and ready.
Yeah, and well, we see that even the bar has gone up a bit. Things for Richard maybe are looking up a little bit. Do you think that king f8, while it looked like a very deep move, do you think it was maybe better to take a more forward approach?
I think so. I think king f8 is one of those moves you make that, you're trying to figure out what to do. You don't want to commit yourself to some over advanced pawn structure. I mean, we looked here at this moment at the move e4, e3, d3, and things do not look clear. The move f3 certainly is available to white. And if you take on f3 here, so I take with the queen. I probably take with the knight and then go after your d3 pawn. Although now that I made the move, it says you're wrong. So let's not make that move. Why is that wrong exactly? My tactical vision is not strong enough to figure it out.
Oh, what a mess.
Where's the issue? I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know. Let me look. I can cheat. Aha. Okay. I'm cheating. Knight takes c5.
Knight takes c5.
I mean, what? What?
What kind of move is that? Oh my goodness. Giving up the piece, and it looks like the king. But okay, you still have to show me. I will take the knight, and you'll have to show me why is my king not safe here?
Because the knight now can go to e4 as the queen is no longer on d8. And so if you save your bishop with a move like queen h4 or something like that, I don't. Let me look again. I'm going to open up The moves here,
Oh, my
okay.
goodness.
It says the best move is f6. So you sacrifice a piece and then just go f6. And after bishop f4, you play bishop f. What? Okay, nobody plays chess like this.
This
God,
is
engines are
above my pay grade, Robert.
Yeah, this is ridiculous. Why is f6 necessary just to play bishop f5? I do understand that white can hardly move. That much is very clear to me. The king is stuck in the center. There's a pin here. If you try to take this pawn on d3, then you take this knight on d2 with problems for the king. Rook takes d2, allows bishop takes d3. The rook is pinned. But okay, I think we see no fault with the players when they can't find a ridiculous sequence that the engine is like, yeah, this is just winning for black. If this happened.
Let's go back to the live board because we saw the players make a couple of moves, or one move anyway. The knight has come into e5, and well, now again the question, Robert, the bar has shut up. With my human eye, my lowly human eye, I still like the look of this for black. I'm still not clear how is white going to get that bishop from f1 out and get the king castled, but clearly the computers disagree.
Well, the computers have no fear whatsoever, and it's all about this move f3, because white is going to have to play this move at some point to free up his pieces. Not right now necessarily, but there's going to be a moment where f3 is played. Look at the king. It can't move. The bishop, it can't move. And why can't it move? There's the pawn chain that's stopping bishop e2 from being played. I do like g5. It forced the bishop back to g3, so there's no g4 for white. And a move like bishop h2, that's too slow. Like you're putting your bishop back here. You see the evaluation. Oh, it goes back to even. Because of course, it is 0. Oh, this is so, it's so ridiculous. It was like, oh, black is better. Nope, just kidding. It's just completely level. What? No way. And what that really means is that with 100% accuracy, the players can find their way through this. But I was trying to go bishop h2 so I could move my pawn, play bishop g2. I figured, and I was using some assumptions here, that it would just be too slow because black's pieces are all aimed towards the enemy camp. What other moves come to mind? I would say move like queen c3, just attacking the knight on e5. I'm just trying to put all the pressure I can on the square. And if you defend with a move like queen e7, then I could trade on the e5 square, and then we have to evaluate what happens here. Let me guess, it's going to be zeros at some point. No, slightly better for black. And the reason why, again, your pieces can't move. f3, I take, your e3 pawn is loose. So there are definite problems in this position for white to figure out, and even trying to liquidate, which says my king will be safer, right? I'm trading pieces. You still have issues, and the rook on a8 is very happy to be there.
As you say, lots to figure out here for Richard Rapport, who was looking at the position, looking rather confused just a second ago. He's about to make a move. I think queen b2 was his choice, so indeed putting pressure on the knight on e5. We will come back to this game and all the other ones after just a very short break, so don't go anywhere.
At Tata Steel, we place artificial intelligence into the center of our innovation program so we can innovate faster than ever before.
Advanced data analyzing techniques are not only fun to work with, but it really helps me to work on sustainability. For example, reducing dust emissions. This is a really important topic for me.
We have developed the digital tools to accurately predict the performance of our products in the processes of our customers. Quantifying the performance of our products is key in making our customers and us successful.
We achieved world-class process stability by using AI to forecast and control the outcomes of over 2,000 simultaneous reactions.
We use cameras instead of eyes and computers instead of human brains, so in the near future our factories can make their own decisions.
Welcome back. As you've just seen, tomorrow we have a big conference here, the Game Changer, talking about AI and how it's been used both in chess. Also, there will be people from Tata Steel. So, well, I'm very excited. I won't be able to watch it, unfortunately, since I'll be here commentating. But a woman I am, Natasha Regan from England, who co-authored Game Changer with Matthew Sadler. She will be here taking part, one of the speakers of this event, alongside Peter Heine Nielsen, Danish grandmaster and coach of world champion Magnus Carlsen. You can find more information about this event on our website, tatasteelchess.com, and you can also find out how to register. I think today is the last day to register to attend the conference, so head on over to our website now to read more about this really interesting topic of artificial intelligence in chess. And Robert, it's very exciting here as well. I think, first of all, we're going to have to go to the game of our leader, where pieces are being traded off in Giri Vidit.
Yeah, pieces are traded off, which might indicate to some that this will be a peaceful result, but the game will continue at least for a few moves. I'm just looking at all these games, so much excitement, but let's rewind. And Vidit came up with such a good idea. He pushed his kingside pawns. We'll just rewind to this point because he went f6, he went g5, he went h5, and then finally he showed us his plan. He goes queen h7, which now that I see it, I'm like, that is so smart. And it's something that I would never have seen myself. That's why I love commentating. I love learning from the best players in the world. He puts his queen on h7, and that means that this bishop on d3, just like the bishop on f5 before, is under some pressure. And if you try to play the move f3 now, you're going to get in big trouble because the rook on e8 is well positioned. The bishop on f5 is backed up by the queen. So you can make funny moves, fancy moves, like knight to g3, as the queen and the bishop, protect the bishop. If you take the knight, you lose your bishop. And now you see the problem with playing f3. Your bishop on e3 and the e3 square are blacks for the taking. So that's why after queen h7, Anish said, I can't do anything besides trade. If you run away, black plays h3. You don't want to open up the h-file for the queen with the bishop staring down from c7. And if you play g3, in comes queen h5, in comes queen f3. That's a checkmate attack on the light square. So Fiona, queen h7 was the key idea.
Queen h7, such a stunning move, demonstrating really full board awareness with that queen swinging over there after the h7 square was freed and using that pressure along the b1 h7 diagonal. We've had a few moves, so let's see how Anish dealt with all of this.
He decided that I don't want to see h3 happen. I'm going to trade everything. Knight takes e4. Black took back with the bishop. If you take with the pawn on e4, now we see that white's pawns have some mobility. Bishop c4 is check. The king has to move. You go king h8. In comes d5. And unfortunately for Vidit, you're not quick enough to launch your attack. White is ready to push this pawn to d6. And now that's a protected passed pawn. If you take on d5, white simply takes back. b7's under attack. Knight d4 becomes an option. White's pieces are just coming into the game, and that's not good news for black. Your attack isn't strong enough after the move h3. White can ignore it with a move like knight g3, I believe, and there's not going to be a checkmate. H takes g2. The pawn is an umbrella for the king. You can't bring your queen to checkmate because the pawn's already on the square. The knight blocks the diagonal, and you see from the evaluation bar that white is well ahead as he can go after the black king. So Fiona.
Indeed. So instead, Vidit deciding to capture on e4 with the bishop. And now we saw these trades. The queens came off the board as well. And maybe we need to take a moment to stop here in the current position after h3 because, well, it seems like, Robert, the bar is telling us the developments have favored Vidit. I think even from a human perspective, if we didn't see the bar, it felt like black was under some pressure, but he has solved all of that in a really nice way.
White is worse, and it's not worse like, oh, it's going to be an easy draw, and it's worse. If you're not careful as white, look at where the pawns are, and look at where the pawns are cemented, most importantly. Dark square, dark square. These two are also on dark squares, though they can move. But importantly, this d4 pawn, we talk about pawn chains, how they're only as strong as the base pawn. This pawn on b7 is impossible to get to. This pawn on d4, that could be a problem as this knight will reroute itself. And so what black is looking for as this game continues is to get this knight in a position, likely via c7, and then potentially over to e6. And then d4 is a target that black would like to exploit. And if this knight comes to e6 or the king, I can't draw my arrows, the king comes up to g6, watch out for some further expansion from these pawns. Black has so much to operate with, and white is kind of stuck, likely going to move the bishop and try to trade rooks along the e-file. And even once the rooks come off, because the pawn's in a dark square, black can attack that pawn, and white is stuck to the defense.
So after the last white move, king f1, I love your plan of, first of all, activating, I think, that knight on a6. We talked about it a while ago. The knight isn't doing anything there, so we want to bring it into the game. I think we want to do it via c7, indeed, and then come to e6, which means we would have to move our bishop from c7. That bishop doesn't have any squares that we really want to go to. But what do you think? Out of d8 and b8, we'd probably rather choose d8.
I mean, like we're just doing it temporarily, so it's kind of a means to an end. And if we go bishop to b8, bishop d8, I'm not sure how much of a difference it makes. The one difference it could make is if you allow some pawn break. That's not ideal, but here there isn't a clean pawn break to have. So I think that both moves, bishop to b8 and bishop d8, they both make sense. I'm trying to figure out why. Maybe bishop d8 is better, actually, because you can play f5. You are protecting your pawn tactically on g5, and that creates an additional option for black, which is really good news for Vidit, as he can, I don't know if he will, but he can try to push for a win in this position.
And I think he certainly will. I think it will be a relief to him to have gotten rid of all the pressure that was on his position, and he knows, I think, that only he can be better. Both players are short-ish on time, 27 minutes for Anish, 22 minutes for Vidit. We're only on move 24. But thankfully for Vidit, I mean, I think he's handled this position so well. And here, well, he is pressing without having to take too many risks at all, because his position, there are no obvious weaknesses. His rooks are doubled on the e-file. So things are looking great for Vidit.
He has precisely zero to risk, and that's what I would play on if I were him. He knows that, and you know, he's having a good tournament, so there's no point of just accepting a draw until that draw is completely guaranteed. If Anish can say trade all the rooks and bring the king to d3 and something like that, where there's no possible progress to be made. So we'll see if Anish can find those type of moves in the next few. But for now, Vidit can push forward without any danger whatsoever.
Absolutely. We'll come back to this game. For now, let's bring back the bird's eye view. Robert, one of the first things that my eye is going to here is the Grandelius against Carlsen game, second from the left top, where Niels, after playing rook d2, he has now decided to go all out. I don't know if that's where you want to go first or if there's anything more pressing happening.
No, we could start there, and that's a really good game to go to, because now Niels is trying to lash out. His last moves were rook d2, and Magnus played bishop a6. He can get his bishop to c4. At some point, also opens up the b file to attack the queen and the bishop behind it. So f4 was the choice of Niels because the bishop no longer hits the e4 pawn. That said, it's looking like a position where the clock is going to matter. There are 16 tough moves to make. This was move 24, f4, and White's king is open. Black's king is open. Rook b8 already has the direct threat of trying to win this bishop on b3. So after rook b8, queen a4 is actually the only square the queen has. Yeah,
looks like it. Yeah.
I was like, oh, you need to stay protecting the bishop. You have no choice. And after bishop b5, the queen has to go back to b4. So in a way, that queen is on the verge of being trapped, but has just enough room to survive. If the bishop comes back to e8, somewhere along this line, then c4 is opened up, and you see the evaluation go up in White's favor. That's where the queen needs to be able to go with the protection of the bishop. So Magnus for sure is not going to allow that.
No, he definitely won't. But yeah, rook b8 looks like a very tempting move to start with. You want to get on with your own business here on the queen side, and the question will be after queen b4, how do we proceed from here?
Well, Magnus knows he has at least a draw. He can go bishop a6, bishop b5, and make a draw. He likely does not want to draw here. One idea is still rook h3, trying to get this piece active, and this bishop now is in some trouble because the pawn on c2 is pinned. So I mean, a really, really interesting position. This bishop can go anywhere. Bishop d3, bishop e2, bishop f1, all put pressure on the queen and the bishop behind it. So like, let's say bishop f1, funny looking move. If the queen goes to a4, maybe I haven't really made any progress. My bishop is just on the other side. I don't get to promote though. Bishops to the other side don't get me a new queen.
They don't, but maybe can we increase the pressure on the bishop from b3 with the other rook? We just say, okay, my bishop on f1 is hanging. You can have it. I'll go for your bishop. And bringing the other rook, which we've been talking about, Robert. You were talking about it. Even from h8, that rook was in the game despite not having made a move. Maybe now it's the time to activate that.
Absolutely, because bishop takes f7 check, queen takes f7. It looks like White steals a piece after rook takes f1. But where is this queen? On the diagonal. It's woo, queen a2, hitting b2. If the bishop ever could move, which it can't without being lost anyway, queen b1 is checkmate. So this would be a blistering attack, and Black's king perfectly safe on g8, White's king about to be checkmated down here. So this is really a moment, Fiona, where after a move like bishop f1, I would even consider rook takes f1, because I give up my queen, but now White has Lasker compensation of rook, bishop, and pawn for a queen. And there's real pressure here that's building in the position because Black's king doesn't feel that safe, and White's king feels a lot safer without that rook barreling down at it.
I like that suggestion a lot, and I think if Niels gets the opportunity to give up the queen for this, I think he would be happy, because here the bishop pair comes to life, and more importantly, we can stop worrying about getting checkmated at every turn.
This rook, I mean, coming to h3 now or in the near future is going to pose some serious problems for Niels in this position. But we shouldn't forget the black king does feel some of this heat here. The bishop on b3 pinning that knight. If you can increase the pressure on the knight, that would be a problem. F takes e5. He went f4 for a reason. He wants to open up the board because what black needs is to keep this pawn chain intact. If this pawn on e5 were to take on f4, it's not a free pawn. Rook, I believe, can just take on d4 here. Now you still remain a pawn up for white. You have an open d file. You have a bishop that's open on this diagonal. All of white's pieces improve, and the extra material leave Niels ahead if Magnus were to make the mistake of taking on f4.
Well, I don't think he will do that, but it seems like he hasn't quite made up his mind. Will it be rook b8? Are there other options? We'll come back to this game in a short while. For now, let's bring back the bird's eye view one more time. We see that in Giri Vidit in the top left corner, one pair of rooks has come off the board. You were saying that's what Anish was probably looking for. I see one thing, one bar which has dropped almost all the way to the bottom, and that's on the top right corner in the game between Jorden and Mamedyarov. Robert, maybe we go and see what's been happening there.
We should. This looks like a position that we kind of foresaw in a way, not this exact one, obviously, but because there were pawns remaining over on the queen side, the minor pieces with that pawn, it's going to be a problem for the white side. And if we just go back a few moves, or I mean, honestly, many moves here.
A lot of
bishop
moves,
takes
yeah.
bishop a6, knight came to d6. That was good. The bishop came to c5. He took the pawn on a5. That's why he moved his bishop so he could get this pawn. And h4 was played. H5, this is protected by a bishop, looks all fine. And we're getting to this moment here where Jorden played c4, and after pawn takes c4, he gave this check, and the king went to f8, because if the king took on h7, after queen takes f7, you have three threats at once: the knight, the h5 pawn, and the c4 pawn. And this is exactly what Jorden would need. I mentioned this a long time ago, right? If those queenside pawns are traded, white has some problems to deal with just because two pieces, a bishop and knight, can team up on a square and there's only one rook. But here it's safe and sound enough because the king on h7 doesn't have the best shelter. So this would have been an accomplishment. And instead of this, Schock played king f8, he realizes he needs to keep this pawn on c4, bishop g6, and now knight f6. So the big difference, Fiona, is after bishop f7, king f7, the pawn remains on c4.
And that pawn, what a difference it makes, because, well, that is a pawn that's only 3 squares away from queening. Jorden now tries to bring a piece in front of that, rook c1, attacking the pawn, but we see the bar dropping all the way. So is there an immediate problem here for Jorden?
And also, what was, the move, because it says zeros, which is really surprising to me. I wasn't looking at the eval until now I saw it drop, and I was like, where's it dropping from? From zeros? Like, you can give a check. I mean, you always want to think about giving checks. That makes some sense. But okay, it's starting to register, but only slightly better for black here.
Why is that? Why can't I go to g6 for starters, which is the square that... Oh, you're going to check me.
Oh, and if king h6, there's queen c1, and you get the pawn. So we actually just go to a position we already saw, king h7, queen takes c4. That's a transposition to the line we're just looking at. So
basically, king g6 isn't an option at all.
And king e6 looks too scary for my liking.
Suddenly it's reminiscent of Duda, of Mamedyarov Duda.
But look at this. If you go rook e1 check, you lose the rook, right? So you can't do that. That would just be a blunder. Oh, I'm going to checkmate you. Just kidding. I blundered myself. But queen c8 check, can the king keep going?
Oh,
I mean, is this going to be a Vidit Dubov type of position where the king gets to e5, there's no rook e1 because the queen covers the square, and you can't check on c7. There's a queen on a5. So queen b8 check. I don't know. I want to go king d4, but I'm a little scared. So maybe I should just drop my bishop.
d6 is also in the position, and for now, I was going to say we stop any checks. Well, there is still one check on b2. I don't think that's anything because we can finally push the c pawn. There is another check in the position f4. I don't know if that's anything. Sorry, before, in this position here.
But now this king on g1 is really
Very
just
open, yeah.
open, and the knight will come to g4 at some point, the c5 square for the bishop or the queen. It's one of these positions where, you know, you have an engine and it tells you even, so you probably follow a string of checks, and you know, here queen c8 check will pick up this pawn. Wow, that's actually a very direct play. Check. If you go king d5, rook d1 check happens. Oh no, even worse, queen f5 check, and you lose your queen. So
I mean, it's easy to miss these things when there are so many. I mean, when the black king is so out of the open, you always feel like this just there has to be something for white. In this case, well, you've picked up the pawn. Maybe black still has a little something, because after f4, as you were highlighting, the white king is suddenly in a lot of danger himself. So even this position is far from clear, but it looks like maybe queen b7 check was the best opportunity for Jorden. And instead, well, after rook c1, we see Schach is saying you had your chance to give the check on b7. That's not going to happen any longer. If you wonder, well, why didn't he defend the pawn on c4? It's because after rook takes, well, this time, once again, we saw a similar motive earlier today. There was this discovery with bishop takes f2, and the rook is hanging at the end.
Queen c7, such a nice move. And not only does it protect c4 tactically, it attacks g3. If this queen were to leave the f3 square and go to e2 to pile up more pressure, queen takes g3 is an option because the f2 pawn is pinned. And if like queen c3, just going right for this pawn, bishop takes f2 check is a problem. The queen is on a square that means it can get forked by a knight after king f2, knight e4 check is a huge, huge issue for white.
Yeah, and well, this position is a big problem. We see Jorden there at the board. I think he understands, of course, he is in trouble. It's not even easy, like, to find a move, because after Schach's queen c7, well, there are no more checks. We just highlighted you cannot take on c4. You cannot go queen c3, which are two logical moves. So a spot for Jorden where it's suddenly even becoming difficult to make moves.
But you know, we kind of excused his mistake of not playing queen b7 check. But the more I think about it, I mean, queen c7 isn't that difficult of a reply to see. It defends the pawn, and in general, you want to be behind your passed pawn so you can push it forward some more. And it defends the 7th rank. There's no more queen b7 because the queen is here guarding the king. So while we want to give players the benefit of the doubt, Jorden is obviously an amazing chess player. He won Wijk aan Zee last year. If he's going to repeat for his title, queen b7 check, even if you don't see the entirety of the follow-up, because obviously we didn't, nobody could sit here and be like, I see everything, unless you have spent a large period of time trying to work through all these complications. But rook c1, you know, he needs to find these queen b7 check moves. I think that's the ultimate story. He's capable of finding it. It's difficult, sure, but queen b7 check, and if king g6 trying to hide, we said queen to b1 check, and queen b7 if the king just goes back to a square like f8, then queen c8 check. I think you're just repeating the position a bit.
Yeah, and funnily enough, I see that our producer was just wondering about the very next thing I was going to ask you. Robert, if we go back to the current position on the board, and that was going to be my next question to you, could Jorden's idea have been a rook b1 here with trying to bring the rook into b7?
It makes sense, but I'm going to stop your threat by putting my bishop on b6, which opens up the pawn to start running. Your queen still can't leave the protection of the g3 square, and my next move is going to be c3.
And then c2, and yeah, no,
I was just gonna say, I don't want to rush putting my pawn on a light square.
That's
because
true. Especially as long as the king
can't.
is on f7, maybe.
That's right. So I think c3, you know, if you go king g2, I play c3, and you can't pile up pressure against my bishop.
Yeah, and here, well, I was sort of saying c2 tongue-in-cheek. I take your point. I definitely don't want to do that immediately. Maybe I can simply start by getting my king out of the pin along the f-file, try and find a safer square for the king, and then activate the knight?
And like if rook c1, I mean, I don't really see that many moves for white.
Yeah.
So rook c1, then bishop d4 happens, and just everything is defending each other.
Yeah, I mean, this looks like a very uphill battle here for Jorden. Things are not looking good. We'll come back to this game. Let's go back to the bird's eye view. Robert, with more than 3 hours into the game, all the games are still going, and all of them are so wild.
Look at the Duda game against Karyakin. How did that even happen? There's a king on h8, a king on h1, no pawns in the g file. Of course, we've been looking at the Giri Vidic game. That looks like it's stabilizing for Anish. And then we see Grandelius Carlsen, Magnus still thinking. That's in the second from the left from the top row. Dubov, he's up a pawn. So he's going to try to turn that extra material into an even bigger advantage. And then Yesipenko still in some trouble against Caruana there. And wait, Rapport and Pragnananda, all the pieces are gone. What?
Yeah, shall we check in with Rapport Pragnananda and then do that Karyakin?
Sure, let's go there. That makes the most sense. And we can't forget about Rapport because he lost his first round. Then he won 2 in a row before drawing Schenken with black. And suddenly he's the one with the huge advantage because he has an extra pawn. The extra pawn that wasn't too relevant for most of the early stages of the game. After Prague went knight e5, queen b2. Fiona, this was such a nice moment by Rapport to play rook a1.
Right, rook a1, a very nice move. Seeing what are the active pieces in black's position, what can I fight against? Well, what I want to fight for is white, since I don't have too many other options as well. The bishop on f1. So let me alleviate the pressure on the a file, try and get those rooks off the board. And black maybe also didn't have too much of a choice here.
No, because the knight on e5 needs the defense of both the rook and the queen. So bishop d7 connects the rooks, but your rook on e8 gets distracted over here. So after bishop d7, I take your rook, you take back, and I have 2 attackers on your knight on e5. I simply win a piece. And white's king is still in some danger, but a knight is a knight. And Fiona, another problem is this knight can't move because bishop d6 would be a pin and a win of the queen.
Yeah, and suddenly, I mean, I don't know how it happened in this game. Suddenly the tide is turning and white is taking the upper hand. I feel like maybe starting really with this move, king f8, Prague, it feels like he slightly lost the thread of the position. And I mean, you know, you asked me on day one, do you prefer the material or do you prefer to be material down and play with the initiative? And very often, I mean, this is the story of my life. You know, I've sacrificed a pawn. It looks like I have some nice counterplays, some nice initiative. And then my opponent plays some great defensive moves, and suddenly here I am, a pawn down, and my initiative is gone.
That's what happens when it fizzles out, and it was stubborn defense by Rapport. But king f8, that, as you were saying, it seems like that was the start of a bad trend for Pragnananda, and he still has chances here. Let's be completely clear about that. If you look at this position, this e4 and d3 pawn, that's keeping him in this game, and white doesn't have an easy time trying to promote his pass pawn because you need to play b5 and c6, but as soon as you play b5, the c5 pawn is loose. If you try for f3, then the e3 pawn is under attack. So even at this moment here, it looks like bishop g2 somehow was a mistake. And Fiona, the only other plan I see besides bishop to g2, which you probably want to play at some point anyway, is was there just some kind of king march? I don't see why you can't do that anyway, but maybe the king belongs towards the center of the board. That seems, I mean, I
like that suggestion a lot. I mean, in this game, we spend so much time talking about how the white king wants to castle kingside, get that into safety, but suddenly now with so many pieces having come off the board, indeed, if we compare the king, if it can get to c3, and we compare that to the king being on g1, of course, we would much rather have the king on c3 supporting our queenside majority.
And I'm wondering, after the game, bishop g2, why you can't do that anyway, The reason why is if black retreats the rook, let's say rook to e8, after king d1, there's rook a8. And this is the only fully open file. And you see the evaluation turn in black's favor here because rook a1 check already threatens to win the game. And if you play king c1, you're not in time because the rook comes to a2. So this is an oh my gosh, like it's crazy how important a single move is in chess. And this bishop g2 move, which is I would have played immediately, and that's what I thought it was a good move. Now I'm starting to realize that black gets some activity along the a file, which is the only open file on the board. So Prague, he should bring his rook back. He should bring it over to the a file, and he will be the first to the a file, which is the only fully open line on the board.
Yeah, so I mean, still anything could happen here. The time is ticking down. Both players now under 20 minutes, only 11 minutes 40 for Richard Report now, just under 20, as I said, for Prague. And we're only on move 26, Robert, so 15 more moves to make for Prague, 14 more for Richard. We'll come back here. Let's bring up the bird's eye view for just 1 second, and then, yeah, I think we're going to have to go to do the Karyakin. What are those bishops both doing in the enemy camp?
They're creating threats of sorts. The king is not thrilled to be on h8, nor is the king really that thrilled to be on h1. So both kings are in danger, pieces staring at them. And when I look at this position, Fiona, it's easy to forget there's a pawn on c3. Like that's a pretty advanced passed pawn.
Yeah, I mean, that pawn looks mighty scary. And, well, black, he is still, I'm counting that correctly, black is still up his pawn. It's difficult to count the pawns sometimes when they're so scattered around the board. But it is still an extra pawn for Karyakin. And the question is, can Jan Krzysztof make something happen here with the bishop pair and the black king looking maybe a tiny bit awkward in the corner on h8?
Yeah, Jan Krzysztof here, he has drummed up all the counterplay that, and more than he probably thought he was going to get. But here you see, if we just go back just a few moves, because I saw the eval bar at some point was like, oh, black is doing really, really well. And it says -1.5. But you look at the pawn structure, and if you cut the board in half, black has from the A to the D files, black has 3 pawns to white's 1, and you play A5, C3 has happened in the game. But if then you look at the E through H file, white has 4 on 3 and a bishop pair. So you know that white's trying to open the position, and that's why F4 was played and F5 was played. And Karyakin plays F6 because he can't allow F6 to happen. His king will be in danger. And then E6, the knight is in a perfect spot, Fiona. Knights are the best blockaders because they stop the pawn's progress and also look over the pawn and attack its defender. But that is a protected pass pawn, Fiona. So at first glance, even though I see the evaluation bar, I'm going to ignore it. I would say white has really serious compensation. And if I were playing the game, I don't think I would know that white is any worse.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. And I guess that means that Sergei Karyakin must have handled this position pretty much perfectly. Let's see what he did. So he started with G6, so attacking the base of the pawn chain. Duda says, let me defend that with my pawn, and now the king steps out of the way.
King H8 and King H1, both kings going to the corner. That way they're as safe as possible given the opening of the G file. Rook G8 and Rook F1. The rook stepped away from the F6 pawn. That's why the rook came to F1. And this is why Karyakin took at the moment. You can't leave the tension anymore because F6 is in some trouble. G5, trying to close the position, is going to get you in potentially more trouble after H4. It's not about pawn count. It's about the quality of the pieces. Let's say you keep taking pawns. G5, you keep taking pawns. You have how many extra pawns? I don't care, because look at my passed pawns on F5 and E6.
Yeah, those pawns, I mean, we can potentially see 2 pawns appearing on the 6 soon, and they are very likely to decide the game in white's favor. So that's not what Karyakin did. Instead of G5, he took on F5. We saw those pawns come off. Now the bishop dropped back to D6. Rook B1, hitting the queen on B6. The queen drops back, putting pressure on the pawn on H2, which is under attack. So that was defended by removing the bishop from e2, which went to h5. And now Sergei fighting for that open b file.
And the moves started happening quickly. I saw them make a bunch of moves there. And because look at the clock, under 5 minutes for JKD. So to get to the live board, bishop h6, rook b1, and queen to c4. Now, all of a sudden, Duda needs to find moves in a tactical skirmish. It's move 30. So it's his 31st move coming out. He has 4 minutes remaining, Fiona, for 10 moves, plus the 30-second increment he gets every single move he makes.
Not going to be easy to navigate the complications here. That's an understatement. Robert, we're going to take our last quick break before the first time control, which is coming up in 40 minutes. All games are still ongoing. It could be a hugely decisive game today with a lot of games looking like one player might be winning. So don't go anywhere and we'll be right back. And Robert, we have our first result of the day as the game between Anish Giri and Vidit ended in a draw, but it was far from a friendly draw.
No, they're talking about the game. They'll resume being friends now the game is done, but they both were trying their best. Anish, he had a good position out of the opening. Vidit's knight was awkwardly placed on a6, but what Vidit did on the king side, you can just tell he's in great form. And it's not just about his results. He was leading the tournament heading into the round. It's the way he's playing. The defense he showed against Dubov, that was no fluke. In this game, he could have been in some trouble, not getting checkmated, but he threw his pawns forward, played queen h7, came up with some really nice ideas. And so Anish's advantage was neutralized. And then it was Vidit who maybe he had a slight little something, but in this final position, as I look at it, it seems like a draw was definitely the result that was going to be had.
Yes, I'm very inspired to play by Vidit, who first pushed his kingside pawns and then this knight queen h7 move. But for now, we're going to go back to the bird's eye view because we're only half an hour away from the first time control. And well, let's see, Robert, where would you like to start?
Well, I see a rook on h3 for for Magnus against Niels on the top line there. It looks like Fabiano is up 2 pawns on the king side, but White has an extra pawn in the center of the board, but it still looks very good for Fabi. Jorden is trying his best, but it's a bit too late, I would say. And I mean, look at the report. Brought his king to d2. He blockaded the pawn. He brings knight to c3, where it attacks e4 and covers the a2 square. We just looked at Duda against Karyakin. We can come back there at any moment. And Dubov remains a pawn ahead, and he will try to win that game. But look at Shanklin's activity.
Maybe we start by very quickly updating Yestepenko against Fabiano. We haven't seen that in a really long time. And then we can go to Grandelius against Carlsen, where the plays repeated twice, but then the third hurdle, Magnus said, no, I want to play on, and went rook h3. So we'll get there in a moment. But first, let's have a look at Yestepenko and Caruana.
Well, quickly rush through to see how we got here. c5 was played. We saw this moment. Knight takes, and bishop to g2. Knight e7, knight f4. And coming up here, where Fabiano played king to b8, and then b4 was played by Andre. You typically don't push pawns in front of your king, but there's a problem for Black along the diagonal. So b4 was actually a really, really nice move.
Yeah, and Fabiano, well, if you don't know the rules here, you might want to look them up. The pawn on b4 can not only be captured by the pawn on c5, but also the pawn on c4, which is what we call en passant. So that's what Fabiano did. And now Andre first swapping the rooks on d8, then recapturing on b3 with the pawn. But now, well, Fabiano has this 3 versus 1 queenside majority you were talking about.
And it became a clearer pawn majority in just a few moves. Rook c8, rook c1, going for this pawn. But after queen a5, can you really get away with taking? Let's see what happens. Bishop takes c5. It would seem you stole a pawn, you're happy about it, but then Black has this tactical shot, knight to c4, where your queen no longer protects the bishop. If you take this knight on e7, free pieces love them. No, not free after all. Knight d2 is check. It's also check to your queen. So Black wins material. It was a really nice sequence that Fabiano had. And in the game, we saw, let me revert back. I think queen a2 was played. We saw a trade, and then Fabiano played c4. So he's getting his knight to c4 by trading, and Yestepenko moved his bishop around. And look at Black's pieces, Fiona. It's a pawn ahead, and it's 2 on none on the queen side over here, and these knights look perfectly placed. Kind of everything seems to be going right for Fabiano.
Absolutely, and Fabiano, I think this position, you also look at the time situation. I failed to, it was such a crazy day that I failed to notice how far down the players on the clock. Only 3 minutes for Andrei Yestepenko to navigate this position. Fabi firmly in control, and I think he is heading towards his first Tata Steel Chess victory in this year.
There's only one concern for him right now, and it's this g7 pawn. So I think Andre played bishop h3 to go bishop f5, where he defends both his e4 and his g6 pawn. So if he can go knight e6 and attack that pawn and win it, then Andre has some real chances. So I think that's the main reason why Andre remains very much in this game, is because that pawn on g6 for white is very strong, and the pawn on g7 is a target.
Indeed, we shouldn't underestimate, of course, the pawn on g6. We'll come back to this game. Let's go back to the bird's eye view. And I think the other game, well, we said we were going to check in. Oh, we had another result, actually. Dubov against Shankland has ended in a draw. And while we see that Anish and Vidit, they are still discussing their game. I mean, there were so many interesting moments there. But yeah, 2 games have ended in draws. Let's go and check in with world champion Magnus Carlsen.
Okay, let's pull up that game here. He's playing a really tactical skirmish with Niels Grandiels. He decided, instead of making a draw, he decides that he repeats to gain more time. We see that both players are really in some time trouble, considering they have many moves to make until we get to move 40. Rook h3 played. He wants to play on f takes e5, f takes e5, and there's no rook f1. There's a bishop covering the square. And if you play rook f2, thinking you're just going to win this knight here, Magnus is going to sacrifice material. He is going to play rook takes b3, and after queen takes b3, he's going to play bishop c4, and his queen has only 2 options: to go along the 3rd rank or to go to a4. If you go along the 3rd rank, let's say somewhere like queen to g3, there you see it. Queen b6 happens, and you can't protect your bishop on b2 in a nice way. If you play pawn to c3, you defend the bishop for now, but after pawn takes, you can't move your bishop. Queen b1 would hurt. Queen takes c3, you're opening up the position, the queen, the rook, everything is falling apart.
Yeah, it's all collapsing here. So it looks like rook f2 is not something we want to play, because rook takes b3 just looks absolutely crushing. But if not rook f2, then what? How do we survive? What has Niels has just made a move, and it is rook g1.
And the eval bar not thrilled about it, but still trying to make up its mind. What if I just move my bishop if I'm Magnus, like a bishop a6, because you're threatening this bishop on b3. The problem for white is the pawn c2 is pinned, because the queen on c7. So a move like bishop a6 or one of these funny moves, I would definitely not play bishop f1. That looks like the worst of the bunch. But you have moves with your bishop to attack the queen and the b3 bishop behind it.
So let's have a look at bishop a6, for example.
I think you have to take on f7.
I have to take on f7, yeah, because otherwise the bishop on b3 will be lost. So let's see, bishop takes.
Can't take with the queen. Wait a second. And I don't want to take with the king.
So queen takes doesn't work because the rook on b8 is hanging. And king takes, what's the problem there?
Maybe there's no problem, but I don't really like my king on f7. At the very least, there's rook check here. There's also rook to g2, trying to win this pawn and the queen behind it.
So what is the insane engine move?
Well, it's process of elimination. We made 2 of the moves. It has to be something like king h8. Just move your king out of the way, because after queen a4, the queen has no other safe square. So queen a4 is possible. Then we have the same situation we saw earlier, where the queen slides into a2.
But hold on. I see that I don't have time to take on a6.
You can have that bishop. Enjoy it. Queen a2.
I'm trying to hold things together, but I'm struggling. C4, I guess, well, there's all sorts of things wrong, but en passant seems to be the most convincing. This
rook is so helpful on h3.
Yeah, rook on h3 is a monster. Magnus was reaching out. Magnus, by the way, 5 minutes on the clock. This was move 30, so 11 moves to make for Magnus. But yeah, we haven't found anything too convincing at the moment for white.
I mean, king h8. If Magnus plays that instead of king takes f7, I wouldn't be surprised, because he's Magnus Carlsen.
Also, he hasn't
bishop.
gone to a6, Robert. Instead, he's gone to e2.
Okay. So he thinks that that's a better square for his bishop, and he's probably right. He's Magnus. So bishop e2.
Bishop e2. Once again, I think we have to take on f7, right?
I believe that's the case, but now king takes f7 is forced after bishop f7 because you still can't take with the queen. The rook needs the defender, and if bishop f7, you move your king to h8. Now white can give up the queen for the rook, and then take a bishop. So you have two bishops and a rook for a queen. If we just do quick math, that's 5 points for the rook, 3 points each for the bishops. That's what? 10, 11, 11 points for the white side and only 9 for black, plus the king is in trouble on h8. So that wouldn't work out at all for Magnus. So he is getting ready to bring his king up into the board. And Fiona, one of the problems we saw with the king being on f7 was this rook on d2 joining the party. The bishop on e2 cuts off its path.
Yeah, that is true. So let's put the position on the board. Niels is thinking as well. What could be the alternatives? Or is he just thinking how to follow up here?
I think he wants to make that next move relatively quickly. And I don't see any moves for this queen, either a sacrifice and take this bishop, but I don't think it's going to be good enough. So queen a4 is the only place for that queen to go to. But how do you, I mean, this rook can come here as well.
Rook b3 is a crazy move. One thing I'm wondering after rook b3, am I never in time to create anything against your king? Let's say rook b3, if I take on e2, I just will not be in time, or?
You might, there's no, I mean, check and queen c3 is the checkmate. That's where the knockout will happen. So rook g3, I guess right now, would stop that. You cover c3 and your king can escape to d2. Both kings look like they're in danger. White's king does look a little worse. By a little, I mean a lot worse. But still, there's going to be some opportunities for white to go after black's king as well.
Yeah, I mean, this game, I think absolutely all 3 results still possible. Magnus has got to be a small favorite, but especially with this time situation. I mean, 10 moves to go on each side, and the position is so wild. I think maybe, Robert, we have time to go away one final time, but I think this game will very likely be our main focus as we lead into the first time control.
Let's see. Well, Yesupenko did put the bishop on f5 in the second from the right on the top line there, and Fabi activated his rook. We see that Jorden, unfortunate for him, the evaluation hasn't changed. He still will fight on. He has some chances, especially if Mamedyarov at the top right board there, if he allows that rook to sacrifice itself for the pawn and the bishop, there will be some chances if the rook can get rid of that pawn somehow, even if it costs material. Rapport is doing well. His king is on c3, but Pragnananda, he's taking a page out of Fabiano Caruana's book. We see Fabiano's rook on h2, his rook's on a2, causing all sorts of problems for white's position. And then Duda against Karyakin, who knows what's happening? Nobody does, but it looks really fun.
That is really wild. I don't know if you want to check in with Duda and Karyakin or if we stay with Guandelius. I'll leave it up to you, Robert.
Let's go to Duda versus Karyakin. We saw that JKD, Jan Krzysztof Duda, was in quite a deal of time trouble. And wait a second, what are their last few moves have been? So this queen went to a2 to attack the rook. The rook went to c1. The knight went to c6, and then rook g1 because the knight went away from the safety of the king. The knight comes back to e7. This is really important. If you allow rook takes g8, king takes g8, and then the queen comes to g2, it's checkmate on g7. That's why having the knight on e7 is so important, because when the knight is there, if you take on g8, the knight captures back and attacks the bishop. So there's no time for white to go queen g2. You simply lose your bishop, and that would win black the game. So that's why Karyakin is bringing his knight back to e7, and then Duda's bringing his rook over to c1.
But what a resource by Jan Krzysztof Duda. I think Karyakin does not want to repeat. It felt like he was the one in control here. But suddenly, how do you keep making progress if you can't bring the knight from e7 and your pawn on c3 is attacked?
And queen h4, you have to watch out for that as well. Like if you play queen b2, you're just attacking this rook, you're protecting the pawn. So like this queen h4 looks very scary here. How do you even defend that pawn? How is this equal?
0-0.
How?
Well, I guess the pawn can't be defended, so that probably means we have to stop queen f6 in a different way. Is it something insane with rook g5 and there being some problems with your own rook hanging on c1? What's going on here? Rook g5, bishop takes, pawn takes. Queen has to take, I guess, to defend the rook on c1. Now take on e2. And now
it looks like checkmate. It looks like checkmate, but you have knight g6.
Oh my goodness.
And if you take on g6, there's queen takes h2, check and mate. So instead of taking on g6 the pawn, you take with the rook, and then you make a draw this way because the king can't go to f7. There's mate, f8 rather. There's the mate in f7, and king here. We just go back and forth. So of course we saw all of that. The players see every single last possibility, in these positions, but that's not. That is something that the players can and will find. So Karyakin's thinking here because queen b2, it feels like you're unnecessarily getting yourself in trouble. It's not really a position where white has any hope of, black has any hope of winning after queen h4. You just happen to make a draw there. That's really the maximum. So it seems too risky.
What an insane line. We'll see what Sergei comes up with if we go down this path. Let's bring back the bird's eye view one more time. Richard Rapport, his king, Robert, is making progress.
He won King of the Hill. His king is on d4, and it's actually attacking some of Prognona's pawns. And we see the evaluation bar is going up, up, and away because the king is a really strong piece there. It can't easily be attacked. And now it's Rapport's rook. If we pull up the game quickly, that can go to a2 because both players are in some time trouble. They're on move 32, so they still have 8 moves to go, but rook a2 can be played, and white can use the open file to his advantage.
And what a defensive effort this has been by Rapport. He was on the back foot the entire game, but he sat tight. And as soon as there was some wiggling room, we saw him bring the king out. Could have done so one move sooner, but it wasn't taken advantage of by black. And now it looks like Richard is the one firmly in control. That poor pawn on e4 is under attack. How does black hold on? Knight f6.
Knight f6.
The pawn, but
I'm going to start pushing my pawns.
Yeah.
I mean, I have 3 of them over here. It's a convoy. So one thing that we should give Rapport so much credit for is he played bishop g2, which I guess according to the engines isn't best, but I like the way he played this. Knight b1, the knight went to d7, and maybe that's the critical moment that rook a8 just was the move. And I'm not entirely sure why Prague didn't go for it, but it's probably because after rook a1 check, it's just one check. The king can go to d2. The rook is protected. I mean, knight d7, king d2, king. I wonder if he thought knight c3 was going to be played here, but Rapport says, I don't care about your rook coming to. This is actually really nice. He went rook d1, giving up the f2 pawn. So he sacrifices a pawn, and in his head, probably like, wow, this has to be pretty decent for me. I'm gaining my pawn back. But what Rapport says, it's not about the material right now. Look at my pawns. Your pawns are stuck. e4 is weak. And after the rook retreated, which is, I think, the final mistake, because rook takes d2, I guess keeps black in the game somewhat. Rook here, king up, and now white's pieces are the ones that are dominating. Wow. I can't hear Fiona. So I don't think anybody can hear Fiona. I don't know if you've been talking, but. So let's get that fixed. Well, producer, maybe you can help out, please. But either way, white is now in the driver's seat. So we will check back in. I'll just keep talking. That's fine. And Rapport, he has made his move here. Oh, sorry, he's writing down the move after knight f6 was played, but he can just push his pawn and start going towards the other side. The battery is dead. Okay, that just leaves me and my thoughts, and you, everybody. Just the two of us, you and I. No, but in all seriousness, this is really nicely done by Report. And Prague has put up some good defense. He was a little bit too passive.
Robert, I'm back.
Oh, you're back.
Back from the dead.
Oh. I was like, am I just gonna have to keep talking here?
I was talking as well, and I was wondering, like, why isn't Robert responding to anything I'm saying?
If Fiona talks and nobody hears a word, is she really talking?
Some deep questions. Robert, I'm back, and I'm going to bring us back to Magnus Carlsen because I think time has been ticking down. This is also very interesting, but Richard Report in control. And I was reading in the chat that Niels apparently has found the defense, but is this really over yet? Let's see.
Queen b7, lining up the queen with the rook here. I think queen b4 is the only move because you can't move your bishop, you get mated down on b1. So I think queen goes back to b4. And I wonder if Magnus is going to repeat, not 3 times to make a draw, but he's repeating just to gain more time on the clock as we're approaching move 40.
Yeah, well, we'll see. He started now with queen c7, queen a4 is back. It's an interesting one because both players are low on time. And when you're Magnus, part of you, I think, wants to maybe pounce in that situation where your opponent is low on time. But on the other hand, you yourself have to take more of a gamble. So a double-edged sword. And yeah, well, queen b7 is one option to get closer to the time control. But what is the idea for black here? How do we break down white's defenses? Do we break them down at all?
This rook h to b3 is the move that still comes to my mind, but I'm trying not to tunnel on that one alone. So the bishop on e2 is under attack. There's no immediate threat that Magnus has. Rook takes b2 I'm thinking about as well, because after rook takes b2, if you take, there's queen coming into c3. So there are many options here for Magnus to calculate. Even something as simple as retreating his bishop to c4 is possible. And he only has 3.5 minutes.
Yeah, of course, if he retreats the bishop to c4, he will have to make sure that his king is safe, because we've been talking a lot about all the trouble that the white king on c1 is in, but the black king is out on f7 as well, and the rook, if the bishop moves, the rook is ready to come to f2 with a check, maybe to go to g2, attack the pawn on g7. I think there is a small chance that we might see a repetition here as both players could be in trouble, and it's not so easy. You cannot repeat often enough to get to move 40 and then have the extra 50 minutes to figure things out.
But you can tell by Magnus's face, he really does not want to make a draw here. He's trying to find a win. He's trying to find a way to crash through. But you're right, Fiona. His king on f7 is in danger. White's up a pawn, but that's not the important part. Look, it's about the king's safety. And rook takes b2. I just want to put them on the board very quickly. If king takes b2, queen c3 check is the idea, because your king can't go to c1. You get mated on a1. However, it appears that you can just retreat your king, give up your rook, because in comes the queen. This king is in trouble. The rook on h3 is hanging for good measure. So rook takes b2 would not be a good move. It was a move candidate I suggested, didn't work through it. Now I did. It's not good. I make mistakes. It happens.
And while you were figuring this one out, Magnus, he hasn't made a move yet. 2 minutes now on the clock. We're on move 34, which means that Magnus still has 7 moves to make. And I agree with you. I think Magnus does not want to repeat, but if he finds nothing convincing, I think he will rather take the repetition than suddenly finding himself on move 40 with a position where he could be the one in trouble.
Yeah, because bishop c4, your point is very well taken. The rook comes to g2, and then you have to defend your pawn with a move like rook h7. So you're moving backwards, and there's still some pressure that white needs to deal with, but now there's pressure that black also needs to take care of. So Magnus, he's going to keep thinking. He could play rook to b3. He's trying to not just calculate and like see the position. He's trying to assess it, and he made a move.
He's dropped the bishop back to, not to c4, but to b5.
Okay. And have we had this position before? Right here, we had bishop on b5. No. So
no, so this is a new position. We saw the bar dropping back to like equalish territory. But why? One of the things, well, we were looking at this pawn on g7, so one of the things to wonder, can we ever give up the queen and go for the pawn on g7? Because it's not just the pawn, the queen on c7 is undefended. So that is one option. We could also move the queen. Niels is about to make a move already, and he has gone rook g2.
He has indeed. So rook g2 gives up the queen to win it right back. Bishop a4, rook g7 check. The king has to move, and no matter where it moves, you lose your queen on c7. And it's a very important square because the rook also helps save the white king. So someone is standing right in front of the camera. Oh, and new angle for us. But what else can Magnus do here? g7 is under attack. You really do not want to play the move rook h7, which allows the queen to come to b3 and then swing to the king side.
I do not know, Robert. I'm not sure because you can't defend, obviously, with rook g8. It's not a move you want to move anyway, but in this case, the bishop from b5 would just drop. What happens if you go back with the king? I guess that's not something you want to do either. King,
yeah,
I don't know. Well, Magnus has made a move. Magnus has gone for rook h7, defending the pawn that way.
Wow, that's a brave choice. By the way, Jan Krzysztof Duda and Sergei Karyakin have drawn their game. That one is over. I'm going to quickly flash the board and come right back to the Carlsen game just to show you how the game concluded. Wait, rook g4, there's no way that was the move because that was the move? Was that the final move of the game?
I very much doubt it. What could have happened? Maybe, I think they repeated and then maybe, no, wait.
Like it says rook g4, bishop e3, rook g7, bishop h6, rook g4. That looks like it could be a DGT error. I don't really know what's happening. Let's figure it out.
Let's. There's a rook on g4 on the board, so okay, Robert. I suggest we come to this after we've made move 40 elsewhere and try and figure out what was happening. Maybe we'll get some player interviews to help us as well. But for now, let's come back to Niels Grandelius and Magnus. So rook h7 is on the board. Not a move Magnus wanted to make, of course, to bring that rook back to passively defend when it was doing so great on h3. And now, well, the question is, what after queen b3 check? b3 is available again to Niels after the black rook dropped back. And, well,
I guess Magnus can block the queen, and the queen can venture to the king side. That's a bit concerning for black, but it could be concerning for white because your queen is leaving the side that your king is on. And Niels has just made a move. Queen b3, and quickly bishop c4 was the response by Magnus.
And we're on move 36, so both players have to make 4 moves before they get an additional 50 minutes. I like your suggestion of queen g3, trying to bring the queen in on the king side. And I mean, anyone's game, this one now, Robert.
Yeah, queen takes g7 is actually a threat. Because the queen and the king are in the same line. For example, if you make some bad move like rook b6, covering the g6 square, there's moves like queen takes g7 check, and if you take, the rook takes, and the queen is lost behind the king. So you have to be really careful here for Magnus. After a move like queen g3, you probably queen b6. That way you cover the g6 square and threaten a checkmate of your own. So Niels is a tough choice here, Fiona. Does he go for the attack? Or does he put his queen back on a4? That way he can meet a queen to the b file with queen to the b file of his own. Actually, the bishop was hanging with check, but still.
Yeah, I'm also curious if after queen g3, the move you suggested, queen b6, can I then swap queens as white? Queen g6 check, who will that favor? We might find out because Niels has just gone queen g6, queen g3, and Magnus has gone queen b6.
Okay. So queen g6 check, that would be the smart move. I like that move. It saves your king by trading off the queens, and then white can't be in too much danger from a point of view of checkmate, but all of white's pawns are on bad squares. So I think that Niels will play queen g6 check, and he should be able to hold that position for sure.
Yeah, I think it will just be such a relief here as in Niels' shoes when you've been under so much pressure. I think to get the queens off the board. Also, you might not have much of a choice because the bishop on b2 is under attack. So I'm not sure I'm even seeing too many alternatives.
I see none. Yeah, queen g6 check. Really, really nice move here for white. And Niels, there he goes. Queen g6.
Queen g6 on the board, which is going to force the queens off. Let's remind everyone, Niels is still a pawn up, although his pawns are quite scattered. And well, we also have opposite color bishops on the game. So although the pawns are weak and the black pawns are restricting Niels's bishop, to me it feels like there is not enough here for Magnus to press. But what do you think, Robert?
By his face, he also completely agrees with you. And he went rook c8. He doesn't, he doesn't seem like he feels that he can press. And Niels, he looks a little nervous, but it's because he is under a minute and he is one move away from the time control. So as soon as he makes this move, he gains more time. And I feel like the move king to b1, getting out of the c file, because bishop d3 is a pretty nasty threat, hitting the c2 pawn, hitting the e4 pawn. So king b1 does not allow bishop d3 to happen.
I like that move a lot, getting the king into safety. And I already have to say, I mean, a really valiant effort by Niels. Let's not praise the, what's the expression?
I'm not sure.
Praise the something before something, or maybe I'm just making it up to confuse you, Robert. Anyway, let's pretend that never happened, and we see there the clock ticking down for Niels, who has just made his final move before the time control, but rook g5, and immediately we see the bar drop a little bit.
Yeah, I did not like that move, because bishop d3 is a really tough move to meet, and it's the 40th move. So after Magnus makes this move, bishop d3, he gains the many well, I can't speak. He oh gosh, commentating so many days in a row.
There's been too many emotions. Today was we got more than we bargained for, Robert.
They have increment since move 1, and you gain more time after move 40 is reached. Whew, I'm going to try to work on that. But either way, the pawn on c2 is in trouble. The pawn e4 is in trouble. The h2 pawn is in danger. So bishop d3 is not going to be a fun move to face if you are Niels Gardelius.
Absolutely. And Magnus was already reaching out, then dropped the hand back. But I think bishop d3 is about to be played. And yeah, Niels, who had just done such a great job fighting all the way back, now it's going to start all over again, his defensive task, and it isn't going to be a fun one.
Yeah, that's the worst part, is perhaps with all the best moves, the game should and will end in a draw, but now you have to find all those best moves again. Niels did such a great job of fending off that attack and making sure that he wasn't going to get checkmated, and now he's on the worst side of this position, and it's not going to be fun. It's not going to be easy. Niels can do it, but Magnus Carlsen is the best in the world at winning positions just like this.
Yeah, so, well, we'll come back here. We'll have plenty of time. I think this is going to be a long game. Let's bring back the bird's eye view, maybe quickly see if everyone has made move 40. Maybe, where do you want to start, Robert? Rapport's game, maybe?
Sure. Rapport and Pragnanda, it is move 41. And unfortunately for Pragnanda, it looks like this one is about to conclude in Rapport's favor. b7 is under attack. The d pawn is stopped by this knight on c3, and once b7 falls, I think we can see what's going to happen after that. You have 3 pawns. They're just going to march up the board.
Yeah, this one looks like it's gone. The players have just made move 40 here, so they might take some time, but yeah, this one looks gone for Praggnanandhaa. And Richard reported, as you mentioned earlier, he lost the first game, but ever since then he's been on a roll, and it looks like he's gonna add yet another win to his tally.
One trick though, just one trick here, that knight g3 threatens knight e2 check, removing the knight from the defense of the d1 square. So if you say, I'm just going to take your pawns and win the game, you're going to lose the game on right away, because knight e2 check. If the knight takes on e2, d1 equals queen. The knight had an important task from c3. So after knight g3, you don't take this pawn on b7. You see the threat, you deal with it, you blockade the pawn, and that way after knight e2 check, your king marches up to d5, where it is safe for now, and maybe will continue up the board. Though this, as long as this pawn remains on d2, Fiona, it's going to be tricky, but rook f2 looks like it's going to take care of that situation.
Yeah, but I really like that little trick you showed with knight e2. So you always got to stay on your guards, look out for tricks like that. But Richard, I think he's got this under control. And well, let's check in with the last two games, and then we'll go for a quick break. First, maybe we can start with Jorden van Foreest and Mamedyarov.
Unfortunately for Jorden, it looks like the end might be near. The king on h3 is in bad shape. Queen to h1 checkmate is the idea after rook takes c3. The king is out in the open. The queen just slides into h1. And if you don't play rook takes c3 and you try to find something better, all of the problems still exist. This bishop probably can come to d2 to cut your rook off. The king is actually safe on h6. So Fiona, this is going to be a loss for the Dutchman.
Yeah, and this one will be over, I think, as you're saying, very soon. And that leaves us with only one last game to check out, and that is Fabiano Caruana on the black side against Jasipenko. We really liked Fabiano's position. Oh, and sorry, well, Jorden has just resigned his game, so that's a big win for Shahriar Mamedyarov, who was part of the chasing pack going into this round, and since Vidit drew his game, Shahriar Mamedyarov is joining him in the lead.
Yes, 3 draws followed by 2 wins, and I think he's telling Jorden about queen b7 check. I saw him like kind of make a hand motion that seemed to indicate some kind of long move, and well, it was a nice game by Mamedyarov, first defending and then winning material and then converting quite nicely. And there was that queen b7 check move that Jorden did not play, and that's the reason why he lost the game. The pressure by Mamedyarov was too much.
And Mamedyarov definitely a force to be reckoned with here. He could even have gotten potentially an even bigger score. You remember the winning position he got against Dubov. I mean, he's kept us so entertained. There was the game against Dubov, then there was the G4. I mean, Shahriar, always such a fantastic player to follow. It's a joy to have him in the tournament, and well, I look forward to what's next. For now, let's check in with Jasipenko and Caruana.
Okay. Well, that game we see here, still 2 extra pawns for Fabiano, but many pieces have been traded. That's not good news for Caruana as he is trying to win. We see the clock say 0. As soon as Jasipenko makes his move, it will show his updated time. That's how
Robert,
DGT is working. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, no, I was just thinking that this year I feel the mantra has mostly been the pawn 3 squares away, controlling the knight. But I remember when you were here in Wijk aan Zee 2 years ago, there was one thing we talked about plenty. And this year I was waiting patiently, biding my time. When can we make that point? But Robert, here might be our first moment.
It's funny because that's the first thing I was going to say, but I've learned that not everybody wants to hear about how when there's a rook pawn and a bishop, if the color complex of the bishop doesn't match the corner square, then oftentimes if you trade off the material, let's say the pieces in red are off the board here, even though black still has this bishop and this pawn, it's a draw because you can't kick the king out of the corner. So I thought it. I'm glad you brought it up. I know that everybody was really waiting for this moment here in the tournament. It took 5 rounds for it to happen.
Took 5 rounds, but better late than never. On a serious note, though, I think what we've just highlighted is exactly what Fabiano wants to avoid. He will want to avoid the pieces getting traded off and being left with just this a-pawn and the bishop. But it looks like Yasipenko has done a great job. I'm not sure what's going on here. It is white to play. I don't know how easy it is to get the pieces off the board. But my bishop is hit for now. My first instinct, Robert, is to give a check. And then I'm wondering, can I simply capture the pawn on c4 next?
I believe you can. So if the king moves, rook takes c4, attacks the bishop, you've gotten rid of 1 pawn. And now it really makes a difference. I mean, it's not going to happen. The pawn's far away. It's not like the white king is getting checkmated. But if all you need to do is trade the rooks, and that's that. So black's rook is active. You wouldn't want to trade them. So you try to find a way to continue the game. But this looks like it has the makings of a draw for sure.
And I mean, kudos to Yasipenko. We can maybe quickly see how we got here, because the last time we checked in here, you were warning us about the dangers still associated with white's pawn on g6. And well, let's see what happened.
Okay, so the rook came to h2, and that active move, apparently not loved by the engine. How can you not like that move? I don't know. But he takes this pawn, but the reason why is this here on g7. So temporarily down a couple pawns, but you win the f6 pawn, and that's why in time trouble, both players were trying their best, but mistakes happen when you don't have time to calculate. And with f6 falling, I already feel like this is a position where white is holding, but it made it easier for Yasipenko to capture this knight to hurt the pawn structure. If the pawn were back on b5, the connected pawns could give some chances. Here with the pawn split and the pawn just captured now, that leaves Fabiano with minimal chances to play for win.
Yeah, and well, we see Yasipenko, he decided to capture on c4 immediately. He says, I don't need that bishop. You are free to take it if you want. And yeah, now with only the a-pawn left, as you said, it's going to be very difficult for Fabiano. But kudos to Yasipenko. I'm very, very impressed by his defensive effort today.
That's right. And we see his 43 plus minutes. They get 50 minutes, 50 minutes as soon as they reach move 40. And that's going to register after Fabiano's next move for him as well. But Yasipenko, great defense, spotting a weakness, going after it. And it would have required just extreme precision from Caruana in time trouble in a very complex position to maintain the edge. Instead, we're here where it looks like Yasipenko is going to hold.
Indeed. And well, it looked like we were going to have a lot of decisive games. Some of them, we've seen some great defenses, but still 3 games going on here as we just reached the first time control. A lot of intrigue. Can Magnus Carlsen overcome Niels Grandelius? Can Fabiano make something happen still? And then, well, Rapport, it looks like he's well on his way to score another win. So all of that and more. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
to say, I know it's early.
Yeah.
It's early for all of us. But Fabi, you're looking fresh.
Oh, thanks, Danny.
Chad likes it, man. Looking good.
What about me?
All right, guys, let's go. Run a show back. Here we go. And Fabi, this video series was great, by the way. People love it. Really do. By the way, again, dude, you're just looking fresh, man. I love your new haircut. Looks good.
Hey there, how's it going? I don't even recognize myself, you know? It's a whole new me. Hey, Fabi, Danny, how's it going?
Hey, Robert.
Hey,
What's going
man.
on, man.
You know, just trying out a few new things here and there. The day's beautiful, sun is out.
Cool. Hey, Danny.
Yeah.
Forgot to mention, that haircut's looking real fresh on you.
Yeah, thanks, man. Yeah, cool. Appreciate it.
You f***ing serious? What does a guy got to do around here to get noticed?
What are you talking about?
That seems a little out of line, a little uncalled for. You know, you already can't spell chess without him. What more does he want?
I cannot get enough of that clip, but someday, Robert, I'll have to watch it with sound. But for now, let's look at the results here so far in round 5. We had 3 draws, which they never tell the full story, but especially so today, which was, I believe, the most eventful day of the tournament, culminating in only 1 victory so far for Shahriar Mamediyarov against Jorden van Foreest.
We know how capable these players are of putting up resistance, of finding the defensive resources necessary to hold the half point. And that's what happened in many of these games. I'm still confused by the Duda Karyakin game. We didn't even have a chance to look at that, but there's a rook on G4, a sky high evaluation bar, and yet it's a darker screen with half written on it.
Yeah, maybe we can go there and find out what happened. Could it be that with the time ticking so low, there was a missed opportunity? Is this a DGT error? Let's try and figure it out.
So we last looked with the knight coming to C6, back to E7, and then Karyakin apparently played rook to G4. So it's a mistake. I don't immediately see why it's a mistake, but let's try to figure this out. So rook takes C3 definitely is not the move, because after rook takes C3, you do steal the pass pawn, but you allow queen B1 check. This queen is entering the position over here. So like rook C1, queen E4 check, bishop F3. Haha, I blocked your check and I'm getting your rook. Now queen takes F5 works because your bishop is pinned. So once F5 falls, E6 could be next, and that might be a bad turn of events for white. Importantly, the knight covers C8.
And if I go queen F3 instead of bishop F3?
Queen F3, that's a great question. So it's just a trade here. I can't take on F5 with the knight because you're going to check with me in the back rank. But the queen trade, it might be what black wants, I say, with 100% certainty and 0% question in my voice. Because the F5 pawn is weak, so that's the good news. So maybe I should move my rook away, because my rook is hanging in some of these positions. I could also leave my rook because I'll take back on E4 with the rook if we trade queen. So a move like A4, why not? Push the pawn up. Hey, he wasn't wrong. Well, queen can't take on g4 because the king is in line with the black queen. And if you take on e4, rook takes e4, bishop under attack, pawn under attack, other pawn under attack, pass pawn over here, and yet it's barely better for black.
I mean, what a mess. But it looks like, at first sight, our impression is that rook g4 was indeed played, but we see the bar skyrocket, but over the board it is a different story. And actually our producer Bick is informing us that here the only way for white to get that winning advantage is by playing rook f1.
Okay, well that makes sense because it protects the queen, and the eval bar uncertain at first goes back up, but the rook is under attack, so the rook needs to move. I would imagine if the rook goes back to g8, oh gosh, queen h4 now is even stronger.
Because now how do you defend?
Yeah, we get here, and wait, but if you take on g5, take on e2, that didn't change anything, so that's not the move. You have queen h5 just defending the bishop.
Unbelievable.
Wait, so why does this, let's just take a moment here. Why is that different than, where were we? What move did we try to make here? That line, queen h4? Oh, it might have been queen b2. That
queen
was
b2,
it. So
yeah.
This doesn't work because after this whole ridiculous sequence, you can't play queen h5 without losing your rook on c1. So that's the big difference, is the placement of the black queen.
Unbelievable. So it looks like in the end, Duda was given an opportunity here, but we're not going to criticize him. I think they were down to their last minutes and not so easy to figure out all these crazy complications. Rook f1 is not a move that's going to be immediately on your radar, all right?
You mean moving away from the passed pawn that's been approaching doesn't immediately come to mind? You're saying that everyone in chat presumably is shouting, how could he miss that? And they're wrong? I don't have them open, but I'm guessing that's what they're saying. Are you saying the chat's wrong?
I would never say such a thing, Robert. Unlike
okay, well,
you,
I'll say it.
I would not dare to dream. I would not dream to dare.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that all of chat saw that rook f1 was the correct move. It protects the queen. It allows that tactical sequence we were just looking at. So I mean, only natural that they would find it.
But instead, well, a draw between these two players was agreed, with the chat writing, how could he miss it? How could he miss rook f1?
We'll forgive Duda eventually.
They will, and we will. But yeah, back to the 3 games that we have going on. So we could have potentially had another decisive result there. For now, it looks like Rapport is the one where the win is getting closer and closer. We see that Richard has not fallen for that cute little tactic you pointed out that was threatened with knight e2. He has blocked the d-pawn by bringing his own knight back. And now that everything is under control, those pawns are going to roll. You mentioned also the rook can come back to f2 and target the pawn. Maybe we can bring up the big board for 1 second to just highlight all of these things.
For sure. Knight g3, knight d1, very important move, just because if you try to steal a pawn, you'd lose the game. Knight e2 check, distracting this knight away from c3 so that this pawn will in fact promote if you take the knight on e2. So that's why Rapport plays knight d1. And here the problem is b7 is hanging. Rook f2 to win this pawn can happen if you don't play knight e2 check. So I think knight e2, king d5, if your rook were on e6, Fiona, there'd be bishop to g8, but your rook is on e6.
Yeah, so unfortunately here for Prague, who got his first win 2 days ago, it looks like Richard is going to take this one. Richard, with a great start to his event, we'll move on from here. I want to see, well, we'll go to the bird's eye view. I'm curious if Niels has made a move. I feel bad for Niels because he did such a great job defending, and then just on the last move, and this happens oh so often. It is move 40. You make your last move, and then suddenly comes, so if we just go back to that moment after rook c8 on move 39, so Niels here has one more move to make before getting the extra 50 minutes. We were expecting king b1 stepping out of that c-file to avoid the trouble that is going to ensue in the game, because Niels went for rook g5, which seems to make sense at first sight. We're attacking the pawn on e5, but bishop d3, and suddenly there's once again some questions being asked of our king.
You know, I wonder if at this moment here, Fiona, you know, the pawn e5 is under attack, and you can't take it without dropping c2, and that's just losing, because your king goes to d1, you lose the bishop on b2. If your king goes to b1, you're walking into the diagonal of the bishop, so that means this rook leaves anywhere, and you're going to lose something. So where do we put it? We can put it here on g2 with check, and just win this rook over here, because the bishop checks the king. So I don't know. I mean, king after rook f5 check, king e6 doesn't work, because then this rook comes to g6 with check. So that could be something that you have to look out for from afar. The king can't go to e7 or e8 without dropping this pawn with check. So king g8 is the move, and you know, we just showed why it has to be the move. But I wonder if, like, in the distance, that's like somehow a move you miss, because I don't know what Niels didn't see, because bishop d3 is kind of obvious for a player of his caliber.
Yeah, and well, now he's had to come back to defend c2 passively from f2. And the question for Magnus is he going to take the pawn on e4, or is that running into some problems along the e-file? Is rook e1 a move here, or is there another way to get at e5?
Yeah, because here there might be rook h4. And the big problem for white is that when you play rook e2 and the bishop moves somewhere, like all the way back to h7, you can't take this pawn e5, you'd lose c2. You need to be able to take with the first rank rook, and even there would be d3 to consider. So white can't organize the pieces in a way that wins the e5 pawn that easily, but somehow it's saying it's zero. So bishop takes e4, what looks like a free pawn is the wrong move, even though it just looks so right.
Chess is not an easy game, Robert.
Yes, I agree. You know, I just thought of something though. That, all right, bear with me for a second. If I go here and you go king b1, I'm just trying to put the king here. Are there times where you can play rook takes c2? I don't think it's going to work, but my plan, it works. Yes. Wow. I feel good about myself. Rook takes h2. I'm forcing you into a pin. And when you play rook c1, I protected this. So if we trade everything, let's just show what happens here. Then white is a piece ahead and going to win with this pawn, and the king is too close. But what I'm doing is I've tied all your pieces down. And so I'm going to play g5, and you're going to play a4. And I'm going to, I think, just play g4 here. And you're going to play a5. And then I take and play g3, and you can't stop my pawn. And my pawn happens with check. So you go a6. I do not take your pawn, because then your rook is free to move. I go g2. And it goes to show that bishop takes c2 would be a bad move, because the king takes, and then once black queens, white queens in response, and white ends up a piece ahead and with a winning position. So you leave the rook, and once a7 happens, you queen with check, the king moves out the way, and then this bishop takes and covers the promoting square.
Robert, I am so impressed, because I know you're very good at chess, but there's no way you could have calculated all of this. I mean, it's such an incredibly close line. It wins by one tempo, but the speed at which you saw the idea and the fact that it's actually working, it's just a mind-blowing variation here. Really, really nice stuff.
And rook h6 played by Magnus. I think, kind of to elaborate on what was happening in my mind, is when I commentate, right, I can feel free to make mistakes. I don't feel insecure if I make a mistake, whatever. As a chess player, everyone makes mistakes, from the newest player to Magnus Carlsen. So I often try to think in terms of ideas. And I'm noticing that if the king is on b1, right, there's a bishop here, it's under attack, but I understand that if I can get this position here, that your rook is pinned. And I know I can immediately attack it and win a pawn at the same time. And the only way you can defend it is by rook to c1. So I was visualizing this position. And as I even said out loud, I was like, oh, it probably doesn't work. But I was trying to come up with the idea because I didn't really care if it didn't work. I wanted to show everybody how nasty this kind of pin can be when the king can't get out. And it's a very simple path forward from here. Once I got this to this position in my head, it was about calculating one by one, and taking on c2 too early would be a mistake. And the only other way White can get out of this is moving the king, but then you lose the rook without getting anything in return. And I also pass d pawn. And if you move your bishop, where can you move it to? To a1? That's not very impressive. I can move my pawn to g4. And once you go king b2 to get out of that pin, we trade everything here, and your bishop has no way of stopping my pawn. I go g3, and this pawn e5 comes in very handy, protecting the d4 pawn, and the bishop can't come and stop this pawn. So I'm just going to go g2, g1 equals queen.
And yeah, I mean, really nice to hear about the insights into the thought process, how you get to this. First, it's an idea, and then once the idea formulates, then comes in the actual move-by-move calculation, which turns out to work here for Black. I mean, I'm still impressed. This was such a nice line. And well, it goes to show king b1. There might be a few candidate moves here, but king b1 seems to just lose by force.
Yeah, but that's like the move you want to play, to step out of the pin. So if king b1 doesn't work, a rook g3 type of move is available. Black is threatening to put more pressure on c2. So if you play a4, for example, that's a problem, because rook comes to c6. The only way to defend the c2 pawn is rook g2, and then I take your pawn on e4, kicking your rook off the second rank, and your rook cannot afford to leave the second rank, as the c2 pawn is mine.
Yeah, so actually this position might be a lot tougher for Niels than we even thought at first. Well, he's still thinking. We're going to go to an interview. We're going to hear what Shahryar Mamediyarov had to say after his victory over Jorden van Foreest.
Shahryar Mamediyarov, you just beat Jorden van Foreest with black in your pet line, the open Roy Lopez. Was it an easy victory?
Okay, first of all, he surprised me move a4 in the opening. I see this move first time. Okay, I mean, I think after a4 I played not so bad. I mean, I tried to play very quickly, because when you start to singing, you can do big mistakes, something, and I just tried to play fast. A4, b4. I mean, I played not so bad, but I'm not sure when he's playing knight d4, his idea knight d4, knight f3, e6, it looks very risky. I think it was equal, but he started to play very risky.
And then knight f7 came. Was it a surprise to you?
Yeah, I mean, when I played c5, I calculate black is better position. After when he played e6, of course I can take d4. His position is near equal, but I think why not bishop e8? Because after bishop e8, it looks two bishops, very good pawn center. Maybe I'm not right, maybe I'm wrong, but it looks very nice. Positions looks very good, and I think why not to play bishop e8 and save these bishops and to play for win.
I saw in the database that you played the open Roy Lopez before Jorden van Foreest was even born. Does it help you to have such a pet line that you know from the inside?
Okay, I mean, it's normally Roy Lopez, one time is boring, one time is interesting. It is different opponents, and is of course is my opponent today. He tried to play very interesting. For this reason, we see it's very nice, very interesting game. But if somebody will play very boring positions, is absolutely normal to play boring position.
It's your second win in a row.
Yeah.
So things are going well in the tournament?
Okay, before the tournament I got my field was not very good and still is not very well because I had some little bit grip. How to say grip? We say in Azerbaijan, in Russia, you say it's called.
Like a
sick.
flu or like.
Yeah, I mean, I had some problems, but still I am not very well. But thanks for organizers and also our arbiter and doctor. He helped me some thing. And okay, my feel is, I hope after a few days my feel will be much better. But for now, I'm happy with my results, and I hope I will continue to play interesting chess, interesting games, and also good results.
Wijk aan Zee is one of the few tournaments where there's no big dress code.
Yeah.
So now you can actually play in a hoodie and put your hoodie on top of your head. Does it help you to recover?
No, but really, my feel is not very good. For this reason, I do it. I mean, normally it is not very nice. Again, I mean, when you do it is not good for your opponents, and I don't like this. But sometimes really it's not easy for me. I mean, I feel not very good. I try to save. I think it's like I am not just player, I'm like boxer. I mean, it looks very interesting, very good, but not good. But it is. I do it because my feel is not very well.
Okay. I won't take much more of your time, so thank you for the interview.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Always great to hear from Shahriar Mamedjarov. Of course, not tough to hear that he's been having trouble with the flu. We hope, of course, Robert, that he feels better soon. And, well, there's the explanation behind the hoodie. He hasn't been feeling great, so in those spots, very often you want to dress more comfortably, more warmly as well. And the hood up turns out to actually have a health background explanation.
I heard that it helps you to feel better when you beat super grandmasters at chess. Just a little birdie once told me that. I'm not really sure because it doesn't happen very much for me, but for Mamedjarov, it happens 2 rounds in a row, and he is tied with Vidit in the lead with 3.5 out of 5. He's playing great chess, and I just want to say a little story quickly about Mamedjarov. I don't think I've ever been beaten as badly as when I played him in this Blitz tournament many years ago, where I just was like looking at my position. I don't really remember the game very well, but I remember that I looked at my position, like, oh, it should be pretty decent, and then just got absolutely smashed. And I was like, yeah, this guy is a lot better than I am, and I am extremely impressed. So Mamedjarov has our utmost respect. We were somewhat critical earlier about the draw offers, but not about the player or the players themselves. It was about the fact the offer exists. Mamedjarov, so much respect for him, and he is now with 2 wins in a row at 3.5 out of 5.
And I'm so thrilled to see him up there. I mentioned a few days ago, you know, when I was growing up, he is what I think 2-3 years older than I am. So in those youth events, I would look up at him. I think Shahriar Mamedjarov, if I'm not mistaken, the only player in the history of chess to have won the World Junior Championship twice, which is such a strong event. He loves the game of chess as well. I think it's always been so nice when you go to an event, you will very often find Shahriar surrounded by, let's say at a tournament like the European Club Cup, surrounded by amateurs, you know, at the tournament bar. He will be playing Blitz against all comers. He loves the game. He loves Blitz. We haven't heard quite as much from him the last couple of years after going up to number 2 in the world. It got a bit quieter, so I'm so happy to see him here in the joint lead after 5 rounds. And looking at the chat, he has certainly won a lot of new fans.
He's also, I think, number 5 in the world right now. So he somehow flies under the radar. If you haven't already watched it, watch his lessons on chess.com. He did a video series and he put a lot of care into it. You could tell he was talking about some of his finest games that mean a lot to him. He's a very friendly face and a very friendly person that always provides entertaining chess. So good on him. The tournament is still early. Everybody else, of course, has a shot to win this tournament. But right now, Mamedyarov joins the lead with Vidit.
Absolutely. And well, Robert, we still have the same 3 games going on. We're going to go back to the bird's eye view. I believe Niels has not made a move yet, so still considering his options after rook h6. But things are not looking great there. Maybe we can go back to Yesipenko against Fabiano.
Sure thing. That game, it has changed a little bit, and now a lot, because Yesipenko takes that knight on b6. And we're talking about how the rook pawn doesn't match the bishop. The queening square is a dark square. The bishop's on a light square. So you would think, let me just take on b6 with the pawn. That should solve all my problems. The answer is no, for many reasons. You see this position here, that if white were to give up this knight for the pawn, that is still a theoretical draw. It's no fun. I've been on the defensive side of that before. It is horrible to experience, but these players, Andrei Yesipenko, he knows how to defend a rook against a rook and bishop. But that means that at the very worst case, he can give away his knight and still hold the draw.
Yeah, I'm always curious. I wonder if anyone has the stats of, at the high level, does everyone hold it? It's really, I think, one of the toughest drawn positions to hold. My feeling is, even if you know the technique, very often suddenly your king is pushed back. You need to find the only way. You need to be so confident. So I'm curious to see if it gets down to that. I hope for Yesipenko's sake, I hope for him it doesn't have to get down to that. But if it does, I'm curious to see how precise is his technique.
And he probably won't have to, because the good thing about having a knight against a bishop is you can put a knight on a dark square and the bishop can't kick it out. So if you play b5 at some point, try to play b4, it's not going to happen. I mean, white's going to orient his pieces in a way that stops it. A trade of rooks, the game is quite an easy draw, because the king can sit on b2. The bishop can never kick the king off a dark square. We keep talking about the limitations of a bishop. If the knight and bishop are traded for each other, that is still a draw. The king sits in front of the pawn. It can be instructive, some of these endgames for people who are not well versed, but the king is perfectly placed for Yesipenko. So I don't think he's going to have to worry about even for a second thinking about defending rook and bishop versus rook. He's not going to sacrifice his knight. He won't have to.
Agreed. I think now that we're down to only 5, how many? I can't count anymore. 7 pieces. 7 pieces on the board. And I'm so sorry. Robert, you know what? I think it's time for a break. I have just couldn't count to 7. Then the next second I spilled my water on the floor. So I think it's time.
Oh, well, I guess it is. You say so. You're in charge of that. So we'll be right back, everybody, for more from round 5 from Wijk aan Zee.
this year's SCC is going to be one for the record books and one that people will not forget anytime soon.
Oh, nice for Rook A5. Love that.
C3. I love what Chakra is doing. So resilient. That is textbook right there. Yeah, that's incredible.
That's perfect play. That's just
it's over.
And Ding Ren, all he needed to do was hold in the bullet. He moves on to the quarterfinals. But what a match this was. My head is spinning.
And where's the mate? Rook G7? No.
Oh my gosh,
no,
this
the
eval
wrong way,
bar.
no!
It's over, right?
Oh
How do you stop
my
this?
God, this is insane.
And look, E5, E5 ready, Knight G3.
Hikaru is look at his final position, and this is just insane. This is indefensible with 10 seconds on the clock.
Like King, man, I don't see a move.
I don't see a move, and neither does Jeffrey. He's down. Okay, this is over.
Desperation, but you're getting crushed anyway. Too many pawns.
And it's going to be a 4-point lead, and he resigns. What
Wesley,
an incredible ending by Wesley. I mean, this is resignable, and the worst thing is that Nihal is going to win this with 3 seconds. Like, he's going to take on D3, he's going to go F5, and he's going to win the game.
I'm speechless.
In our final score, 18-9, Nihal exactly doubles Rehard Report's score. I'm watching the clock, Benjamin. Somebody's going to flag here.
Nah.
Oh,
play with 0.1 seconds.
1 second. Oh, he flags again. Oh my gosh.
Rook takes C4. He's trying to give away everything.
Oh, there it is. Renegade Rook time. But here's what Black is going to do.
Oh no.
You're going to get. I think I'm a specialist in defending against. It's just King D6 and it's over already.
It's over.
It's over before it began.
Yeah, he tried, but Hikaru basically, in 2 moves played instantly. Just took your idea and said, yeah, that's not going to work around here. That's a really surgical move.
You would never guess that this came from a Bonk Cloud.
Oh my god. Yeah, he just did it, folks. Yeah.
And Fabi.
Oh no. Oh no.
We have our semifinal set. Nakamura against Ding and Nihal against Wesley. Can you take and go 95? Again, relying on that defensive knight. Oh, look at Wesley. I have no checks here.
Oh my god.
Bishop takes C4 and 92 interposing with check. And what an incredible win by Wesley.
He gets that 2-point lead back in incredible fashion.
Wesley So wins the first semifinal. He's got 5 seconds. He's going to play instantly.
Sack exchange here.
Whoa, Bishop C1. It was a mouse slip.
Mouse slip. He was going to D2.
Oh, it was going to D2, but it was still bad. Rook H7 check would have been terrible.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Hikaru saves the match with a win in the last game. And we're going to overtime.
Oh.
Repeating.
Oh, everybody's
Bishop
dream come
F4.
true. More games. No, Ding wants checkmate.
I don't know if he does. He's got 12 seconds. He's got no time. I don't see the win. I don't know if I agree. Leave over to the draw. We're going to Armageddon.
We keep going.
Unbelievable. Hikaru survives. Will Ding see 97 and B6? That is his only chance to keep this endgame going.
He has
the time, but he misses it. He misses it and he collapses. Rook B7, King F7, King E6.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. But Rook A5.
Rook A5.
And what the problem might be, the black is not going to give up the E4 pawn, and in that case, white's not winning that game. Ding overlooked it. Ding missing that tactical shot, which would have given him the chances, and now he doesn't see a move. Hikaru might pull this one out. I mean, Ding has to give up the pawn and then move the knight around. Hikaru's not losing this game. He's got more time on the clock, and Ding sitting back, basically admitting defeat. And that's it. The match is over. Ding resigns.
Yeah.
And Hikaru Nakamura wins the Armageddon against Ding Liren to make it to the SCC finals. Oh, what a move.
Finds him with Queen E6.
Wesley with 2 seconds. Queen F5. On the skin of his teeth. Queen F6 interposing. Queen E7 Hikaru. Oh, and King F6.
Hikaru's still pushing for the win, but it should be
Queen G6 and Wesley blunders at the last second.
Oh,
Wesley
my God.
blunders at the last second.
But still, it's not over yet. Hikaru still has to convert. King H3.
No, but 1 second. Wesley's just going to flag here. Queen G6. All the pawns are falling. It's over. Oh my goodness.
Oh.
And Hikaru Nakamura, for the 4th straight time, he wins the Speed Chess Championship with one of the most commanding matches in SCC history.
Welcome back, round 5 here at the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. And Robert, what a day it has been. Some absolute incredible action, but we still have 3 games ongoing.
And somehow only one decisive result, despite how fascinating the games have been. We see the 3 games on screen here. Yesepenko against Caruana. That game, it's looking like it should be a draw without too much difficulty. Although that king on a3 for Yesepenko, you could make a mistake in a position like this and get your king in some serious danger.
Yeah, so that is one that looks like with some precise play, Yesepenko should be holding the draw, but of course, Fabiano will try and create some threats against that king, as you just mentioned. Then the other thing I noticed, Richard Rapport, he still has his winning advantage. He is, I think, putting the finishing touches, making sure he doesn't allow any black counterplay. But what I see is Niels Guendelius against Magnus Carlsen. We were very concerned about Niels' position, and it looks like the eval bar, at least, is back firmly in the middle of the board.
Yeah, that is the most surprising development of all, and we'll keep an eye on all 3 games. But in the time that we were on break, it looks like Niels played this move, rook to d1. We already showed you the issues with king b1, a rook sacrifice, and the rook takes back. There you see the engine agreeing. Rook takes h2. The rook is pinned. The only way to defend that rook is bringing the rook to c1, and then the g pawn is too fast. It'll just run up the board. Then we will take on c2, as showed earlier. After a6, rook takes c2, very important. And do not take the rook a second time. You push g2, you queen with check, and black wins the game. White is 1 step too slow. So instead of all that, Fiona, we saw the move rook d1 played. And one Magnus when bishop takes e4, which to my eyes looks like the obvious move, the eval bar says, not so fast, that was wrong.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I've been confused about ever since the break. I had the bar as well. I didn't have time since we got our dinner here during the break. That was my top priority. So I didn't have time to figure out why is bishop takes e4, which looks like that's the natural move. The bishop is hit. There is a pawn hanging. Why is that not good?
Well, it was very strange to see the evaluation bar take a dip after that decision. Bishop to b5 apparently was the best plan, and it's unclear at first why that is. And I'm still honestly a little bit confused. It's that deep of an idea, but it looks like in the game continuation, and maybe that's the easiest way to explain. So if we can bring up the live board and we can analyze on the side, that in the game, there's a bishop on e4, rook on e1. And this setup here is tough for black because the bishop can't move without dropping the e5 pawn. So white gets active play. Whereas after the move bishop to b5, sure, you're down a pawn. You didn't steal this pawn on e4, but black will have so much play and will be able to target that pawn in the future without giving white any counterplay. So in a position like this, the bishop can swing over to a4. This rook can try to swing over to c6. Maybe you try to use the b file at some point if white's not looking out for it. So it's essentially like sitting on the position and making sure that white has no active choices.
Well, active choices, you just mentioned it. Niels Guendelius, he was given a chance to activate his rook. So what he did after bishop takes e4 is play rook e1, targeting the pawn on e5. So Magnus went rook h4, defending the bishop on e4, and then Niels said, okay, now it's my turn to strike, and let's just start pushing the a-pawn. And now we see finally that bishop from b2, Robert. That it wasn't in the game for so long, but it's move 46, and finally that bishop gets to activate itself via a3.
And that's really all that Niels needed to make his position be better. And the rook went back to c8. The bishop can come to a square like d6, go to e7 to hit this rook on h4. And at first it looks like black might have blundered because after bishop e7, you're attacking this rook. And if the rook moves anywhere off the fourth rank, you lose the bishop on e4. And if you play rook g4, h3 happens. And again, where is your rook going? If you go rook f4, I take your rook, you can take on c2 check first, but either way, once you eventually take on f4, you lose this bishop on e4. So the only move, Fiona, is rook g2. You are defending your bishop tactically, but this also liquidates and there's no risk at all for white.
Yeah, and well, it looks like Niels has actually managed to survive the worst here, and this game seems to be steering towards a draw now, which is really, really impressive by Niels. But before we come back to this game and the others, speaking of the Swedish #1, we have his portrait video ready, so let's go and check that out.
2010, when I played in the C group. It was fantastic. I mean, that was really the first time for me that I played, you know, on the same stage, let's say, as all the top players, and I had them so close up, and I could just go there and watch their games and so on. And for a young boy, of course, it was fantastic. I do like to sit down with an actual chessboard and analyze things, or at least think about things. But when I use, let's say, technology or engines, I try to use the best ones always. I think the next development we will see, this is a bit of a guess, but I think what they will try to do is, because now they are so incredibly strong and so much stronger than all the humans, but rather what they will be improving is to make them play more like a human, or make them play more similar to how the best humans play. So I think we will have a shift to the engines working in that direction rather than just pure, you know, strength improving. This year, of course, and last year was a little bit strange because of the pandemic. We don't have this vibe in the village of the, let's say, the festival. I think we still managed to keep some of that spirit alive, but of course we are hoping for, you know, back to the old ways soon.
Great to hear from Niels Grandelius, who made his debut here in Wijk aan Zee back in 2010. In the C group. I remember it well. I attended that edition as well as a chess fan. Drove here from France, where I was at university for the weekend. And I remember watching Niels in the C group. He was sporting his dreadlocks at the time. And now he's made it all the way, of course, to the main stage, playing in the Masters. And Robert, it looks like he might be taking half a point off Magnus Carlsen today.
Yeah, he's made it a long way from the C group, as you're saying. He's now drawing the world champion. And as a strong grandmaster like Niels Grandelius, drawing Magnus with the white pieces, it's an accomplishment, but that's not the ultimate goal. In any individual game, a player of this strength can defeat Magnus Carlsen. Obviously, he's the boss. He is hard to take down. And in this one, Magnus looks disappointed because he did have all the chances, but credit to Niels, he played this rook d1 move, and Magnus was unable to make anything happen here. There's, as Niels talked about in his portrait, make engines play more like humans. Sometimes engines suggest moves, and you're like, what the heck is that? Nobody in the world is thinking in that direction, but that's what was needed from Magnus to convert this game, because that's how good Niels' defense was.
Yes, and here I think we are heading towards a handshake coming up very shortly, because the material is getting liquidated. Each player is left with a rook and a bishop. The bishop are of different colors, so this one shouldn't go on for too much longer. But yeah, kudos to Niels, who withstood a big assault by Magnus, and what an exciting game it was all the way from the opening.
And both players can have the same expression. It's they're both sort of back in their chairs, looking like with their chin protruding. And here we see the last touches on this game, which should end in a draw very shortly, because it's rook, bishop, and pawn for each side, opposite colored bishops. It's not like there's a passed pawn. Neither pawn is advanced. So Niels, after a really rough start, he's able to draw Magnus Carlsen. And maybe this is just the jolt he needs to get back in this tournament and score some wins.
And Robert, sorry, I'm laughing, but it's funny how the players, and there is the draw offer and the smiles from the world champion, because for the last two moves, every time Niels made a move, we saw him on camera after the move look at Magnus like, Okay, is that it? Can we make? Are we making a draw now? Should I offer? Are you gonna offer? What's the deal? And it's funny that Magnus took matters in his own hand, and although it was him to move, he just looked at Niels and he said, "Okay, shall we call it a day?" And the draw was agreed.
And immediately, as true chess players do, they go start talking about variations. And this game was so sharp. There was so much to consider that the players are asking each other, what would you have done in this situation? I was thinking about this, but I wasn't sure. And yeah, you can see by Magnus's both his what he's saying, where he's pointing, and his hand gesticulations. He's like, I don't know. It's unclear.
Yeah, I think a lot to be discussed here after this game. Magnus certainly is going to feel like maybe he missed some small chances, but the two of them, it's so nice to see them there at the board. They are great friends. They are from rival Scandinavian countries, of course. I think a bitter sports rivalry between Sweden and Norway, but these two, they are great friends. Niels was part of Team Magnus for a number of years. And it's also good to see Niels get the draw here. He's had a tough start to the event, but hopefully this draw against Magnus will set him back on a new path here with still 8 rounds to go.
For sure. And we see that now 5 games are in the books. The game between Grandelius and Carlsen, I'm sure that will, it'll turn to a dark screen with the half-half on it. That leaves 2 games left. And Fiona Yesipenko, he's defending against Caruana there. Still looks level, although Black has made a bit of progress, but it's the game between Rapport and Pragnanda, because Rapport just sacrificed a piece with his last move and with that king march all the way into the queen side.
Yeah, so let's go there first. Because it looks like Yesipenko, his defensive setup looks quite solid. And yeah, let's have a look at what is going on here with Pragg throwing in the knight to f4.
Yeah, we saw this line happening, knight to d1 to avoid check with the distraction of the knight. The king came up, the king went up some more, and after bishop g6, the rook went to d7, because when the king moves out of the way, the d2 pawn is under attack. And knight f4, you may say, what in the world is that? Why don't you just take that knight? You're about to see why. After g takes f4, now Black has 3 advanced pawns, and White could easily lose this position. I understand that White is better objectively, but mistakes happen in chess, and those pawns are scary.
They look very scary indeed. So Richard has no interest in capturing on f4, but after king c7, the question is suddenly, well, now your own bishop is hanging on g2.
Yes, have that bishop, enjoy it. Hopefully it's good for you, because after king takes b7, it's even better for White. This pawn is rushing up the board. d2 is going to fall, and Black can bring the bishop to, say, f5 and try to stop the pawns, but there are so many of them here.
There are just too many. If we put bishop f5 on the board, I guess Richard will simply take the pawn, because why not? That pawn has been there for a while. I think one of the keys to this position is, for Richard, there is no rush. Yes, he gave up a pawn, but there is nothing Pragg can do to try and nag at those pawns on the queen side or to get rid of them. So they are going to roll up the board. It's just a matter of time here. I guess Pragg can try and take on h3, eliminating another pawn and defending the knight at the same time. But how do we start? Probably doesn't matter. b6, c6.
I'm choosing. Let me. I'm trying to figure it out. Yeah, let's go b6. Sure, why not? And then the c pawn can go. This king can move out of the way, and then you can push the b pawn or the c pawn. It's all going to be winning.
Absolutely. And in the game, well, we just see the players make a couple of moves. So this has all happened. And well, we were talking about bishop f5. No, sorry.
Yeah, well, that was
without knight on g2. And we are going to an interview with Niels Grandelius.
Magnus Carlsen. How are your feelings right now?
Well, I think mainly I'm quite lucky to have survived the game. I mean, I was in, I think, quite big danger, at least practically. And I found some, I think if they work, they were quite nice defensive ideas, but I'm not sure at all that they work. So overall, I'm quite happy, of course.
How do you estimate the outcome of the opening?
It was a success for him, actually. I was a bit surprised because I thought this line would be quite promising for White, at the very least no risk. But he surprised me with this very strong sacrifice d5, where he gives a couple of pawns, but he has a long-term safer king, and well, it's at least practically very, very difficult for me.
Okay, because I checked with the engine. It says basically like +2 for you. For example, instead of, I think, like bishop a4, there's like check on b4 with your queen, and that's a line that the computer gives, but like it says like +2.
Yeah, I mean, it might be that he mixed up, but I think this +2, it could quickly turn around if I make some inaccurate moves. I'm not, it has to be analyzed, of course, but I don't think it's as clear-cut as that, for sure not.
The position was very sharp. Is it like good for you against Magnus to have like more sharp position than a more strategic position, let's say?
I think the most important thing is to have a good position. That doesn't matter so much what kind of position it is. And it was quite, I mean, quite quickly it became very unpleasant for me. And then, okay, it's of course a nightmare against anyone, but especially against Magnus.
You know Magnus quite well. You've worked with him. Does it give you an advantage to play against him?
I don't think so. I think the advantage is as big for him as for me, so no, not really.
Okay. You've had a very slow start of the tournament so far. You're 1 out of 5. Yes. Is this like the start of a fresh new tournament for you?
Yeah, of course. I mean, when you start with half out of 4, the only thing you can do on the rest day is to just imagine that you are going to start a new tournament. And well, this new tournament is so far going quite okay, so there is hope.
So now we just played round 1, let's say.
Exactly.
Okay, well, good luck with round 2 and further on.
Thank you very much.
Always a pleasure to hear from Niels, who clearly is quite happy with the draw against Magnus. And Robert, I think it's very interesting to have seen Niels' reaction when he was faced with the question. Well, there was this move that said you had a +2 advantage, and to see Niels not be phased at all, you know, the reaction wasn't, oh no, what did I miss? He said, well, if you say so, I believe you clearly, but +2 and me having to find all the precise moves on the board is a very different story.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? When you're armed with an engine, and I'm not going to name anyone in particular in chat, sometimes decisions are made for you. You just see what it tells you. But it's often that even in positions where a move will give you a huge plus, you need to find like 6 moves down the line, an only move, and that's where it gets very complicated. So Niels with a great interview there. Of course, he and Leonard are friends, so they shared a moment with the joke about round 2. They both seem to enjoy that. But it's true. For Niels, he needs to get into the mindset of 1 game at a time. The first 4 rounds, they're in the books. It's already over with. You just have to keep going forward from here.
By the way, it's I see Robert, Mr. Jingles in the chat was making a joke comment, like a joke question. Do you sleep with 1 pillow or 2? But funnily enough, Niels Cornelius, and this is a complete aside, but him and I swapped pillows on the rest day. He messaged me, not even on the rest day, as early as day 2. He said, my pillows are too big. What does your pillow look like? I sent him a picture of my pillow, and he said, great, I will come and get this pillow. Do you want one of mine in return? And he's very happy. He's been sleeping a lot better, he said, so a lot better. So yeah, the pillow gambit for the win.
Oh gosh, well, I'm glad the sleep schedule is improving. Just getting good night's rest is so important. And for Report, you know, he's looking here like he could use a little bit of rest. It's been a long game. It's been a complicated game, and he wants to push his pawn to c7. It's on c6. Generally speaking, when you have passed pawns, you should always look to push them, but don't always push them, right? You just look to calculate, think about it, and there he has, in fact, decided to move his pawn up the board.
Yeah, the pawn has made its way to c7. Right now it cannot advance still since c8 is under control by the rook and the bishop, but there's plenty more pawns to be pushed.
And the rook, if the knight moves, the rook can go to d8. White's next move is b6. You can move your king out the way, play b7, and those pawns are just way too strong here. I'm trying to even think of a way to complicate matters for Pragnananda, but with b6 next, maybe, that's all you can do is come up with some idea that makes White's life difficult. For example, I'll just give a random one. If you play rook e5, you think, oh, the rook moved, I'm going to go get a queen. Now, after we trade, there's rook c5 check, there's rook takes c4. White is still winning thanks to this passed pawn here. But now you have to think, only have one extra pawn. Black has some good play here. Am I going to be able to convert this? Well, I wouldn't rush these decisions if I am Rapport.
Yeah, and I don't think he will rush it. Actually, Robert, I just realized that there was so much to discuss about Neil's interview that we completely forgot to say that the other game we still had going on ended in a draw between Fabiano Caruana and Andrei Yasipenko.
You're telling me that this position is a draw?
Breaking news.
Oh my gosh. And how did it happen? We just go back a few turns. The knight went to a2, and Fabian was like, yeah, okay, I've had enough. Let's just take, and then put his rook here and allowed the trade of pieces. Because this, though black is up a pawn, for people who are newer to chess, this actually is a pretty cool moment because black is stuck. So you can move your rook all along the 5th rank, and then white will move along the 3rd rank. And if you move off the 5th rank anywhere, white can check the king away and take the pawn. So we'd have rook and king as rook and king. And of course, that's a draw. So Fabiano knew what he was doing here. He just said, let's get all the pieces off. That way we don't have to offer a draw. There is no other choice because lone kings, and that was that.
A frustrating result for Fabiano, who was clearly in control in this game. He had the upper hand, but great defense by Yasipenko. And we're going to hear from Fabiano quite soon. But for now, let's go back to Richard Rapport and Pragnananda. Prag is... Oh, no. Let's go to Fabi.
Fabiano Caruana, you just played a draw with Yasipenko. It looked like you were better the whole game.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I felt like I was close to winning in the endgame. Okay, before it was extremely unclear, but he played a very strange move, knight e2. After that, I'm certainly better. I think he can take on e5, and it's just an unclear position. Anyway, I was kind of impressed with his opening idea because it's sort of a new way to approach this with white. He's just sacrificing a pawn and getting very unclear compensation. And okay, I was kind of happy with how I played the opening because it looked like I got a decent position. But yeah, knight e2 and c5, I suddenly started to feel like I'm significantly better. And then it got unclear again because I missed this b4 stuff. But then queen a5 was very important. After that, I thought I'm again better. Although maybe I had something a bit stronger earlier on. But after queen a5, queen a2, I thought the endgame is much better for black. But somewhere he got a huge amount of counterplay, and yeah, maybe knight c6, e5 wasn't the right way. Or I was counting on a tactic which it turns out didn't work, which was to play bishop f5, bishop takes e4, and I'm winning a second pawn, but he has bishop takes e4, rook h4, and f3, rook takes f4, bishop e1. Anyway, it started to feel like he had more than enough compensation to make a draw. So
it doesn't seem like it's your tournament yet. Like,
yeah, I mean, all draws isn't very good. Yeah, there's not much I can say about that. You know, it's certainly not a great start, and I didn't really get so many chances, but today was probably quite a decent chance to move into, well, not the leaders group, but close to it.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Magnus, I'm ready.
We heard from Fabiano there, who, well, clearly he didn't know exactly, Robert. He felt he was better, but he didn't know exactly where he missed his chance, and even to us watching with the evaluation bar, it wasn't entirely clear. We knew he was better, but there was never a clear-cut way.
No, there wasn't. There was no missed win. It was just a better position that Andre, he was able to find enough counterplay to end up holding that game. So Fabi, he looks fresh. His play leaves a bit to be desired. And I know he must be disappointed because he's had plenty of good positions in this tournament. And I'm trying to think, like, he had a really nice position against Karyakin earlier, against Shanklin. He never really got too much going on for him. So against Vidit, he neutralized easily with black. So there were a couple missed opportunities today included. So it feels like he has left points on the table.
For sure. But, well, we've all been here, or some of you might have been watching this tournament when a couple of years back, Magnus had a similarly slow start with 5 or 6 draws to begin with. And suddenly he just went on a tear, won 3 or 4 games in a row. And Fabi, well, he's capable of that just happening any day. So 5 draws to begin with, certainly not the result he was hoping for, but also nothing dramatic has happened.
Yeah, and sometimes all you need is that first win, and it's easier said than done to score that victory, but he'll continue playing. His play has been good. It's been quite high level throughout this tournament. Sometimes you see a player just really struggle. Even though his results have been all draws, we feel like he's been playing well, even if the results don't show up as a win here or there.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, speaking of wins, today it really looked, Robert, like we were going to get plenty of decisive results. Somehow here we are, and Shahriar Mamediyarov, the only one who managed to decide an advantageous position in his favor. Richard Rapport, I think, is very close to doing the same, but where do you feel the missed chances lay, or what is your recap of the day?
That's a great question. I would say that Dubov-Shanklin, the draw seemed like a fair result. Shanklin held well. The Duda-Karyakin game could have gone any direction. They both could have lost at the same time. Like, who knows? Then in Report, he's about to win, it seems. Mamediyarov won his game. That seems right. Yeah, I don't know. I think that in the Niels Magnus game and the Yesepenko Caruana game, there were advantages for the players, but it was still very complicated. So it wasn't like, oh, how could he miss this straightforward win? There were so many pieces on the board, still tactics to figure out. So I don't really feel that there was like a huge missed opportunity and that the players should feel bad about not winning the games. They're generally speaking not happy that they missed an opportunity to play the perfect move. Chess players tend to be perfectionists. They want to find the best move at every turn, and that will bother them more than the result.
Yes, absolutely. Well, I think that today, sometimes that's simply what happens. The games were hugely exciting, and I think that's the point you were trying to make for the last couple of days. It's not that we mind draws. I think today there was none of the draws that we had a bad word to say about. There were no anti-climactic draw offers, and sometimes that's just what happened. A game is wild, one side is pushing, the other is defending, and the game ends in a draw. So I think we had a fair few of these. And well, the last game is still going, Rapport against Pragnananda. We'll come back to that after a short break, so don't go anywhere, and we'll see you soon. Welcome back here, round 5 at the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. And Robert, we are looking at the last game remaining in the Masters section, but just look at those queenside pawns. We've been talking about them for a while, but they are getting closer and closer.
They are indeed. The knight came back hoping to stop those pawns from promoting, but the king can go to a7. It can just go to b6 here, and no trades will favor black. Part of the issue is while black has an extra minor piece, white has 3 pawns for the piece. So even trades don't help as those pawns are just so advanced.
And the king is currently in check. Where would you go to with that king?
B6, C, probably C6, because there's no check for black after king C6. Your rook can't check on E6, you lose the knight. The bishop checks on D7, I take your bishop. So I don't think that there's anywhere to check from, so I feel pretty happy about that move.
I like king C6 also opening up the path for the B pawn. I wonder if there's any move for white that is not good.
Probably not. At this point, those pawns are just too far. And yeah, looks like he just played king C6.
King C6 is indeed on the board. We saw Prague make a fast move there, knight B3. He is getting also very low on time. We're only on move 52, so 8 moves to go before he gets another 15 minutes. But in this position, Robert, it doesn't really make a difference.
Yes, because I think the easiest way to victory right now is rook to D5. Trading pieces will win, report the game. You cannot afford to trade rooks if you're black, and where else can your rook go? The bishop is under attack. So if rook D5, you play rook anywhere, the bishop hangs, rook E6 is checked, that's for sure. But after king B7, now your bishop's under attack, and I'm threatening to get a queen. So it's unstoppable.
And I'm just looking, Rapport with this win, he will also join the lead. So tomorrow, going into the 6th round, it looks like we will have a 3-way tie at the top with Mamedyarov, Vidit, and Rapport. Maybe not the top 3 that people would have predicted, but 3 really, really exciting and interesting players, and great to see them there.
They're having great tournaments. So Rapport in particular lost his first game. The other 2 have won 2 games, drawn 3. Rapport's won. This will be his 3rd victory, 1 loss and 1 draw. So really fighting chess from him.
And one of the things, actually, I know it is day 5 and somehow we haven't talked about it yet, but the regulations in case of a tie at the end of the tournament were changed this year. So we're not going to find ourselves in the same situation as last year, where there was this drama with Jorden and Anish playing the playoff. Ali Reza didn't know he couldn't join them even in case of a win. So this year, especially after what happened at the World Rapid and Blitz, which a lot of people were criticizing, if players are tied here at the top, everyone tied for first will be taking part in a playoff.
And that's good to see, because in many events in the past, instead of having a playoff where all players get to take part, it's usually 2 players, maybe 3 max. But if 10 players happen to tie for first, they should all have a chance to face off, especially in a round robin tournament where you play the same opponents. In a Swiss, let's say somebody loses the first 2 games, then their average opponent is going to be lower in rating than somebody who wins their first 2 games and keeps going from there. So I do think in a round robin, it's great that if there's a tie, the players will play for first.
Absolutely. And well, we're still a very long way from a big tie in the end. 5 rounds down, but 8 still to come. Meanwhile, Richard Rapport, I liked your suggestion of rook d5, but rook d8 also looks very convincing with the rook now coming to support the pawns.
That's right. Rook c5 is a check. It gets behind that pass pawn, but after rook c5, you can't even take c4 because the knight on b2, the knight that was sitting on d1 before, has joined the party. It protects this pawn on c4, and that means once the king moves out the way, b6, b7 is unstoppable.
Yeah, and we see the clock ticking down there for Pragg, who is about to drop under a minute, but there is simply no stopping these pawns. Pragg fought valiantly, but I think this is the end of the road, as those white pawns are going to be queens soon.
Yes, and he's down under a minute on the clock. So if he is going to play on, he needs to do so quickly. He is
given the check on c5.
And Rapport can just play king d6. Stay away from your passed b pawn, and the rook on c5 is trapped. So it's not like there's a next move that looks particularly nice. The rook can't move. The bishop and rook need to stay stopping the c pawn. So after king comes to d6, the knight can't move either, as the rook needs a defender, and that's that knight on b3. So b6, b7 cannot be prevented.
Yeah, so king d6, the move we're expecting, and the move which will signal the end of the game. Is there also something to be said? No. King d6 has appeared. I think that's convincing enough. And, well, I think as you showed, there's just literally no moves here for black.
No, and we might see him resign right here. He's just out of moves. I mean, bishop takes h3, there's rook h8 check. You can even win the bishop that way. So there's just not even a single move that I see that makes particular sense.
Yeah, and well, 40 seconds on the clock for Pragg. We'll see what he decides. I think we might just see a resignation here because the pawns are rolling. Maybe we'll see a move like g4, bishop h3, but it will just be delaying the inevitable.
Yeah, I do give Pragnanda a lot of credit for his fighting spirit. I often say there's no point of resigning because you get a 0 if you resign on move 30 or if you resign on move 60. And so he's trying to find any last bit of play. And he goes g4, you can just swap pawns, play b6 after that, and there's going to be 2 pawns on the 7th rank over here, and that's too much. But like I said, the fact that Pragnanda, he fights until the very end, I think that's good because Magnus Carlsen has shown that if you just say, let's say you're on the better side of things, and you just agree to a draw rather than playing it out, you're not going to score those full points. And Magnus does that better than anyone. And on the other side of things, if you resign, you're getting the same 0 as if you play on. And sometimes you may, in fact, survive a game that looks like you have no hope in.
And I mean, I agree with you. I think Magnus in general, in that respect, has been such a positive influence and such a breath of fresh air to keep fighting. And he never wants to draw unless he has to. And I think the new generation, it shows. I feel that in general we see a lot more fighting chess. We see games end less soon. I think there was a time when very often the players felt like, okay, this position is equal, let's just call it a day. And I think that Magnus really has been a great influence in that respect.
I'm with you there. And I want to give a quick shout out before this game concludes to Arjun Aragaisi because he won again today over Volodar Murzin. He goes a 4.5 out of 5 in the challenger section. So what a performance thus far by Arjun. He's one of the numerous Indian teenagers who are making their mark on top level chess. And Pragnanda, he may lose this game, but he of course is part of that generation of talent in India.
Indeed, and what a debut by Arjun in the Challengers. Let's remind everyone that the Challengers, there's a lot at stake. Winner takes it all, as the winner from the Challengers qualifies to play in the Masters group of the following year. And I think that's what all the players in the challengers group, of course there are some prizes as well, but I think the big prize is to qualify to the Masters group and square off against the very best in the world next year.
That's right. And we see moves are being played here, trading on G4, and now Report can play B6. And Prognanda in round 4 against Niels Grandilis, he spent a lot of time just verifying whether his decisions were going to be the right ones, and Report is doing the same thing. It is a winning position. Both players know that. You can see the look on Prognanda's face. He's like reflecting on a move 30 turns ago of where could he have improved. But right now, B6 has been played, and it's a matter of time before Prognanda resigns for sure. But I do like the fighting spirit that he is showing. He's such a young player. He's hungry. He wants to get better at chess, and he's getting experience. And there is an argument to be made, Fiona, that when you play these long games, you get more tired. But he's 16 years old.
Yeah.
So if there's any time to play long chess games, it's when you're that young.
I think so, and especially with, well, it's not just for Prague, but for all the young players, not just the young players, young and old, of course. Well, there's been a pandemic for the last couple of years, in case you hadn't heard. So it's been very difficult for them. You know, they were at 14-year-old 2 years ago. He had roughly the same rating, but then just hasn't had the opportunity. And we see him resign here in this position after B6. So just he hasn't had the opportunity to play as much as he would have liked, and I'm so glad he gets the opportunity here. Today, a tough game. 2 days ago, we saw him get his first win against Niels, and I'm fairly confident that's not going to be his only win of this event.
Yes, but today is Report's day. Richard with a nice victory. I mean, he was struggling out of the gates, but he found a way to get his pieces out in that king march from E1 over there to the queen side and then up into the center. That's in fact what won him the game. But really, that was at the start. It looked like Prognanda had the edge, and then Richard found some good moves, and he now is tied in the lead with Vidit and Mamedyarov.
Absolutely. What an incredible comeback from Richard after losing his first round game to fight back in this fashion. And we're going to take a look at the results from today. So we had 2 decisive results. Mamedyarov beating Jorden van Foreest and Richard Report beating Prognanda, thus both joining Vidit in the lead, who drew his game against Anish Giri from a position of power towards the end.
That's right. Vidit had some chances, some small chances to potentially play for more, but I think at that point, most of the action had dried up, so a draw felt like the right result. And Vidit, he's still in the lead. Mamedyarov there with him, and once this result gets updated, Report, who was a 2.5 out of 4, he'll jump forward to 3.5 out of 5, and he is in a 3-way tie for first with Magnus Carlsen and Andrei Yesipenko just a half step behind.
Wow, and Robert, I mean, I'm lost for words. Today has been such an exciting day, but we aren't done just yet. We are going to go on a quick break, and then we will be back with our rapid recap of the day. It's not going to be an easy task which game to choose, but stay tuned. You don't want to miss it. We'll be right back.
Round 5 was a lot of fun, but now it is done. We had 2 decisive games, and one of them will go for you right now. This is your round 5 rapid recap. And Fiona, it was Jorden van Foreest with the white pieces against Shahryar Mamedyarov. We saw a bit of a theoretical discussion out of the opening, and both players were moving quite quickly.
Indeed. Well, this was one of the games that we had most been looking forward to. Going into the round, it did not disappoint. Shahryar Mamedyarov, he played the Open Spanish, which he has been playing since before Jorden was even born.
Yes, but Jorden, he's full of good creative ideas. He strikes forward with a4, and after the pawn went to b4, bishop e3, bishop e7, normal looking development, and here comes the move a5. So Fiona, what's that all about?
Well, a5 is certainly a new idea. a5 opening up some lines for the bishop from b3. We see the black king still stuck in the center for now. So that's one of the ideas. The question, of course, when you make a committed pawn move like a5, is that going to be a strength? Is it going to be a weakness?
That's really a good point, because the pawn on a6 stuck in place, but that pawn on a5, we can't forget about that. If you're not looking, that pawn can be gathered. So the king castled, got out of the way of that bishop a4 pin. We saw queen d3. The knight came to c5. The bishop took. It was a trade over here. And things started to get spicy at this moment, where after c3, knight e7, knight 2, we saw it takes, and then bishop a7. So Fiona, an imbalance. It's a knight against a bishop. White has that knight, and he tried to use it right now.
Jorden brought his knight indeed to the center, to d4. Shahryar said, I'm not going to give up my bishop here so easily, dropped the bishop back to d7, and now things started getting spicy. Jorden bringing the second knight into the game, into f3, and after c5, it looks like the knight on d4 is under attack, but what did Jorden say?
Yeah, the knight is under attack. If it moves, then in comes c4 with a fork of queen and bishop. He said, let's go e6. And Mamedyarov, he's too smart to make this mistake. F takes e6 would have been a huge blunder, because the knight jumps out to g5. I don't care about my knight on d4. Checkmate is more important. If you stop the checkmate with a move like g6, then white can just take this pawn on e6. Knight takes e6. Forks the queen and the rook. White wins material and would have won the game. So no, he was not going to be fooled by this e6 move. Bishop e8 was really nice.
Bishop e8, a very nice touch indeed. Jorden still trying to go for the same idea, knight g5 anyway, threatening checkmate on h7. Shahryar playing this move, f5, closing the diagonal, and now knight f7, a slightly surprising move.
It was very surprising, and Black's response was both brilliant and surprising as well, because bishop takes f7, that's the move you want to play. Let's trade 3 points for 3 points, and then I win your pawn. But we were talking about how the knight is under attack, and c4 is also a threat. Knight e6 takes care of both at the same time. The queen's under attack. That means white has enough time to avoid this pawn push to c4, and as you see, white is actually doing quite decently. So instead of this, rook takes f7, a temporary sacrifice, because after pawn takes, bishop takes, no longer do you have the e6 square. And Fiona, after knight f5, it was Black's turn to strike.
Indeed, now Black went c4, forking the queen and the bishop. White has nothing better than to capture on c4, but very soon, well, now Jorden is going to find himself in a position where he just has a material deficit, with Shahryar getting the 2 pieces, and he found a clever way to do this. Does he take on c4 immediately? No, he takes on f5 first.
Right, because taking on c4 allows queen takes d8 check, removing the guard of the knight on e7. So if the rook takes queen, knight takes e7, white is ahead in exchange and would be for choice. So instead of this, knight takes f5, and now after bishop takes a6, knight came to d6, the queen moved, the bishop moved as well, and now the a5 pawn collapses. But Fiona, we were talking during the game that at this point right here, Black is surely better, but how much better was the big question.
Well, what you were pointing out is if Jorden could manage to get rid of the queenside pawns, then he might have good chances for survival. But I think Mamedyarov, he did a great job making sure that d pawn was going nowhere.
He did. He said, I'm going to keep that one safe and sound. And we have to give Jorden credit because this move c4, it is a pawn sacrifice, but it is a great idea. And to Mamedyarev's credit, he reacts perfectly after bishop h7. He doesn't take because after queen f7, h5, e8, c4, all under threat, he makes this move king f8. And Fiona, this is where things went wrong for Jorden.
Yeah, now after, in this situation, Jorden went bishop to g6, and, well, threatening mate on f7. Shahriar said none of that. He interposed the knight on f6, and after the exchange on f7, this was the moment where we talked about, could Jorden have saved the day here? Instead of rook c1, the move which he played in the game, what was queen b7 check?
You know, queen b7 check is the only move, but it's not just about the move. The follow-ups are really, really wild. Black's best try is to retreat this bishop to e7, I think, because after the bishop comes to e7 here, it looks like rook c1 gets this pawn, but there's a tricky move, knight d5, where white has to be very careful. Free pawns are not always free. Rook takes e4 would have been a blunder because queen e1 check, the king needs to stay attached to this pawn f2, but after king g2, there's this brilliant shot, knight e3 check, forking the king and the rook. That's a free knight, right? Pawn takes e3, queen e2 check. Now we for sure win the rook. There's nothing white can do, and then black would have gone to win this game. So instead of taking that pawn right away on the c4 square, white has this move queen to c8. If black tries to keep this pawn with c3, the queen comes into f5 check. It's all wild, but there's pins here, attacks here. The h5 pawn is threatened as well. So it's a dynamically level position, but still extremely complicated.
Yeah, and during the game, while we were live, we were wondering, why didn't Jorden go for this check? But after looking through these lines in more detail, I think it is an understandable decision. He went for rook c1, but now Shahriar Mamedyarov found a series of very nice moves, starting with queen c7, defending the pawn on c4 indirectly because white cannot capture it. There is a discovery tactic. If rook c4, bishop takes f2 check, would end the game as the rook on c4 isn't defended. So here things got difficult for Jorden.
They did. He went king g2, renewing the threat of rook takes c4, but it's too late. Bishop comes to d4, and after the queen ventures into enemy territory, c3. It's on a protected square. Now the bishop on d4 both protects c3 and attacks f2. And after a few more moves here, it was clear that Mamedyarov would not have enough, so the queen went around queen b7 check. f3 was played. That's not a good thing for this white king. And after a few more moves, Fiona, the queen went to the first rank, and the queen can't take on d4 because the rook on c2 was hanging.
Yeah, Jorden all tied up here. A few more moves were played, but it was soon the end. Queen f5, bishop e3. The king tried to hide on h3, but after queen d1, Jorden threw in the towel here. There's just nothing he can do. The king is safe on h6. That pawn on c3 is going to decide the game, and the king on h3 is hopeless. So, Robert, what a game by Shahriar Mamedyarov.
It really was an amazing game. And I normally don't do this, but I just want to rewind 1 second because I'm still going through various possibilities in my head at that moment when queen b7 was possible, right? That's where, according to the eval bar, things went away from white. And as you see, it's creeping back up. It's creeping back up. It's giving white these chances. And just one more variation that came to mind here is, let's say bishop e7, rook c1, pawn c3, queen b3 check. We're getting that pawn. Knight d5 protects the pawn. Rook d1 looks really scary. But then after king e6, somehow this position remains pretty good for black. And I understand why Jorden did not play queen to b7. All of these lines give black good chances. The pawn on c3 is scary. So with all that in mind, the game did conclude in Mamedyarov's favor at the end. Let's get to the very end of the game here with the queen on d1. That was a win for Mamedyarov. He's in the tie for first, and that was your round 5 rapid recap.
Robert, what a day it has been here. The updated standings are ready. So there's our three-way tie at the top with Shahriar Mamedyarov. You've just seen the rapid recap of the day, propulsing him to the top, where he is joining Vidit Gujarati and Richard Rapport, and behind them 2 players on 3 out of 5, Magnus Carlsen and Andrei Yesipenko.
Yeah, it's a tight race at the top. 3 players in first, and then, as you mentioned, those 2 players just a half point behind. So in a single game, there could be new leaders if the current ones lose and the people chasing win. So Fiona, we look at round 6. Of
round
course,
6,
Magnus
Robert,
Carlsen.
it's gonna be your last day. I'm already sad.
Well, I honestly forgot about that. So you reminded me that tomorrow is my 6th and final day of commentary. Daniel Naroditsky will replace me. But as we look at these pairings, Magnus Carlsen against Richard Rapport, we have Fabiano Caruana against Anish Giri. I mean, just all the way down through and through, these pairings are awesome.
Yeah, I think we're absolutely in for a treat here. Fabiano against Anish, as you mentioned. Also Mamedov against Grandelius. The Russian clash, Dubov against Yesipenko. Vidit, he will be playing against Jan-Krzysztof Duda, who's looking to come back to the top. So much action to look forward to tomorrow. I'm really looking forward to it. Here's the schedule. So we'll be back same place, same time, 2 p.m. Central European time. That's 5 a.m. Pacific. And yeah, Robert, what a day. And I'll leave you final words. I'm lost for words.
I think the most surprising thing of the day is that we only had 2 decisive results. We saw 7 fascinating games where every single player in this field was trying their best to score a point. Games that ended in draws doesn't mean that they were not entertaining. They certainly were. So Fiona, 2 wins this round. Mamedov, Rapport, they're in a tie for first with Vidit Gujarati, who held nicely with the black pieces against Anish Giri. I think the 3 players in first place deserve to be there, but with so many rounds remaining, 8 to be precise, it's a long tournament ahead.
Absolutely. A lot can still happen. I'm sure we will see some changes at the top, but agreed with you, the 3 players at the top deserve to be there. Tomorrow we'll find out, can they stay there? Can they increase the lead? Will players catch them? So much to look forward to. We will look forward to seeing you then. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you, Robert, for being here by my side. Have a good one and see you all tomorrow.